Basilisk? What's that supposed to be? Seeing Harry and Hermione watching him, Ivan pulled a yellowed page from his robe. It had clearly been torn from a very old book. I copied this a few days ago, he said. Don't tell the librarian, though. If she finds out I'm tearing pages, I'll be banned for life. Harry and Hermione immediately bent over the page. Of all the terrifying beasts and monsters that stalk our world, none is more strange or more deadly than the basilisk, the king of serpents. This serpent, which can grow to an enormous size and live for centuries, is born from a chicken's egg hatched beneath a toad. In addition to its lethal, venomous fangs, the basilisk kills with its gaze. Anyone who meets its eyes dies instantly. Spiders flee before the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy. The basilisk, in turn, fears only the crowing of the rooster, which is fatal to it. So that's why Aragog was terrified, Harry said, as if a lantern had been lit in his head. The basilisk is the spider's mortal enemy. I get it now, Ivan. And it explains why I keep hearing that voice whenever there's an attack. Look here, Hermione said, tapping the page. It says its stare is instantly fatal, but none of the students have died. That's because no one's looked it straight in the eye, Ivan replied. The first time it attacked, there was water on the floor. Filch's cat must have seen it in the reflection, so she was only petrified. In the second attack, Hermione added quickly, Penelope saw it through Moaning Myrtle. Myrtle's already dead, so it couldn't kill her again. As for Justin, he must have caught its reflection in his mirror, Ivan finished. Harry frowned. All right, but if this thing is really as big as the book says, how is it moving around the school without anyone noticing? It uses the pipes, Ivan said. That's how it travels. And that's why you can hear it, Harry. You understand parcel tongue. Hermione scanned the page again. The crow of a rooster can kill it. That explains why Hagrid's roosters were all murdered when the chamber was opened. The heir wouldn't risk having one near the castle. So now we know the creature is a basilisk. We know how it moves, and we know why the roosters were killed. Except we still don't know who the heir of Slytherin is, Harry muttered. Both he and Hermione looked at Ivan. He raised his hands. Don't look at me. I don't know either, he said, but we can sort through what we do know. 50 years ago, Voldemort opened the chamber, killed Myrtle, and framed Hagrid. The monster is a basilisk. Hagrid's roosters are dead. Ron's been cursed, so the heir has to be here in Hogwarts with us. If it's someone from outside the school, we'd never be able to track them, Hermione said. But wait, on Christmas we found that odd diary. It belonged to a student from 50 years ago, Tom Riddle. There wasn't any writing in it, but that can't just be a coincidence. Riddle got a special award for services to the school 50 years ago, Harry added. Ron and I saw the trophy in the trophy room. I thought he got it for catching the person who opened the chamber, Hermione said, frowning. But Hagrid told us it was Voldemort who framed him. So that would mean, oh my God. Silence fell. The same thought hit all three of them at once. Tom Riddle is Voldemort, Ivan whispered. Hermione shuddered. Ivan, what about the diary? We've been carrying around something that belonged to Voldemort. It has to be dark magic. We should give it to Dumbledore. Don't worry, I've been keeping it with. Ivan broke off. His hand patted an empty pocket. The color drained from his face. This is bad. I left it in the common room. They stared at one another, then bolted for the castle. Inside the diary, Tom Riddle was restless, his thoughts twisted and impatient. Over the last 4 months, he had whispered fragments of dark magic to Ivan Mason, slowly winning the boy's trust. And then, abruptly, Ivan had stopped writing. What was the boy planning? A wild idea flickered through Tom's mind, one he immediately rejected. That filthy mudblood couldn't possibly abandon such power. No 11-year-old would willingly walk away from magic like this. Ivan had seemed so similar to his younger self, hungry for strength. Tom had already seen the cracks in the boy's heart. A little more pressure, and Ivan would have been his. But the mudblood had vanished at the critical moment, ruining months of careful work. If he had a body, Tom Riddle would have gladly strangled him. The diary suddenly opened. Life poured into the pages, and Tom felt it like breath filling his lungs. Whoever held the diary now was feeding him strength. It's time to finish this, Tom murmured with a cold smile. A new plan formed in his mind, sharper and crueler than the last. He would complete Slytherin's noble work himself. He would cleanse Hogwarts of mudbloods. The three of them sprinted back toward the castle. Before they could reach the Gryffindor common room entrance, a shape slid out of the shadows. "What a pleasant surprise," Snape drawled, eyes glittering. "Potter, Granger, Mason. I thought using Polyjuice Potion to sneak into Slytherin was reckless enough, but it seems roaming the corridors at night has become a habit. Professor, this is an emergency. We have to get back to the common room," Hermione blurted. "Tisk, tisk." Snape's lips curled in a satisfied smirk. "I'm afraid you won't be going anywhere. Gryffindor loses 150 points, I think." "Now, you don't understand." Hermione cut in. "It's Voldemort. He opened the Chamber of Secrets. We have to stop him. There's a diary." "Silence, Miss Know-It-All." Snape's eyes were cold. "This is Hogwarts. He is not here. Enough of this nonsense. You're coming with me. I'm very curious to see what Dumbledore decides to do with you." Harry stared at the floor. It didn't matter what they said. Snape would never believe them. He just wanted an excuse to punish them. Then Harry heard it. "Time to kill. Let me tear. Let me rip." "I hear it again," Harry gasped. "The voice. It's the basilisk. It's heading for the common room." His stomach dropped. If the basilisk reached a room full of sleeping students, unable to defend themselves against a creature that killed with a look, the result would be a massacre. "Ivan, Hermione, it's here," Harry shouted, and before Snape could stop him, he yelled the password at the portrait and dived through. Ivan and Hermione hesitated for only a heartbeat before following him. Inside, the common room looked almost exactly as it always did, except the fire had burned low. In the dim glow, Ivan's eyes went straight to the spot where he'd left the diary. The stand was empty. Someone Tom Riddle was controlling had already taken it. But who? Ginny or... Writing on the wall above the fireplace caught his eye, scrawled in something dark and glistening. "Hogwarts shall be purified, and the heir of Slytherin shall fulfill his greatest mission." Ivan's pupils tightened. Purified. Greatest mission. What was Riddle planning? A figure stepped out of the shadows. Ron. Except he didn't look like Ron. His posture was straight, his expression calm and cold, with a strange, oppressive air about him. "Ron, thank Merlin you're here. The basilisk is coming. We have to," Harry began. "I know," Ron said, smiling oddly. "I'm the one who summoned it." "You what?" Harry and Hermione stared at him. "I mean, everything that's happened was done by me." The smile widened. "Harry Potter, I wanted to meet you properly for a long time. Out of all the students at Hogwarts, you're the one I've been most interested in." "Ron, what are you talking about?" Harry took a step toward him. "Don't." Ivan grabbed his arm. "That's not Ron. It's Tom. Ivan Mason," Ron said softly, the smile turning icy. "You disgusting little mudblood. I knew you'd be troublesome, but I didn't expect you to mock the heir of Slytherin. I'll make you pay. You'll regret." "Enough. What on earth are you four doing?" Snape stormed into the common room, face like thunder. He'd obviously heard most of what they'd said. To him, the idea of Weasley as Slytherin's heir was laughable. They had to be playing some ridiculous prank. Snape raised his wand, ready to knock them all out with a stunning spell. Before he could cast it, a deafening crash shook the tower. The sound was so loud it could have woken the entire castle. "Do you idiotic Gryffindors have any idea what time it is? Are you trying to be expelled?" Snape snapped. He stopped mid-rant. From the bathroom down the corridor came a heavy, dragging roar, like something enormous had fallen from a height and hit stone. The whole tower shuddered. That was not the sound of a student. Snape turned toward the bathroom, wand raised. Ron's strange smile returned. Harry, Hermione, and Ivan stared at the door, dread pooling in their stomachs. Something was moving inside. The noises grew clearer, closer. The air was tight with fear. Ivan, Harry, and Hermione all drew their wands. Snape stepped in front of them, the tip of his wand glowing faintly. With a crash, the bathroom door blew off its hinges. Dust billowed into the corridor. Through the settling haze, Ivan saw it. A massive, ugly serpent, its scales a sickly green, its body as thick as an oak trunk, rearing high into the air. The basilisk. Ivan shouted. Don't look it in the eyes. He raised his wand, but Snape was even faster. The pale glow at the tip of Snape's wand flared, condensing into 3 streaks of dark silver light. They shot forward like arrows, tearing into the basilisk's scales and leaving 3 bloody gashes. The serpent thrashed and hissed in fury. Its huge yellow eyes swept the corridor, searching for someone to strike. Then it saw a ball of orange light flying toward it. Ivan's conjunctivitis curse slammed into the basilisk's face. With a horrible screech, it squeezed its eyes shut in pain. Harry and Hermione cast a couple spells, but they all bounced off the scales of the basilisk. Only Snape could leave a wound on its body. Strands of black blood splashed to the ground. The basilisk swung, its tail crushing the walls of the common room. The huge fighting sounds woke up all of the Gryffindors. The students ran out of their bedroom. The expression on their faces turned to panic. Oh my God! Colin wiped his eyes. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He then had a bright idea. He turned around and ran to the bedroom and got his camera. What's going on? What's going on here? Asked Percy as he came out. In the next second, his eyes almost shot out of his head. He couldn't believe the sight in front of him. There was a gigantic snake in the common room running amok. Percy's reaction was fast. He subconsciously drew his wand. A red light struck the basilisk, but was bounced back. The continuous attacks made the basilisk a bit crazy. It wanted to rip these people to shreds, but before it could, Snape's magic hit it again. It jerked backward. In the other corner of the common room, Ivan, Harry, and Hermione were attacking Ron, who was under the control of Tom Riddle. Spells were cast from time to time. Riddle seemed to be in a hurry, but he was still calm. Riddle tried to escape the curse that flew over to him, but was unable to dodge. With a simple gesture of his hands, caused the 3 spells that were flying at him to dissipate. Ivan narrowed his eyes. After Ivan cast Stupefy, he quickly recited a new, more powerful spell. The magic quickly gathered. The spell felt very oppressive. The wand produced a pale blue light. That is hilarious. You want to use the dark magic that I taught you to attack me. But I will admit that I do despise you, Mudblood. I'd love to keep playing with you if it wasn't for this wand, said Tom as he glared at Ivan. He suddenly turned around and said a few words to the basilisk. When the basilisk heard the call, it ignored its fight with Snape and rushed over to Ivan. Its mouth is enormous. It is big enough to swallow them whole. The fangs were like silver swords, thin, light, and dripping venom. It darted to them. Ivan stopped his incantation, and Hermione stood behind him, pale. The 2 hurriedly dodged, but it was too late. The basilisk was too fast. Without thinking, he hugged Hermione, turning his back towards the basilisk. He could feel the girl in his arms trembling. In the next second, Harry rushed towards them, holding a wooden seat in his hands, and fiercely threw it at the basilisk. But it was of no use at all. The basilisk's speed didn't slow at all. Just as they thought they were going to be swallowed by the basilisk, Snape appeared in front of them. His face was gloomy. The light produced by his wand grew stronger. Boom! Snape was hit to the wall, and then slipped to the floor. He was oozing blood from his head. He was knocked unconscious. That is finally solved, so now. Riddle looked contemptuously at the fainted Snape on the floor. From the way the basilisk was moving now, Ivan could tell the curse he put on it was wearing off. Ivan's heart tightened. If he could get the thing he made a few days ago, then the problem of the basilisk will be solved. Without the basilisk, Tom Riddle would be more likely to fall, since from the earlier fight, Ivan realized Tom was manipulating the magic produced by the broken wand to cast powerful magic, but the wand was at its limit. Apparently, Tom had realized he didn't have much time left, so he ordered the basilisk to kill Ivan. Just as Tom Riddle spoke with a hissing sound, a red-headed girl ran down from upstairs. It was Ginny. Ron, what are you doing? She looked pale and had a fearful expression, but her eyes were one of determination. She was still wearing her pink pajamas. She gripped her wand and cast a red-colored spell at the snake. Her spell interrupted the conversation between Riddle and the basilisk. The basilisk dodged and went for Ginny. Don't! Shouted Harry and Hermione in horror. Ivan hurriedly cast a spell, but it was no use. They tried to save her, but Ginny was too close to the basilisk. Just as everyone closed their eyes and didn't dare to watch, Ron suddenly rushed over and rescued Ginny. Ron seemed to be back to normal. Tears were falling from his eyes uncontrollably. Run, run, I'll stall him. It's my fault for trusting that guy. I shouldn't have. Ron's pale face then turned to one of pain. Tom seemed to be taking back control. Soon Tom was once again in control. He looked disgusted. He then threw Ginny, who was in his arms. He unexpectedly took control, but he is too weak. His body doesn't have that much life left. It is time to end this ridiculous farce. I will represent Salazar Slytherin. I will purify Hogwarts of all mudbloods, and this body's friends will die. Alas, you don't have a chance, Tom Riddle. Ivan held up a music box. It was a magical tool that he finished a few days ago, which records sounds. As soon as he opened it, there was a rooster's crow. The gigantic body of the basilisk shook violently as it heard the sound. It was afraid. It wanted to escape. It no longer listened to Tom's commands. It was trying to go back to the bathroom. No, you fucking goddamn mudblood! Screamed Tom loudly. He climbed up on the basilisk's body. You will regret this. This boy's body will forever remain in the chamber. You can't take Ron. When the basilisk was trying to slip away from them, Harry grabbed Ron's body. Ivan paused for a moment before he grabbed Harry. In the next second, like a race car, they were pulled out of the common room and disappeared into the dark pipes of the bathroom. Ivan and Harry tightly held on to Ron. It was like they were on a roller coaster. Since the pipes were so narrow, Ivan had to stay close to the basilisk. Every time they turned, he felt pain all over his body. He never thought that Hogwarts had such complex plumbing. They soon turned and went into a very old-looking pipe. Ivan calculated they were around Ravenclaw Tower, the tallest place in the school. The basilisk took them to a strange oval room. There were light blue draperies, books on one side of the room, and thick dust accumulated everywhere. It is certain no has been here for ages. Tom Riddle, who was still controlling Ron, was visibly astonished, had no idea where this place was. Damn, said Tom in a hissing voice. He wanted the basilisk to stop, but it was clearly frightened by the rooster's crow, so it didn't listen to Tom's commands. It then quickly fled with its fastest speed. The blue draperies soon vanished. Ivan quickly grabbed an object with a long chain. He held it tightly, and before he could look down, the basilisk took them to another place. After a minute, the basilisk rammed into the pipeline and leapt into the third-floor girls' bathroom. Suddenly, the sink let out a dazzling light. It began to quickly rotate. The sink soon disappeared from sight. Ivan soon saw a very thick pipe. The basilisk rushed in. It seems to be a pipe specially prepared for it. And Ivan also saw there were numerous pipes going in all directions, but they weren't as thick as the pipe that the basilisk went down. The pipe twisted and turned for around 7 or 8 times. It was also had a very steep slope all the way down. Ivan knew they had gone down to the deep depths of the school, even deeper than the dungeon. Just as he was getting used to the sharp turns, they landed on the wet ground. They had come out of the pipe. Harry and Ivan then lost their grip and fell to the ground. They saw the basilisk and Tom disappear into the distance. They were in a large, dark stone tunnel. "Where is this?" said Harry as he stood up while rubbing his butt. "We were taken several miles underground." Ivan's voice echoed in the dark tunnel. "If I'm not mistaken, we are probably under the Great Lake." He then narrowed his eyes while looking at dark, slimy walls. Lumos, his wand, then produced a faint light. Using the faint light, Ivan looked at the object he had grabbed. It looked like a pocket watch, but there was only a single hand without numbers. "What is that?" asked Harry. "I don't know," answered Ivan. "I grabbed it from a room that the basilisk went through." Ivan hesitated to touch the hand of the clock. "We can figure out what is later. We need to hurry up and find Ron," said Harry eagerly. Yeah, said Ivan as he put the strange object into his pocket. They had to hurry since Tom was absorbing Ron's vitality, and the longer they took, the worse Ron would be. The two people ran through the damp tunnel. They then heard a loud sound. It was dark around, so they could only see a few feet in front of them. A faint light shined from the two wands. "Harry, Tom's wand is broken, so it will take time to cast powerful magic," said Ivan as they walked. "I'll catch the basilisk's attention, and you'll find the diary." "Diary?" Harry paused. The diary is the source of Tom's power. Remember, if you find it, try to destroy it. And Riddle doesn't know we know this, so it's our only chance. Okay, nodded Harry. He suddenly grabbed Ivan's shoulder. Look, isn't that? Ivan stretched out his wand, and with the faint glow, he saw the outline of a coiled snake. It was lying on the ground, motionless. This is the skin of the basilisk. In front of the two people lied a huge snakeskin. It was a light green, coiled around the tunnel. It was hollow and around 20 feet long. It was obvious it was from when the basilisk had shed its skin. They started walking again. They carefully turned another corner. What stood before them was a wall with two snakes coiled around each other, and they each had emerald eyes. "Harry, try speaking to them in parcel tongue," whispered Ivan. As Harry approached, he felt his throat dry. He tried to imagine the two stone snakes as real snakes, but he didn't need to. Their eyes looked like they were alive. "Open," said Harry in a low, dull hiss. The two snakes parted, the stone wall split from the middle, and they slowly slid apart and disappeared. Ivan hurried in. In front of them was a dimly lit room. Many of the stone pillars were engraved with entangled snakes, towering to the ceiling. They dissolved into the darkness and cast shadows over the whole room. "It is the Chamber of Secrets," whispered Ivan. The chamber was dead silent. The two people held their wands and slowly moved forward. Each step was more careful than the last. As they went past the last pair of pillars, they saw a statue as tall as the room itself. It clanged to the dark wall. Ivan looked up and saw the huge face. It was an old, monkey-like face. At the foot of the statue was Ron lying there like a dead man. Ron was like a discarded doll. His face was as pale as marble, cold and colorless. "Ron!" Harry dashed to him, knelt down, and shook him. "Ron, don't die, please, don't die." "He won't wake up," said a voice softly. Ivan turned towards the voice. He saw a tall boy leaning against a nearby pillar. "Tom Riddle," said Ivan softly while he pointed his wand at Tom. "It's no use, Mudblood. It's all over. There's only us here. No one will come and save you. And there's no rooster. Victory shall be mine. You'll soon be like this boy and stay here forever." "What did you do to Ron? Why is he like this?" shouted Harry as he stood up. "That is a very interesting question. It's a long story," said Riddle cheerfully. "But let me tell you before you take the eternal sleep. As far as I know, the real reason Weasley is like this because he opened his heart to a complete stranger and told all his secrets to that person." "What are you talking about?" asked Harry, surprised. "The diary," said Riddle. "Ever since my servant gave my diary to Ron, he has written his secrets in it for several months. He told me his troubles and sorrow. He is the most ordinary one of his family. His friends are better than him. No one notices him. He is weak and poor." "What?" Harry paused. "Harry Potter, you are the famous savior. You have never understood that Weasley is jealous of you. He envies your fame. He envies your talent." Riddle's eyes twinkled. "He told me he is worse than a first-year, even though he himself is a second-year student." Riddle glanced cautiously at Ivan and turned back to Harry. His eyes concealed an almost greedy expression. It was so boring to hear a 12-year-old boy talk about his childish troubles. Tom continued, "But I am tolerant. Write a few words to answer him. I am kind, considerate. I gradually gained his trust. He thought I was his only friend." Harry looked pale as a ghost. "I don't know why he would think that, but we have been friends since we meet." "Obviously you haven't." Tom gave a cold, shrill laugh. "After months of talking, Ron opened his soul to me. It was exactly what I needed. I swallowed his most secret fears, his deepest secret, his most intense jealousy. I grew stronger, stronger than little Weasley, strong enough to control him, to accomplish what I had always wanted to do, and it was all in, stop your tricks, Tom. It isn't going to work. When Ron wakes up, I will kick his, but until he figures out that we have always treated him like our best friend. Fucking Mudblood. I knew you were a problem. I want to kill you the moment you took out that 50-year-old newspaper clipping," said Tom as he turned his head to look at Ivan in disgust. "So is that why you attacked me with a corrosive curse at Dueling Club? Ron's broken wand weakened my magic, but it was a mistake of mine. You were more cunning than I thought, and I should not have exposed myself so early. If Dumbledore had noticed that it was me that put Ron under the Imperious curse, I would have." Is that why you try to make him use the killing curse on me? No. Without me controlling his body, he couldn't pull it off, so it was just a simple green light, said Riddle proudly. The imperious curse was just to throw off Dumbledore, but he was still suspicious. Ron didn't disappoint me, though. He was cowardly and concealed the diary from everyone. He was afraid that people would figure out that he was a person that helped in the attacks. Upon hearing Riddle's words, Ivan held his wand tightly, and Harry clenched his fists tightly. But since that moment, Ron didn't trust me anymore, said Riddle. He finally got suspicious and tried to throw away the diary. Harry, how I hoped that you would pick it up. As I said, I desperately wanted to see you. Why did you want to see me? Asked Harry angrily. Oh, Harry, Ron told me everything about you, said Riddle. You are breathtaking, your enchanting past. His gaze turned to the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. His face began to look like a starved beast. I must know more about you, talk to you, and see you in person if possible. Riddle once again turned his eyes to Ivan and said in disgust, but I didn't think it would be a filthy mud-blood to pick up my diary. I tried to control you like I controlled Ron. I tried to gain your trust. I even wanted to tell you about the Chamber of Secrets opening 50 years ago, but unfortunately, I saw through you, said Ivan with a face full of disdain. You are indeed a crafty mud-blood, a nuisance, as I initially thought. Riddle's voice soon returned to being calm. I felt you were on guard against me, but you had a powerful lust for magical knowledge, so I changed my plans. I decided to slowly lure you in with the promise of power. You failed once again, Tom, said Ivan as he began to accumulate magic. Obviously, but can you tell me why? Asked Riddle eagerly. A girl once told me wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, said Ivan as Luna figure came to mind. The most important thing is to believe in friendship, believe in family, believe in love, believe in all things good. Tom, you can never do this. Besides your own strength, you do not believe in anything, so you are doomed to fail. Love. It's ridiculous that you think these things are more reliable than power. Typical mindset of the weak. Well, let's get back to business. I have a lot of questions to ask you. Harry Potter. What are your questions? Harry snapped. His fists were still tightly clenched. There are many. For example, there was a wry smile on Riddle's face. How does a baby, without any powerful magic, defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How could you escape unharmed, leaving only a scar and kill Voldemort? H.I.'s eyes were like a starving wolf with a strange red glow. It's funny that you were defeated by Harry, but you don't know how you failed. Voldemort, is this you so-called powerful magic? Smiled Ivan. Ivan was looking for the diary. Now Riddle is just a memory without a physical form. He is absorbing Ron's vitality and forming a body. Attacking him would not get anywhere. Only if we find a Horcrux can we solve everything. I underestimated you again, Mudblood. It seems that you already know who I am. I am Voldemort. He is my past, present, and future. He took Ron's broken wand and wrote in the air, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Voldemort is my own new name, whispered Tom. Do you think I'm going to use my filthy muggle father's name my entire life? In my veins flows the blood of Salazar Slytherin. I won't keep that repulsive muggle name. He abandoned me before I was born because his wife was a witch. That's impossible. I'm going to give myself a new name, which means freshman. I know that one day, when I become the greatest magician in the world, wizards everywhere will be afraid to say my name. Although Harry already knew Tom was Voldemort, Harry still froze when he saw the name written in the air. He looked at Riddle, the man who had killed his parents and so many others. No, you are not. Harry forced himself to speak. His quiet voice was full of hate. Not what? Asked Tom sternly. Not the greatest wizard in the world, said Harry, while being a little short of breath. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the greatest wizard is Albus Dumbledore. Everybody says that even when you were strong, you didn't dare step foot in Hogwarts. You feared Dumbledore then, and you still fear him now. The smile on Riddle's face vanished, and he put on a very ugly expression. From the first time we meet to the end, Dumbledore never believed me. When I first saw him in the orphanage, I knew. But it doesn't matter, I know spells that he never imagined. I am the most powerful. Now tell me, Harry Potter, How long do you think your words can keep you and that mud blood next to you alive? Why did you fail once you laid hands on me? I don't know myself, said Harry stiffly, but I can see why you didn't kill me, as Ivan said, because my mother died trying to save me. She stopped you with her love for me. Harry was shaking with anger. She stopped you from killing me. I saw the real you. I saw you last year. All that is left of you is a husk. It's the end of the line. You are evil. You are ugly, and you are disgusting. Riddle turned and looked at the statue of Slytherin. His grinning face was more visible. Now let's see, can you and that mud blood escape from the greatest dark wizard of all time? Tom spoke in parcel tongue. The huge stone statue's mouth opened and formed a giant dark hole. Ivan looked at the face of the statue of Slytherin, which was barely visible. He then saw the diary that he was looking for above the statue. The basilisk slowly slithered out of the statue. Its body was full of scars, Snape's attacks, and the rooster's crow has made it unusually tired and weak. But for two young wizards, the basilisk is still deadly, even in its weakened state. Kill them, cried Tom frantically. The basilisk slithered towards them. Ivan's wand produced a pink light. It was the conjunctivitis curse, but it was neutralized by a spell from Riddle. Are you stupid? Do you think I would let you do the same thing twice? Riddle screamed. Now mud blood smelled the sweet embrace of death. Before his words finished, music filled the Chamber of Secrets. It was eerie, spine-tingling, unearthly. Ivan saw a crimson bird descend suddenly. It was the size of a crane, playing its eccentric music. It had a glittering tail, which was as big as a peacock's, a pair of glittering claws, and a parcel on his talon. It's Fawkes Dumbledore's phoenix. He flew over and threw a tattered hat to the two men's feet. Ivan saw that it was the school's sorting hat. That's hilarious. Riddle suddenly burst out laughing. He smiled and trembled. It was as if there were 10 of them laughing at the same time. This is what Dumbledore sends his defender, a singing bird and a tattered hat. Do you feel brave, Harry Potter? Do you feel safe now? As Tom's voice fell, he saw Fawkes fly towards the basilisk and circle its head. The basilisk tried to attack the phoenix with its fangs. But it was no use. Fawkes swooped down and plunged its long golden beak into the head of the basilisk. Fawkes sang a strange song. From time to time it pecked the basilisk. Black blood soon gushed out. The phonics had pecked it blind. No, kill the boys. Leave the bird alone. The boys are behind you, screamed Riddle loudly. Harry, believe in yourself. Ivan shoved the sorting hat into Harry's hand. He then turned towards the statue of Slytherin and shouted, I'll get the diary. You have to destroy it. Harry blankly stared at the tattered hat. He then felt something hard in the hat. He looked down and saw a glittering silver sword. The hilt was studded with dazzling rubies the size of eggs. Harry pulled it out. The rubies faintly glowed. The proof of courage, the sword of Gryffindor. While the phoenix was fighting the basilisk, Ivan ran to the statue. Tom seemed to realize what he was going for, so Tom cast a few spells towards Ivan. The few spells that Tom cast barely missed him. Kill the mudblood. Don't let him get near the statue. He is on your right, shouted Tom. The basilisk ignored the phoenix and pounced towards Ivan. Ivan looked back and saw two gigantic, bloody eyes come closer and closer. Just as he thought he was going to be swallowed by a basilisk, Harry appeared between him and the basilisk. He threw his wand to the ground, gripped the sword in his hands tightly. His face was pale, but it also showed he had the courage to face the basilisk. The basilisk didn't notice Harry, and Riddle wanted to tell him, but he was a moment too late. Harry mercilessly stabbed the basilisk, leaving a deep wound where you could see bone. It was more damaging than all the previous spells combined. The basilisk jumped back. A loud hissing sound filled the chamber. It twisted its body wildly, and it coiled around the pillars, causing the whole chamber to shake. Harry was flung and hit a wall, causing him to lose consciousness. The basilisk pounced towards Harry. It then went for the kill. Fortunately, Fawkes flew up and stopped the basilisk and continued its assault on the basilisk. Ivan didn't have time to focus on the fighting. He quickly climbed up the statue while struggling to escape the spells that Tom cast. These spells were powerful. Each spell that Tom cast caused stone to fly everywhere. The statue of Slytherin statue has become unrecognizable. But him casting and controlling the spells with a broken wand takes a lot of energy. Damn it. Riddle threw Ron's wand down. Ivan saw him go to where Harry had thrown down his wand and pick it up. Ivan climbed faster. He was so close to the diary, but Tom then cast a green-colored spell. It was a lot thicker than before. Run, thought Ivan as he gritted his teeth and jumped up and grabbed the diary. He then threw himself towards Harry. In the very next second, the green light struck him. Ivan, an excruciating pain spread throughout his entire body. Ivan heard Harry shout his name. He wanted to respond, but he could feel his life fading. He only had a little strength left. He fell down into the open mouth of the Slytherin statue. It was a dark, bottomless cavern. It devoured Ivan mercilessly. With the little light that was left, Ivan saw the object that looked like a pocket watch fly out from his pocket. The pointer turned counterclockwise and whirled. Ivan didn't know how many times it had spun. When the last glimmer of light disappeared, the luster in Ivan's eyes soon followed. He didn't know how much time had passed. Ivan gently opened his eyes. Is this the feeling of death? The Chamber of Secrets had not only become dark, but it also became gradually clear. No, this isn't the Chamber of Secrets. Although the room was similar in size to the Chamber of Secrets, it lacked the dreaded snake carvings on the pillars, and the statue of Slytherin was non-existent. It was very messy. It looked like an enlarged version of Snape's office. There were a variety of herbs and magical potions, which were filled with colorful liquids and stuffed animals. It would make anyone feel happy. Who are you to enter my room without permission? Ivan saw a young man with black hair wearing dark green retro-style wizard robes. He was unusually handsome and looked like a noble. The young wizard eyed Ivan with suspicion and wonder. He then pulled out a silver wand. Hello, my name is Ivan Masson. Where is this? Ivan was puzzled. He was in the Chamber of Secrets, fighting Voldemort and the Basilisk, but now he was lying in a room with a wizard that he had never seen before. Ivan is positive that the other person isn't a Hogwarts student or professor. No matter who, they always have a certain temperament. It used to be my father's castle, but now it's a magical school called Hogwarts, said the man slowly. My name is Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of this school. Hearing his words left Ivan speechless. Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, this young man, how can he be over 1,000 years old while looking so young? This chamber is my secret chamber, so no one should know about it, said Salazar, while carefully looking at Ivan with his eyes narrowed. And you just said your name is Ivan Masson. I have never heard of a wizarding family called Mason. Are you a mudblood? Under the icy gaze of the other, Ivan cautiously nodded. He saw the apparent disgust on Slytherin's face. For a moment, Ivan felt a sense of danger from the other. He was able to sense that this young man was powerful. He wasn't much different from Dumbledore or Voldemort. Ivan noticed that the room was decorated in a rugged medieval style. This can't be Hogwarts 1,000 years ago. This unusually handsome young man can't be Salazar Slytherin himself. Ivan felt his brain fry. He suddenly thought of the magical item that looked like a pocket watch. He touched his chest, and it was still there. Sir, I'm a student at Hogwarts. I am from Gryffindor, said Ivan before Slytherin made him disappear. Godric student? Salazar looked at Ivan. You're lying. I've never seen you. I did not lie to you. You haven't seen me before, because I came from Hogwarts 1,000 years in the future. I don't know what's going on myself, but I may have been brought here by this thing, said Ivan while showing the item that looked like a pocket watch. A time turner. That's fascinating, said Salazar as he carefully looked at the pocket watch. It doesn't look like a typical time turner. There is strange magic on it. This has a very sophisticated design. It looks a bit like Rowena's work. Seeing Slytherin's expression, Ivan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the other side finally believed him. Otherwise, he would have met a miserable fate. After 1,000 years, Salazar was still feared. Who knows how Salazar would have disposed of him? Come with me. I will take you to see Godric and Rowena, said Salazar with a glimmer in his eyes and a sneer on his face. If I learn that you lied to me, you will regret doing so. Salazar, Slytherin grabbed Ivan's shoulder. Though there was thick clothing separating them, Ivan still felt cold. The other's hands were as cold as ice. In a moment they apparat. Ivan felt a strong, stretching force. It was as if he was being pulled through a hole as small as a pea. He was stretched in all directions. His chest felt like 1,000 pounds was on it. His eyeballs were stretched into the back of his head. His eardrums were pressed deep into his skull. Ivan was spinning. It was dark. He couldn't breathe, and it was like every part of his body was being stretched to its limit. Just as he thought he was going to suffocate, they arrived in a room. He breathed in the fresh air. This should be the headmaster's office. The decorations were very elegant. Thick draperies hung by 2 sets of silver armor. Exquisite murals were painted on the walls. The floor had a decorative pattern carved into it. In the center of the room was 4 tables. Salazar, I'm glad to see you. I thought you would be shut in the basement for a week so you could brew your new potion, said a young woman with short brown hair. She seemed to be full of vigor. She was surrounded by papers and a glittering gold cup in front of her. The glass contained a bluish-black drink. I was but this mud blood appeared, Helga. Salazar grunted while pushing Ivan forward. Keep an eye on him while I go find Godric and Rowena. Salazar soon disappeared. Only Ivan and Helga was left. Ivan seemed overly formal while Helga was looking at him. Take it easy, kid, said Helga as she smiled. Don't let it get to you. Salazar may seem fierce on the outside, but he is a good person at heart. He is just bad at expressing himself. She snapped her fingers, and a house elf soon appeared in the room. Toto, give this gentleman some of my homemade snacks, whispered Helga. She then turned her head and looked at Ivan. Right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Helga Hufflepuff. What's your name? Hello, my name is Ivan Mason. Ivan tasted the cake the house elf brought over. He didn't know what it was, but it tasted sweet. A muggle-born wizard, that a rarity. You know muggles have a deep prejudice against wizards. They seem more interested in tying us to a stake and burning us, said Helga. I haven't seen a young muggle-born wizard for many years. Ivan, can you tell me who your teacher is? In fact, I'm also a student at Hogwarts. Ivan quickly summarized what had happened. So you came from Hogwarts 1,000 years in the future, said Helga. The expression on her face was a shocked one. Ivan gave her the time turner, and she studied it for a while before sitting on the table. I'm not proficient in time magic. This is more of Rowena's field, but it looks like it can take you back to a period where you didn't exist. The power of this time turner must be immense. It can be seen that Hufflepuff is interested in the Hogwarts that he came from. She asked Ivan quite a few questions about her house, and from the look on her face, she seemed to be very satisfied with its performance. The Sorting Hat is doing well. It is sorting people into my house with similar philosophies, said Helga. The other 3 are all the same. They ignore the innate qualities. They don't nurture those qualities so the young wizards can't grow in the right way, which is a very dangerous thing. I think aptitude is the wisest choice, said a hoarse, ethereal female voice. Her voice had just fallen, and 3 figures appeared before Ivan. Standing on the left side was Slytherin, and next to him was Rowena Ravenclaw. She had a slender figure, with waist-long hair and pale blue eyes full of wisdom, wearing a crown with a glittering gem, which made her seem mysterious. On the right was Godric Gryffindor. He was tall, handsome. His hair was fiery red, with a thin scar on his left eye which made him look a bit rugged. Rowena apparently heard what Helga said just now. Rowena continued with a hoarse voice. You are too kind. We have to be cautious when we select a young wizard to teach. We have to carefully choose the student. She then noticed the time turner on the table. She looked interested when she looked down. But the topic is still going. Look at what Hogwarts has fallen to after a millennium. They let mud bloods into the school, said Salazar while scornfully glancing at Ivan. Choose your words wisely, Salazar. This child is from my house, said Godric. Face reality. Many muggle-born children have excellent magical talent, and their heart is good. In contrast, those who inherit their pure blood status for a long time often turn to dark wizards. They bully muggles and kill muggles for joy. If this situation continues, the wizarding world will struggle to survive. I have told you countless times, Godric, Salazar slowly said. I am writing a letter to the Ministry of Magic to set up a prison to imprison the dark wizards. But we must maintain the purity of the wizarding bloodlines. Those muggles aren't reliable. They just want to burn us at the stake, and you still want to accept such people as students. That's because they don't have the knowledge that wizards have, so the wizarding world creates fear. We need to guide the young wizards that have magical gifts so we can give them the right ideals. That is an idiotic idea. You want to help them destroy us, said Salazar in a cold voice. You and your stubborn prejudices. The times are different, and if you continue to think like this, Hogwarts will sooner or later become the school to cultivate dark wizards. Godric put his hand on his sword. As long as I'm here, the dark wizards will never step into Hogwarts, said Salazar as he pulled out his wand. The temperature in the room dropped. But I will only choose the most pure blood wizards because they are the most trustworthy. Helga and Rowena have decided to enroll Muggle-born students this year, said Godric. We have made a magical object that can pinpoint all children who are 11 years of age and have magical abilities. To enroll Muggle students in the school without my consent. Do you dare to do so? Salazar looked shocked and snapped. This is my father's castle. This is also the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, shouted Godric loudly. Go back to your basement with your stubbornness and prejudice. Godric then drew his sword. Do you want it to be a real man's duel to determine the future of Hogwarts? That is my intention. Let me see. Enough, you two. Helga stopped the both of them. You discuss these things in front of a guest. That is very impolite. Especially since our little guest came from the future. Perhaps you should listen to what he has to say about Hogwarts after 1,000 years. After Rowena finished talking, the room calmed. Gryffindor and Slytherin turned their heads and looked at Ivan. Ravenclaw, who has been looking at the time-turner, also raised her head and stared silently at him. Under the watchful eye of the four, Ivan told them everything he knew. They were very interested in the status of Hogwarts, the students, school curriculum, and etc. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff frequently interrupted Ivan to ask questions. Only Slytherin didn't say a word. He quietly listens to Ivan. His face became darker. It was obvious that he was amazed that wizards and muggles were at peace. But the most difficult thing for him to accept is that more and more pure-blood families began to marry muggles. Pure blood seemed to be a joke, not an honor of supremacy. It wasn't until Ivan said something about Slytherin's family that he stood up. Enough, mudblood. You say my descendant will become a dark wizard. You are insulting the great Slytherin family. Ivan felt a strong sense of oppression coming from Salazar. It was crushing him to the point where he could barely breathe, but the feeling of oppression quickly faded. Gryffindor stood up. Ivan is not insulting the Slytherin family. He is just stating the facts. Obviously your descendant, the dark wizard called Voldemort, has a few ideas that resemble yours, and I've already told you your mindset is dangerous, said Godric. Blood, strength, and power. Salazar, this is what you and purebloods want. In your opinion, it isn't wrong to do whatever it takes to get there, but you should be more principled sometimes, said Helga. To indulge in excessive power will blind a person. Only the brightest can avoid such a fate, said Rowena softly. Wizards should control magic. Magic shouldn't control the wizard. After the three finished, Slytherin didn't retort. He sat down. His face was pale. You couldn't see the slightest color. Gryffindor motioned for Ivan to go on. Ivan decided to leave out that Slytherin left the school after a dispute with the other three. By the look on Slytherin's face, it was likely he would try to kill Ivan if he said anything like that. He hesitated for a while before he told the story about the chamber. God, Salazar, you built a secret room inside the school and left a basilisk in it? I would have never imagined you would do something like that, said Godric. Well, it is my castle. I have the right to make the necessary modifications to it and give my descendants something to help them. And don't think I don't know about the secret rooms you all built. Okay, but I'd never thought you would leave a basilisk. That's not the point, gentlemen. The point is the diary that Ivan mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, is most likely a Horcrux, said Rowena softly. Horcrux? The other three seemed stunned for a moment, and after a while, Godric murmured, You mean that vile spell that Herpo the Foul made? Ravenclaw nodded lightly. The room became silent. No one made as much as a murmur. What crazy idiot would actually split his soul? Unless you want to turn yourself into a monster. I see no other use. You can live forever, but when you divide your soul, you will be trapped forever in an illusion. You can neither die, nor can you become a ghost. It's not a matter of ideals anymore. Godric stood up. Salazar, the Horcrux needs to be destroyed. This evil goes against the laws of nature. Will you let your offspring gradually go crazy and ultimately destroy everything he touches, including Hogwarts? If you say that, then I will personally deal with him. The honor of the Slytherin family can't be tainted, said Salazar. But my opinion stays the same. The mud bloods of the future still make me uncomfortable. Well, you may choose what you leave your heirs, but we must also leave something for the future of Hogwarts. I don't want the school to be destroyed by a man like that, said Godric while pacing back and forth. Your secret room, Salazar, whispered Rowena. We can build a real chamber of secrets and leave something inside. A true heir will only be able to open it at the most critical moment when Hogwarts is endangered. This idea is genius. We can leave a few tests and secret treasures to ensure the future of Hogwarts. We can use our own personal philosophy and ensure the destruction of the dark wizards, said Godric excitedly. I agree with Rowena's proposal. What do you think? I have no opinion, said Helga while smiling and nodding. Whatever you want, but I'll do it my way, said Salazar with a gloomy hum. Ivan looked at the four excited people. The Hogwarts founders left secrets, treasures. What is this, a treasure hunt? Thought Ivan. In that case, let's take a look at the secret room first, said Rowena. She then turned towards Ivan. As for you, I just finished looking at the time turner. It was started in the wrong way, so it took you to a time you didn't exist. Then what should I do now? Can I go back? Asked Ivan, worried. Don't worry, but we do have to hurry. When the magic runs out, you will be sent back to your previous time, said Rowena. Before that, you have to go back where you were before, so there won't be any surprises. When they heard her words, Gryffindor thought about visiting Ivan, and Hufflepuff regretted that Ivan could not have tasted the food she had made. The five of them went directly to the chamber with Slytherin's key. The Chamber of Secrets, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff looked around in satisfaction. It was indeed the best place to store treasure. Here, Mudblood, you fell from this place. Slytherin led Ivan to the place that he was at on the statue. Ivan then felt time warp around him. Intelligence is man's greatest treasure, said Rowena with a peculiar husky, ethereal voice. Goodbye, Ivan Masson. In the future, when Hogwarts faces its most perilous moment, I hope you can pass the tests and find the treasures we left behind. Ivan, said Helga cheerfully. I'll leave my recipes here, so if you find them, they'll be yours. Listen, boy, said Godric loudly while clenching his fists. I'll leave a few powerful Gryffindor-exclusive weapons, so kick that dark wizard's ass. Don't let me down. If you fail, I will beat you up. Salazar had not spoken. He looked very unhappy. He stared at Ivan's face, but right before Ivan disappeared, he stepped forward and put something into Ivan's hand. This potion is... I'm sorry my descendant hurt your gift. Before Ivan could reply, he was sent spinning. He was back to the spot he originally was. He was lying in the statue of Slytherin. It was like everything that had just happened was a dream. Ivan struggled to sit up. His body ached all over. He should be inside the Slytherin's statue's mouth now. He was in a large space. Just above him was a hole where the basilisk comes in and out. Strange, very strange. I went back 1,000 years. Was it a dream? Ivan shook his head and gripped his wand. While he gripped his wand, he turned his attention to something in his hand. Lumos, whispered Ivan. With the faint light from his wand, he saw that it is a small potion with a darkish gold color. This is Salazar's potion. Ivan paused for a moment. He was now certain that what had transpired was not a dream, but reality. He used the time turner to go back 1,000 years and meet the founders. As Hufflepuff said, Slytherin's wasn't as mean as he looked, and, at the end of the day, Salazar gave him a potion, which is unbelievable. Ivan then remembered a potion that was introduced in a magic book. The potion that he held matched its description. The recipe has been lost for ages. He carefully put the potion in his pocket. If others knew he had it, they will most likely try to take it for themselves. Even the Ministry of Magic might take it from him. He was prepared to take the potion when no one was around. Then Ivan thought of something when he was about to leave. The school's founders said they were going to leave a few secret treasure in the Chamber of Secrets to help him protect Hogwarts from Voldemort. If he is right, the treasures should be somewhere in this statue. He hurriedly looked around. As the lair of the basilisk, the inner part of the statue was larger than the outside. It was filled with abodes of small animals. After searching a little, he found a hidden door. He opened the dark door. Dust flew everywhere. When the dust settled, Ivan was standing in the doorway of a round room. The room was exactly the same as the room he had visited 1,000 years ago. It was beautifully decorated. It contained statues of the 4 founders in the 4 corners. Unlike the old Slytherin statue outside, the 4 statues here were the 4 giants of the age: power-hungry Salazar Slytherin, benevolent Helga Hufflepuff, fair Rowena Ravenclaw, and bold Godric Gryffindor. They looked exactly the same as the people he had just met. In front of the 4 stone statues were 4 stone altars with rounded grooves. This should be the real chamber of secrets of the founders with the secret treasures they left behind, but I must pass the test first. Ivan took a step forward and saw different words on the walls. It was like a gigantic sorting hat. On Gryffindor's wall in golden paint was, "Bold Gryffindor from Wild Moor, he gives the most courageous people the highest reward. The key to open the treasure is the courage buried in one's heart. You need your proud followers' recognition." Hufflepuff was written in black. The benevolent Hufflepuff comes from Valley Broad. She treats everyone equally. Everyone has a chance to get her treasure. The key to open the treasure is integrity and loyalty. All you need is to trust in your most humble friend. Ravenclaw was written in blue paint. Fair Ravenclaw from Glen. The brightest of minds deserves a reward. The key to unlocking my treasure is an extraordinary intellect, which you will inherit forever from your equally intelligent ally. The last one was Slytherin's wall. It was written in silver. Power-hungry Slytherin from Fun. He only believed in the most pure blood wizards. Mudbloods can't get anything from me. The key to unlocking this treasure is a mighty power. It is kept in the depths of the earth by his cunning servant. Ivan finally finished reading. He didn't see any more words. These 4 guys had really bad taste. The whole room seemed to be a riddle. He couldn't understand these hints. Ivan didn't have the slightest clue where the keys to the secret treasures were. Who were the followers, friends, allies, and servants mentioned above? He had to remember all these words. He had to find clues when he gets out of the chamber. By the time Ivan remembered everything, he heard a terrible scream from outside the statue. He finally remembered about Tom and the basilisk. He hurried out of the room. Just as he came out of Slytherin's mouth, Ivan heard Harry shout his name. He hurriedly responded. Fawkes flew down to carry him away. Harry seemed to be successful in settling everything. The scream must have been Tom. In the middle of the chamber was the basilisk's lifeless body. It was pierced by the sword of Gryffindor. Beside it was Tom's diary, which was penetrated by the fangs of the basilisk. The venom had burned a hole in the diary. Ivan, we won. I defeated Tom. I destroyed the diary like you told me to, said Harry when he saw Fawkes bring Ivan down. Harry hurriedly asked with a concerned look, "How are you? Are you okay? I saw you get hit by Tom's spell." "I'm all right. It's a long story. I'll tell you later." Ivan shook his head. He saw Ron, who was still beneath the statue. He hurriedly said, "Let's check on Ron's condition." By the time Ivan and Harry made it to Ron, he was already upright. He had a vacant gaze when he saw the basilisk corpse. He fell on the blood-stained robes of Harry and the equally tattered robe of Ivan's. When he saw the diary at his feet, he shivered and gasped. Tears streamed out. "Ivan, Harry, it was all me. I shouldn't have believed in Tom. I want to tell everyone, but I was afraid. Riddle said if I do it, you would never think of me as a friend again." "Yeah, you're a real jerk. If I wasn't dead tired now, I would beat you up, Ron," said Ivan angrily. "You believed in Voldemort, not in your friends." "It's all my fault. I should be expelled," said Ron. "After the first attack, I felt abnormal. I was naive enough to think everything would be fine if I got rid of the diary, but everything just kept getting worse and worse." "It's over now, Ron." Harry comforted him and said, "We all believe in you. You were just under Riddle's control. You didn't do it with your own free will. But I forgive you since you saved Ginny and the common Ron," said Ivan. He dragged Ron to his feet. "But in the future, tell us the first time and don't try to solve it yourself." Fox kept circling the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets. It was waiting for them. Before they could leave, Hermione and Lockhart stumbled in. Lockhart looked terrified. He was trembling. Hermione was pointing her wand at his back. "Miss Granger, we may already be too late. We cannot save your friends. I am sorry. You know me and Mr. Mason." Before Lockhart's words finished, they saw the huge basilisk's body. Lockhart's knees gave. He collapsed to the ground, and with a panicked scream, he shouted, "Snake! Snake! Big snake!" "Oh my God, are you all right?" Hermione then saw Ivan, Harry, and Ron. They were standing by the corpse of the basilisk. She ran up with flushed eyes and hugged everyone. "We're all right, but if you keep holding me so tightly, I won't be sure." Ivan was weak. He felt that their hug felt longer than the other two people. "By the way, how did you get in here with Lockhart?" "That's it," said Hermione. She then lightly blushes as she ended their embrace. Having heard her explanation, Ivan now knew after they were taken away by the basilisk. Professor McGonagall and the other teachers hurried to the common room where the incident transpired. They intended to go to Dumbledore, but the headmaster was entangled with the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and Lucius Malfoy. When the chamber was opened 50 years ago, the first victim was Moaning Myrtle. With that information, she speculated the entrance was in the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. She then decided to ask Professor Lockhart for help. "But I didn't expect him to come down with me to save you. He even tried to escape when he heard the basilisk was attacking the students. So I forced him to come with my wand. I couldn't find anyone else to help. I didn't want to delay it. I feared if I did, you guy would," said Hermione while looking down at Lockhart, who had collapsed on the floor. Ivan hurriedly held Hermione in his arms and patted her head. She looked frightened. "But why was he trying to run away?" "I mean, he is the defense against the dark arts teacher. He wrote so many amazing books," said Harry in disbelief. "This is how do you say? When I took this position, there were not any requirements. I didn't think." The 4 people turned and stared at him. Lockhart mumbled, "Books can be deceptive." "You lied." Hermione looked up in astonishment. "Did you write those books?" "My dear Miss Granger." Lockhart moved to the side. "Think about it for a moment. If you don't let people think it was all my doing, it will be bad for sales. Readers won't be willing to read the stories if they knew it was an ugly old American wizard who saved a village from the scourge of a werewolf. Put my picture on the cover. It's not hard to fool people. And the witch who banished the Bandan Banshee, she had a hairy chin. I mean, think about it. So you took credit for all the thing that other people have accomplished," said Hermione. "It is not as simple as it sounds." Lockhart shook his head impatiently and moved a few meters to the side. "I do a lot of work. I have to find these people and ask them how they accomplished these feats. And then I erase their memories with a charm, so they forget it." "Memory charm?" Ivan was secretly wary. He had almost forgotten that this guy was a master of memory charms. "Yes, if I have anything to be proud of, it is memory charms. You know, I have to work hard. I have to sign books and pictures. If you want to be famous, you must be prepared to work hard for a long time." It seemed Lockhart grabbed something from the floor. He then stood up panting. He had Ron's wand in his hand. He showed a peculiar smile, revealing his bright teeth. "Well, children, it's over," said Lockhart. "I will bring the corpse of this serpent back to school and tell them you lost your minds in grief." "Professor, how can you do this?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione were astonished. Ivan was going to knock him down with a stunning spell, but when he noticed he had Ron's broken wand in his hand, he gave up. Ivan could feel Hermione tremble in his arms. He patted her on her shoulders and motioned her to relax. "Lockhart isn't anywhere near as talented as Tom. He won't be able to cast a spell properly with a broken wand. I'm not stupid enough to let you expose me, so say farewell to your memories, children." Lockhart lifted the broken wand high above his head and shouted, "Obliviate!" Boom! The wand exploded. It was at least the strength of a small bomb. Lockhart was struck by his own magic and went flying. He landed on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets. Seeing the effect, Ivan knew it was very powerful. God, is he all right? He was struck by his own memory charm. He shouldn't remember who he is anymore. It may not be a bad thing for him, or Professor Lockhart will go crazy when we expose him, whispered Ivan. "Professor, who are you talking about?" Lockhart looked up at them kindly. This place is so strange. Do you live here? No. Harry shook his head. Well, let us get out of here. We have been here all night, and we all need a good rest. Besides, Professor Dumbledore is still waiting for us. Don't let him worry too much. He had a headache when he thought of Dumbledore's questioning. Who knows what the greatest wizard of the modern age will think, though he doesn't mind helping Harry with Voldemort. It isn't good to be manipulated by others. After they defeated the Basilisk and Tom, there was little to do. First, he must be careful of Dumbledore. He doesn't want to be controlled like Harry, but this doesn't concern him too much. Second, the four founders left some secret treasures. I don't know what they are, but from what the four founders said, it must be something that can greatly help against their fight with Voldemort and save Hogwarts. But the question is, where are the four keys hidden? Thought Ivan. Now that Lockhart has lost his memory, he will be exposed, he will be ruined. This isn't good news for the Hogwarts Magic newspaper. Ivan now had to find something new to lure people in. Ivan saw Ron standing there with a perplexed face. Harry stood beside him. Hermione was wondering what to say. She wanted to ask them about Tom. But Ivan hurriedly stopped Hermione. Leave Ron alone for a while. It can wait until tomorrow. Ivan believed that after this, Ron and Hermione will learn to take what is written in books with a grain of salt. At that time, the atmosphere of Dumbledore's office had become tense. Dumbledore sat silently behind his desk. No one could figure out what he was thinking. Not far behind him stood a pale, frightened Professor McGonagall and a gloomy bandaged Snape. In front of the desk was a man who looked very strange. The man was short and stout with an anxious look on his face. His clothes were strange. A fine striped suit, a bright red tie, a long black cloak, and purple pointy boots. He was the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Sitting across from him, in an uncomfortable-looking chair, shaking his body, wiping his tears with a big handkerchief, and muttering the names of Ivan, Harry, and Ron was Hagrid. Mrs. Weasley was sitting in front of the fire. Mr. Weasley sat by her comforting her. They came as soon as they knew Ron had been taken, but they didn't expect the situation to be so bad. The only thing that pleased him was Lucius Malfoy. He was sitting in the corner. He wrapped himself tightly in a black cloak. He looked at the other with a cold, contented smile. Beside Lucius was a strange creature wrapped in bandages. It trembled silently. It was the house elf Dobby. Dobby seemed to be saddened by the disappearance of Harry. "I'm sorry, Albus," said Cornelius Fudge in a crisp tone. "The situation is very bad. A basilisk broke into the castle, attacked, and took 3 students. Compared to the previous 3 attacks, this is too much. The Ministry must take action." "Cornelius, I hope you understand there is no point in taking Hagrid away. He is sitting among us now, not in the Chamber of Secrets," said Dumbledore softly. "But Albus," said Fudge unnaturally, "Hagrid's record is against him. The Ministry has to take some kind of action. We must consult the Board of Governors. Please allow me to butt in, Minister." Lucius Malfoy softly coughed. The Board of Governors not only agreed to the Ministry's arrest request, but the governors felt it was also necessary for you to leave. This is an order of suspension. It is signed by all 12 of the governors. Until next year, the students will be left without a headmaster. "You are going to get rid of Dumbledore. That is insane," shouted Mr. Weasley as he stood up. "Don't think I don't know. It must be one of your plots, Malfoy." "That is very vile slander, Weasley. It's hard to imagine a magical law enforcement official who lacks control, but with the absurd things you've done before," said Lucius as he turned his head and smiled. "Minister, if I were you, I would drive this guy out of the Ministry of Magic." "Dear Lucius, I don't think these things," said Cornelius Fudge. His son was taken into the chamber. "He is just a little agitated. And I don't think it is the best idea to dismiss Dumbledore. This is Hogwarts' internal affairs. All 12 governors have voted," winked Lucius in triumph. "Malfoy, how many people have you threatened and blackmailed to make them agree?" Hagrid fiercely stood up. "You can't dismiss Dumbledore. If you do, Hogwarts won't have a chance to survive." "Good heavens, your bad temper will get you into trouble someday, Hagrid," said Malfoy with a sneer. "I want to give you a piece of advice. Don't shout at the Dominators. They don't like it." "Isn't that so, Minister?" Yes. I mean, what we need to do now is to find out the truth as soon as possible." Nodded Fudge. "Hagrid, I want you to come with us." So you send innocent people to prison. Look at it from my point of view, Minerva. I'm under a lot of pressure. I have to do something, said Fudge nervously. If we find out it wasn't Hagrid, he will come back in a snap. Don't worry. I think we will all know the truth soon. Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall and said, Minerva, will you please go out and greet Mr. Mason, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger? What? Everyone was surprised. The children actually came back from inside the chamber. 20 minutes before that, the kids took Lockhart and left the Chamber of Secrets. While Noah was paying attention, Ivan pulled out a basilisk fang. The venom makes it an excellent tool for attacking. With it, they don't have to worry about destroying the Horcruxes. They then exited the chamber with the basilisk and went back to the tunnel. With Fawkes' help, they flew through the water pipes and back to the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. Ivan planned to go to the school hospital first, but Fawkes went to the entrance of Dumbledore's office. Professor McGonagall was informed that they were coming, so she waited there when she saw Ivan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione covered with mud and mucus, especially Ivan and Harry's robes that had blood on it. Her heart skipped a beat and gasped. A few seconds later, she sent Lockhart to the school hospital and sent the other 4 to the headmaster's office. The door opened. Everyone was silent. Ron! Screamed Mrs. Weasley as jumped up and ran towards him. Behind her was Mr. Weasley. The two of them stretched out their arms and hugged Ron. Behind the two of them was Hagrid, who in a flash embraced Ivan, Harry, and Hermione. All 3 of them were hugged tightly. Ivan glanced around the room. He had a wry smile. It seemed that the headmaster's office was very lively before they came in. Thank God, said Mrs. Weasley as she walked up to Harry and Ivan. You saved Ron. You saved him. How did you do it? That's what we all want to know, said Snape as he stared at them. Ivan and Harry looked at each other quietly. Ivan motioned Harry to recount what happened. Harry hesitated for a moment. Harry went to Dumbledore's desk and put the sorting hat, the silver sword, and Riddle's diary on it. He then began to tell the story to everyone. He talked for about a quarter of an hour. Everyone listened intently. The room was silent. He told them that he had been hearing the basilisk's voice, and then after investigating, they figured that the monster must be a basilisk. It lurked in the water pipes, wandered around the school, and attacked the students. He then spoke of the battles, the one in the common room and in the Chamber of Secrets, how he and Ivan were brought to the Chamber of Secrets by the basilisk, how Ivan was struck by Riddle's spell, how the sorting gave him the sword, and how he used the sword to kill the basilisk. But his voice became hesitant. He avoided mentioning Riddle's diary and Ron's involvement in the plot. When they heard him say Voldemort's name, the room turned eerily quiet. The Weasleys, Hagrid, and Fudge shuddered. Snape's expression was also a little strange, and Lucius Malfoy, who had been huddled in the corner, had an unnatural expression. You mean this is all the one who shall not be named doing? It wasn't Hagrid that did it 50 years ago. He was caught and framed by that person. We even gave a reward for his contributions to the school, said Fudge. Cornelius, I told you before, Hagrid was wronged. He was innocent the entire time, Dumbledore said calmly. Yes, you did say that, but the student who caught Hagrid, Fudge said with uncertainty. His name was Tom. The student was Voldemort. He orchestrated a series of attacks inside the castle, but Harry and I stopped his plot, said Ivan. When he heard Ivan's words, he stepped back. Though he listened to Harry, he could not imagine how 2 young boys, not even in their teens, could defeat the most powerful dark wizard and a basilisk. The whole thing sounds like a fairy tale. Minister, since we have stopped Voldemort's plot and we saved Hogwarts, said Ivan as he stared at Fudge with a smile, can Harry, Hermione, Ron, and I get a special award for services to the school? What? Fudge paused for a moment and said, well, since you defeated the one who shall not be named, it shouldn't be a problem, but the Board of Governors need to approve it first, so it should take a few days. That's great. Thank you, Minister, said Ivan as he jumped up happily. If I may, I would like you to give us the award personally, and the news can be published in the Hogwarts Magic and Daily Prophet. I believe everyone appreciates the work that the ministry does. No problem, my dear child. I'll probably visit Hogwarts tomorrow with your award and Hagrid's pardon. Fudge looked very happy to hear that the ministry's reputation would not go down. Albus, since everything has been cleared up, I must leave. You know, there are a lot of things that are waiting for me to do. He said farewell to everyone and turned and left the headmaster's office, and Snape followed. Although we all know that Voldemort planned this, we still don't know how Ron came across Voldemort and came under his control in the first place, said Dumbledore when Fudge left. Because according to my sources, he is hiding in the forest of Albania. What? Said Mrs. Weasley in a startled voice. You mean the one who shall not be named controlled Ron, but Ivan just said it was them that defeated Voldemort together. Professor, the diary is the culprit. Harry hesitated to say anything. He grabbed the diary and showed Dumbledore. It was written by Riddle when he was 16. Dumbledore took the diary from Harry and stared down at it for a long time. He gazed at the damp, scorched pages. By the way, Dumbledore looked at the pages. He knew Dumbledore must have realized what it really was. This is amazing, said Dumbledore softly. Needless to say, he was probably the most gifted student that Hogwarts has ever produced. He turned around and told the Weasleys about a few of Voldemort's school days. But I don't understand. What does Ron have to do with this? It is because of the diary, said Ron. I have had it for an entire year. He's been talking to me. Ivan is right, I'm a jerk. I trusted a diary more than my friends. Ron, did I not teach you better? Gasped Mr. Weasley. Don't trust things that can think independently. That suspicious diary was apparently full of dark magic. Don't blame Ron, Mr. Weasley, said Ivan hastily. When the basilisk attacked in the common room, Ron saved Ginny. Very few wizards can break away from Voldemort's control, Dumbledore added. Arthur, you should be proud of Ron, and I believe you must have taught him a lot regarding this matter. So touching, just when everyone thought it was over, Lucius Malfoy suddenly stood up from the corner with a sneer. Dumbledore, don't you remember the board suspended you? You should care more about your position rather than a ridiculous diary and the self-esteem of a child. Before his words were finished, a letter suddenly appeared on Dumbledore's desk. I just wanted to tell you about it. Lucius, Dumbledore said calmly. I just got in touch with the other governors, and they told me that they think I'm the best person for the job. So, it is, said Lucius while squinting. On top of that, they told me something fascinating. It seems a certain someone was threatening to curse their families if they didn't agree with suspending me, said Dumbledore, while smiling at Lucius. What a good joke. Lucius's face was paler than usual. His eyes were seething with anger. In that case, I shall leave. I hope this attack will not happen again. Otherwise, as a school governor, I will be very troubled. Lucius was ready to leave, but the house elf who stood behind him was behaving strangely. His two gigantic eyes stared at Harry. It was pointing at Dumbledore's desk and then to Malfoy, while pounding his head with his fist. Harry then understood what Dobby was trying to tell him. He nodded at Dobby, and Dobby backed into a corner, now twisting his ears in punishment. Mr. Malfoy, don't you want to know how Ron got the diary? Asked Harry. What? Lucius looked at Harry with disgust. My time is precious. I have no interest in learning how a 12-year-old got a diary. Harry raised his voice. Ron said that he got it from Ginny's Transfiguration book, and I remember at Flourish and Blots you picked up Ginny's book. That must have been when you secretly stuffed the diary in. Am I right? When Mr. Weasley heard this, he jumped up and stared at Lucius angrily. He would have rushed over if Mrs. Weasley didn't stop him. Ivan noticed that Lucius clenched his hands into fists and then loosened them. Where is your evidence? Said Lucius with a hoarse voice. THRE is no way to provide evidence, smiled Dumbledore and said, Riddle has vanished from this book, but Lucius, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Don't give out any more of Voldemort's things, and if any more find their way into innocent hands, I think for one, Arthur will make sure is tracked back to you. Lucius stood still for a moment. His right hand twitched, as if he was about to draw his wand, but he restrained himself. I will remember your advice, Dumbledore. He turned to the house elf and said, Let's go, Dobby. He wrenched open the door, and, as the elf hurried over, Lucius kicked Dobby out of it. Everyone could hear Dobby squeal in pain as he was kicked along the corridor. While Ivan was looking at the back of Lucius, he felt a little bad for him since when the Dark Lord returns in a few years, he will have a horrible time. Harry stood in silence while staring at the diary. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Professor Dumbledore, said Harry hurriedly, may I return this diary to Mr. Malfoy? "Of course you can, Harry," said Dumbledore calmly. "But after that, you need to go to the school hospital so Madame Pomfrey can treat your wounds." Harry then grabbed the diary and rushed out of the office. Ivan thought for a moment. He then whispered something in Hermione's ear. She nodded and ran. Ron, Hagrid, and the Weasleys looked worried, so they followed. In the blink of an eye, only Dumbledore and Ivan were left in the office. "Sit down, Ivan." Dumbledore pointed to a chair. "It seems you have something to say to me." Ivan nodded and sat down since he had caught Dumbledore's attention. It would be better to avoid it than to take the initiative. "Relax, would you like some cockroach clusters? I heard you like." Dumbledore took a jar of sweets and offered it to Ivan. "No thank you, Professor." Ivan shook his head in a hurry. He only advertised the candy in the paper once, and even the ghost knew how he liked it. "In fact, I have something I would like to say to you. First, I must thank you for helping Harry in the Chamber of Secrets." Dumbledore's eyes shone. "I haven't seen an excellent young wizard like you in a long time, excluding Riddle, of course. Seeing you reminds me of an old friend." Ivan was still secretly wary, even though the other side told him to relax. He knows Dumbledore's history, and he knows who his old friend is. He is probably thinking about the Dark Lord before Voldemort, so it wasn't a good comment. "You flatter me, Professor. I just know a little more than others in the same year," said Ivan modestly. But in Hermione's words, "I'm just a bookworm." "You aren't a simple bookworm, though. I have read your articles, and they are brilliant. I have subscribed to almost every issue of the Hogwarts Magic." "Professor, if you're talking about the articles in the academic research section, I'm sorry, but they were given to me by Riddle before I knew he was Voldemort. Yeah, those studies were really profound. And like I said, Riddle was the best student Hogwarts has ever had." Dumbledore stared at Ivan. "You are like him in some place, but you are different and you have friends." Ivan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Dumbledore's remark. He knew it was his relationship with Harry, his attitude toward power, and his muggle origins that finally put the other person on his guard. Otherwise, with Dumbledore paying attention to him, he wouldn't be able to keep a single secret at Hogwarts. "If I am even a little bit dangerous, I will probably be illuminated." After all, Dumbledore wouldn't let a third Dark Lord rise to power. But then again, Ivan doesn't have an interest in power, immortality, or anything like that. So Dumbledore is just a little worried. When Ivan was preparing to leave to look for Harry, Dumbledore suddenly asked, "Ivan, do you know what this diary is?" "That is simple. It is a Horcrux," said Ivan without thinking. "Damn, it isn't a wise thing to expose what I know prematurely, even though I intend to fight Voldemort, but I don't want to become a disposable pawn," thought Ivan. He didn't know why he said it, but Dumbledore's voice seems to have a magic about it. It can make people unconsciously say what they are thinking. Dumbledore was surprised when he heard Ivan's words. He didn't think the boy would have guessed what it was. He was going to disclose some information, but he didn't think Ivan knew so much. "Yes, it is a Horcrux, but can you tell me how you know?" said Dumbledore kindly. "Rowena Ravenclaw told me. She said it was a wicked spell, capable of splitting the soul." "What?" When Ivan mentioned Rowena Ravenclaw, Dumbledore really froze. To avoid the suspicion of the other, Ivan hurriedly told him what had happened, including that the four founders left secret treasures. "Ravenclaw's time Turner is marvelous." Dumbledore soon regained his composure. "I hope you can find the hidden treasure through the four founders test." Ivan nodded. Dumbledore seemed to believe him. "You must already know Voldemort is the last descendant of Salazar Slytherin. He should be the last Parseltongue, but Harry can speak Parseltongue too. If I'm not mistaken, he shifted some of his self to Harry the night he left that scar." Ivan shrank back. He wondered what Dumbledore meant. Of course, he knew what the other side said, and he even knew Harry was a Horcrux. I mean, no matter the circumstance, no matter the incident, you will certainly stand on Harry's side, right? "Yes," replied Ivan hastily. "He is my friend, and I will help him in the face of Voldemort and anyone else." Ivan didn't remember how he exited Dumbledore's office. He only knows his back was full of cold sweat. "Dumbledore sucks. He may have no malice towards me, but it isn't a good feeling to have no secrets." Ivan made it his new goal to learn how to shield his mind. The school was very lively at that time. He didn't know who told them, but all the portraits are buzzing about the chamber and all the things that happened. When he passed a portrait, he was stopped and asked by the portraits how he and Harry beat the basilisk. Ivan ignored the portraits and went straight to the school hospital. In the next second, he heard a bang. Dobby appeared in front of him. "Sir, Harry Potter has freed me. He gave me a sock," said the elf with a shrill, sharp voice. His eyes were wide open with tears falling from them. "Congratulations, Dobby," whispered Ivan. He saw Dobby wearing Harry's slimy, smelly socks. "Mrs. Granger told me you had something to ask me," said Dobby. "I want to ask you, now that you have freedom, what are you going to do?" asked Ivan. "Dobby will look for work that pays," said the elf, but suddenly became a little frustrated. "But this is difficult, sir. People may not be willing to pay an elf. I actually have a job for you if you'd like. I would pay you too. So would you like to?" Ivan wanted to make the Hogwarts magic bigger and bigger, but to do this he needs to use magic, but it will be summer soon, so he needs either a grown wizard or an intelligent magical creature to help him. A house elf may not be able to write articles or edit, but they can be helpfully in collecting news, newspaper printing, and other aspects of the work. When Dobby heard Ivan would pay him for his work, he wept with joy. Dobby stretched his arms around Ivan's waist and hugged him tightly. Ivan went from being Harry Potter's great friend to as great as Harry Potter. In this way, Dobby has become a full-time employee of the Hogwarts Magic newspaper. Considering the amount of work, Ivan planned to give him 10 galleons and weekends off, but Dobby said that so much money and leisure time was a horrible thing. He bargained with Ivan, and the final salary was 4 galleons a month and 1 day off. In addition to his work for the paper, he will also take on service work like a servant. If Malfoy knew about this matter, he might faint from the anger. After finishing up with Dobby, Ivan came to the school hospital, and with the help of Madame Pomfrey's sleeping potion, he had a good night's sleep. It wasn't until the next morning that he woke up. The bed where Lockhart was in was empty. Ron told him that after the school found out Lockhart was hit with a powerful memory charm, he was sent straight to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Dumbledore had come to see them, but they decided not to wake Ivan. Looking at Harry's face, Ivan knew Dumbledore must have spoken to him alone. The expression on his face could only be described as someone being brainwashed. Ron was completely back to normal, and his mood had also improved by leaps and bounds. The three of them happily ate the lunch that Madame Pomfrey had prepared. Ron described what it had been like under Tom's control, and Harry gave him a detailed talk of the 2 battles. When Harry had finished his story, Hermione, Colin, and Ginny came into the hospital ward. They brought good news and bad news. The good news was Dumbledore gave the 3 of them 200 points of breakfast. This meant Gryffindor won the House Cup. The bad news was the exams and the Quidditch match were canceled, which made Harry and Hermione frustrated. The few people chatted for a while, and when Ivan was about to tell them about the secret treasures, he saw Ron's rat. He couldn't let Peter Pettigrew know about these things. "Come tell us, Ivan, what did you do in the statue of Slytherin?" said Ron. "It was something dealing with the basilisk." "It wasn't a big deal," said Ivan as he looked at the mouse. He decided to keep it a secret for now. By dinner time, Cornelius Fudge came to the school with the award and Hagrid's pardon. Ivan asked if Colin could take a picture of them. He made sure to put the rat in a clear spot. Filch took the trophy carefully to the trophy room, and Ivan combined the photos with the pictures of the basilisk Colin took in the common room before writing a story about the Chamber of Secrets. Besides the article being on the front page, it would most likely be picked up by the Daily Prophet. It would be perfect if Fudge brought the paper to Azkaban for Sirius Black to look at. It won't be long before the Ministry of Magic is busy with the escape of Black. The rest of the semester was peaceful. Hogwarts has returned to normal, with only a few minor changes. The defense against the dark arts class was canceled, Lucius Malfoy was fired from the Board of Governors, and Draco was no longer acting like he owned the school. Draco instead had a gloomy face all day, and he seems to be filled with resentment. After the Mandrake matured and the students recovered, the Hogwarts Magic newspaper returned to its sales number before the Chamber of Secrets. Ivan now had to find a new attraction to replace Lockhart's novels. He decided to write an introduction of Hagrid, since he was wronged because of the Chamber of Secrets so many years ago. For the novel section, Ivan decided to try to write one himself. He He borrowed Lockhart's complete works from Hermione and imitated his writing and wrote a book called Meet and the Basilisk at Hogwarts. It was unexpectedly successful. Many fans wrote to him every day. In a blink of an eye, the semester was over. They're going home by the Hogwarts Express train. Ivan, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Colin, Fred, George, and Ginny were alone in the compartment. They took advantage of the last few hours they could use magic. Fred and George set off their last few fireworks. Ginny told them that Percy and Penelope were secretly dating. She saw them kissing in an empty classroom on Halloween night, but it also explained why Ivan always felt Ginny was hiding something from him. As the Hogwarts Express slowed down, Harry wrote the Dursleys' phone number, but Ivan doubted that Harry's aunt and uncle would be willing to receive a call from a wizard. When the train entered the platform, Ivan got up to get his luggage. He touched his pocket to make sure the potion was there. This summer, he had to learn how to defend his mind and how to protect himself. He had a wry smile. It seems this summer will be very substantial. As expected, Ivan was busy all summer. On his first day back, he woke at 4 o'clock in the morning. The house elf hurried to Ivan's home. Like in the past to Hogwarts or Malfoy's home, he began to do the housework. Mrs. Mason gets up early for work and to get breakfast ready. When she got up, the trash was taken out. The floors, windows, furniture were all cleaned. Even the lawn was trimmed neatly. It was amazing. She hurriedly to Ivan's room and asked him what was going on. After figuring out what happened, Ivan had to tell his mother it was magic. It took a while to convince her, but at the end, she still didn't fully believe him. She knew her son too well. She knew he wouldn't just do the housework without anyone telling him to, especially early in the morning. Seeing his mother's suspicious gaze made Ivan smile bitterly. By the time she left his room, he called Dobby and told him not to do it again, but it seems Dobby took it the wrong way. Dobby's 2 gigantic eyes looked pathetic. In the end, Ivan had to comfort Dobby. Ivan is trying to persuade a house elf to cut down on his workload. He is just asking for failure. Fortunately, the work for the newspaper is a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to deal with a workaholic house elf. Surprisingly, the newspaper didn't sell less in summer than at school. Even without pictures and Lockhart's novels, the Me and the Basilisk that Ivan wrote aroused great interest. In addition to young wizards, many adult wizards subscribed to the newspaper. At first, they wanted to know about the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk, but then they were attracted to the rest of the paper, which most people thought was interesting. This is mainly due to Nearly Headless Nick and all of the ghosts help across the UK. They're the main source of news for the paper. Since they don't sleep at night, they can give Ivan a lot of interesting stories and mysteries. In the next few days, the success of the newspaper caused a large number of owls to fly to his home, which frightened Mrs. Mason. So he wouldn't scare his mother to death. Ivan changed his address to Hogwarts and made it where he only gets his mail after it has been piling up for an entire day. Due to the enthusiasm of readers and ghosts, manuscript editing and auditing work became increasingly heavy. The Weasleys were going to help, but they had won the annual Daily Prophet Grand Prize Galleon draw and went on a trip to Egypt in the first 2 weeks of the summer vacation. They were visiting their older son Bill and waiting for the summer to come to an end. Hermione followed her parents to France. Though none of her articles were short, the rest of the work was up to Ivan. Harry and Colin had come and helped him a few times, but it wasn't very helpful. They tended to talk about Quidditch, summer jobs, or the escape of Sirius Black. They only visited Ivan during the first few days of summer. Shortly thereafter, Colin went to his home in the countryside with his father and brother for the summer. Harry was in a lot of trouble since Ron had called the Dursleys on the 5th day of summer vacation. Harry had been confined and kept in his room. Ivan visited the house himself, but they wouldn't let him in. Just as Ivan was about to rescue Harry, Harry got Hedwig to send him a letter. Harry told him he had to be nice to them, so they would sign a permission slip to visit Hogsmeade. From then on, Ivan sent Harry some food so that the Dursleys wouldn't starve him to death. Although there are a lot of manuscripts to edit, Ivan could handle the load by himself for now. In his spare time, he went to Diagon Alley to buy magic books about potions, occlumency, and how to defend against curses. These books ate almost all of his savings. It takes a wand to cast a spell to defend against curses. For now, he can't practice it So after learning the spell theory, Ivan's focus turned to occlumency and potions. Occlumency closes one's mind from legitimacy. It stops people from accessing one's thoughts or influencing them. The trick to casting this spell is to empty your mind so no one can get the memory out of your mind through magic. Experienced users such as Snape can even fabricate a false memory to deceive others. Ivan couldn't do that. In fact, he had a problem with getting started. He was having trouble emptying his mind. There was always strange ideas in his head where he unconsciously starts to study a magical problem. After trying for a while, he had to make practicing occlumency a long-term goal. He hopes he can master it before the school year starts. In addition to occlumency and protection against curses, Ivan's potion wasn't what he originally thought. This potion doesn't help a wizard permanently increase their magic power, but only significantly increases it for a period of time. Ivan thought it was a waste of a lost potion to help him improve his battle endurance. After finishing all the magic books he bought, he finally decided to use it to help him become an animagus. Animagus is a complex transfiguration spell that can make a wizard into an animal, and for most wizards, even adult wizards, this spell is extremely complex and dangerous, not to mention a wizard who is just 12 like Ivan. When becoming an animagus, it is for the practitioner to get distracted for various reasons, resulting in the transformation to fail or possibly death. As a result, the Ministry of Magic requires all animagi to register with the Ministry of Magic. But for the entire 20th century, only 7 people have registered. Of course, this is not the total of animagi. Ivan knew a lot of animagi, such as Peter Pettigrew, who had been hanging around him, and Sirius Black, who was about to debut. They were all animagi in their school days, and with that in mind, Ivan, who had the potion to help him, decided to complete his animagi form this summer. He carefully studied transfiguration theory, so he could have a strong foundation, but he also needed a lot of magical support. The theoretical knowledge wasn't a problem. When Ivan had the diary, he consulted Tom on animagus transformations. From that, he received a lot of help. Voldemort may not be a good character, but his magical knowledge may be comparable to Dumbledore. The trouble in the first transformation process needs to consume a lot of magical power to turn people into animals. When an adult wizard ties, they will only succeed 1 out of 5 tries. This is why most witches and wizards fail to complete the transformation process. You usually buy a lot of magic potions to practice. The price of these potions are expensive, though, but those potions' effects are far from the one he has. Therefore, with the help of these potions, he will not have a problem with transforming and becoming an animagus. He practiced many times and gradually mastered the ropes, and after a month of preparations and the beginning of the 5th week of summer vacation, Ivan shut himself up in his room to prepare for his first attempt at becoming an animagus. He didn't allow anyone in his room without consent during this process. In the room, Ivan opened a thick magic book. He turned to the animagus page. It showed every step one must take. After confirming everything, he took a deep breath and picked up the potion and drank it. It was like a cup of strong liquor. Dark gold syrup flowed down his throat. A powerful mana began to appear from his body. It grew stronger and stronger. Note, I know there is nothing like mana in the original works, but that is what the author wrote. The mana was like a surging river. It constantly gushed out of his body. He breathed in. He could feel his body change. His body was full of restless mana. The mana began to overflow from him uncontrollably. It gave Ivan the impression that he was capable of anything. But the feeling was very short. He felt his body had reached its limit. The mana within his body felt very uncomfortable. He needed to use this mana on something, or he feared he might die. "Animagus," said Ivan as he drank another potion. His body began to change as soon as his voice fell. Powerful mana filled the room in an instant. Under the impact of the mana, everything in the room was scattered. Even the things that were kept outside the room were affected by the mana. Dobby quietly opened a small gap in the door. He was too terrified to go inside. His hand were holding the door handle firmly. 2 gigantic eyes were staring inside and looking at Ivan. In the center of the room, Ivan's muscles were cracking. It was as if he was a slime. His whole body was morphing. When he used the polyjuice potion last year, Ivan felt like his skin, blood, and bones were melting. But the feeling was much stronger compared to the polyjuice potion. The intense pain almost made him faint. Ivan bit his lip. He told himself he must insist. If I faint now, I fail. Then everything I have done will be for naught. He concentrated and tried to control the spell. In his insistence, his body shrunk. It began to change to an animal. His bones morphed. Black fur appeared on the surface of his skin, and a pair of big furry ears grew on his head. After about 20 minutes, there was a new shadow in Ivan's bedroom. The restless mana gradually calmed down. The effect of the potion gradually faded. Ivan knew he was successful. He shook his head. His hands now had claws, and everything in the room had become gigantic to him. Although it isn't clear what the animal was, the size was certainly small. Ivan remembered what the book said about animagi. Animagus transformations are usually limited to non-magical creatures. This is because the wizard's mana and magical creature's mana have a subtle but essential difference. If you become something, such as a phoenix, dragon, or etc., it will have unpredictable consequences. In addition, animagi cannot change into any random animal. The transformation is based on one's character and weight. Ivan's body was smaller, so he turned into a smaller animal. The key is personality. He is more cautious, so he thinks he turned into an animal that is more cautious. A small, non-magical creature with a cautious personality. God, am I a mouse like Peter Pettigrew? Ivan's heart sank. That would be the worst result. He wanted to become a bird the most. It was the most convenient, but given his strong fear of heights, this possibility is not likely. But as long as he is not a mouse, any other animal is okay. Because he came from China, before crossing over he thought he might become a panda. But based on his size, a panda is not possible. Maybe. When Ivan was thinking, the house elf entered the room while trembling. He looked at Ivan in horror and cautiously approached. Oh my God, sir has turned into a black cat. What? I became a black cat. Ivan sighed in relief, knowing he hadn't become a rat. A black cat was an unexpected result. In the wizarding world, it has been a symbol of expelling evil spirits since ancient times, and it has great significance. Black cats are widely believed to have strong mana. Ivan has looked through all the records of animagi in the last millennium, but no witch or wizard has turned into a black cat. Mr. Ivan Mason's magic has run amok, said Dobby. Stupid, useless. You could have done something, screamed Dobby loudly while pulling his ears. Stop, Dobby. My situation is excellent. You don't have to do anything. Don't punish yourself, said Ivan hastily, but no words came out, only a meow. Dobby knows Mr. Ivan Mason must go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Dobby must save Ivan Mason. Hearing Dobby wants to save him made him think of last year when he wanted to save Harry. He didn't want to die at the hands of a house elf. He cannot change back to his original form for now, but he saw the other wasn't going to wait for him to change back naturally. Ivan jumped to the side to dodge Dobby. Damn, what can a black cat do besides be cute? Thought Ivan. With the reflexes of a cat, Ivan is very agile. He dodged Dobby a few times, but he saw that the other was about to use magic. He knows if Dobby does, he won't be able to escape. Ivan suddenly jumped on the balcony through the open window. This feeling is wonderful. Ivan is like a real cat. He then smoothly jumps down to the first floor's windowsill. He is not hurt one bit. Seeing that the other is following him, Ivan did not delay one bit. He ran, and after going around a corner, he hid behind a garbage can. After a few seconds, he saw a large a house elf running along the street. Ivan watched the house elf disappear from his sight. It seems a cat is not completely useless. At least its hiding ability is excellent. Almost all animagi are hiding masters. Look at Peter Pettigrew. He is hidden in the Weasley's home for 12 years. You have to at least admire that. Ivan suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the trash can behind him. Something was coming out of it. He hastily jumped back a couple steps. If it is a stray cat, what should he do? But what came out of the garbage can was much worse than a stray cat. Ivan saw a black dog emerge. It looked at Ivan with its two eyes. In the dimly lit alley, a black cat and a black dog were looking at each other. The two sides looked at each other for about 3 seconds. Each side showed an extremely human look on their face. Ivan realized immediately that the other side was not a stray dog, but Sirius Black. His luck is really good. He hides behind a trash can, and out pops Sirius Black, who the Ministry of Magic hasn't even been able to find. Just like Ivan realized who he was, Sirius Black immediately realized that the black cat was an animagus. He gave Ivan a ferocious look and growled twice. The atmosphere was tense. Ivan felt a hint of danger. His muscles were tense before he could even react. Sirius ran away. The other side escaped. Ivan froze for a moment. He realized what just happened. He soon chased after him. A cat was chasing a dog in a dimly lit alley in London. What would other people think if they saw this strange scene? The two people were fast, much faster than ordinary cats and dogs. Ivan's black cat form was powerful. He only needed to lightly push on the ground before he leapt over a meter. He quickly shortened the distance between him and Sirius Black. Sirius Black's endurance was better than Ivan's, but 12 years in prison and 1 month of hiding will take a toll on someone. Ivan had a wry smile. He forced the other one into a dead end. Sirius Black cautiously stepped back. He had nowhere to retreat to. He bared his teeth. His growl grew louder. He stared at Ivan. He paused for a while before he made up his mind and rushed toward Ivan. Not anticipating that the other party would suddenly dash toward him, Ivan jumped back a meter. He suddenly realized that he did something stupid. Why did he chase Sirius Black? He wanted to talk to the other in human form. Maybe make a plan to catch Peter Pettigrew and let this year's events resolve smoothly. But he doesn't have any mana left. He can't transform back into a human within a short time. Seeing that Sirius Black kept getting closer and closer made Ivan constantly step back. The atmosphere became tenser. Ivan weakly meowed. Black's footsteps did not falter, but became more vicious. He was unable to communicate with him, so Ivan decided to turn and flee. He could feel Sirius Black chase him, so Ivan had to speed up. When he turned and ran through a garden, he saw a figure holding a huge box on the dimly lit corner. Ivan was surprised. When he came closer, he realized who it was. Harry was unable to stand. He was trembling all over. He just made Marjorie Dudley inflate like a balloon, but she shouldn't have insulted his parents. He knew from his friend Ivan that his parents died fighting Voldemort. He was so proud of his parents. They died protecting him. So he doesn't regret using magic on her. He took his things, walked a few blocks, and now he is in the dark Muggle world with nowhere else to go. Worst of all, he had just used magic, which meant he was almost certain that he will be expelled from Hogwarts. He knew he had severely undermined the law that restricts the use of magic by minors, so the Ministry's response failed to surprise him. What should he do now? He asked Hedwig to send a letter to Ivan. Maybe he should go to the others' home, since it's near here. But Harry hesitated immediately. He didn't want to get in trouble with Ivan, since he was almost certain he will be expelled. Harry looked down at his wand in his hand, and if he was destined to be expelled, then a little magic wouldn't hurt. His suitcase had his father's invisibility cloak. If he cast magic on the suitcase to make it lighter and then strapped the suitcase on his broom, he could cover himself with the cloak and fly to London to take out all his money from Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Then he can go exploring. The idea was terrible, but he couldn't sit on the curb all the time, or he would have to explain to the Muggle police why he was on the street at midnight with a suitcase full of spell books and a broom. After about a minute, Harry made up his mind. He opened his suitcase and looked for the invisibility cloak. He suddenly felt someone or something was approaching him. "Lumos," whispered Harry. A small pale white light was produced by the end of his wand. In the next second, he saw a small, pure black kitten rush at him. The hen jumped into his arms. Harry stepped back half a step. He immediately ran into his suitcase and tripped. He had a kitten in one arm and balancing himself with the other. But it was useless. He fell to the ground. He quickly sat up. The black cat jumped to his shoulders. The cat had a strange smile, which made him think of Ivan. He shook his head. He must have been mad. How can a cat have Ivan's expression? But it really seemed like his smile. But before he could think about it anymore, he saw a large shadow in the distance with dimly lit eyes. It was as big as a dog. Harry stretched out his wand. As soon as he lifted his wand, a deafening thud sounded, and he was blinded by a bright glare. Harry shouted and jumped back, while Ivan held on to Harry's shoulder. It was very timely. A pair of huge wheels and headlights appeared exactly where Harry had just stood. Ivan looked up and saw a 3-story bus. On it, written in golden letters, was the Night Bus. Welcome to the Night Bus. This is a bus that assists stranded individuals of the wizarding community through public transportation. Just stick out you want to hail the bus. We take you wherever you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike. I will be your conductor for the night. Shunpike was either 18 or 19 at most. He had a few pimples on his face with large, protruding ears. A strange passenger with a black kitten. Where do you want to go? There was a big black thing just over there. Did you see it? Asked Harry, but when he looked back, he saw nothing. No, what is that on your forehead? Stan seemed to see the scar on Harry's forehead. It's nothing, said Harry while hiding the scar on his forehead. If the ministry is looking for him, he doesn't want to make it easy. Well, what's your name? Asked Stan. Longbottom, whispered Harry. His gaze shifted to the bus. So this bus can go anywhere, right? Yes, anywhere you want, but you can't go underwater. Stan looked at Harry with suspicion. Didn't you signal us to stop? You stretched out your wand, didn't you? Yes, said Harry quickly. How much does it cost to go to Diagon Alley? 11 sickles, but if you take a pet, it is 5 more. If you pay 3 more, you can get chocolate and 1 more to get a thermos and a toothbrush. You can pick the color too. Wait, this isn't my pet. Harry then remembered the black cat on his shoulder. A second before you came, it jumped on me. Okay, it is up to you if you want to take it, but I will tell you, it is a very rare breed. Harry thought for a moment, and then quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out some sickles and gave it to Stan. Then he and Stan brought his suitcase and Hedwig's cage into the night bus. You sleep on this one, Stan introduced Harry to the driver, and then led him to the bed where Ivan was sitting. Stan took a big chunk of chocolate out of his pocket and handed it over. Here, I'll get some cat food for your pet. He searched under a bed and took out a bowl of rice and put it in front of Ivan. He then poured a whole pile of cat food in it. Ivan refused to eat the cat food. If only Sirius Black wasn't outside, Ivan would not have tagged along with Harry. At home, there were a lot of things for him to do. He doesn't know what to worry more about. Ivan had no choice but to wait for his mana to recover. He estimates that he will be able to recover his mana by morning. If he doesn't want to be torn to pieces by Sirius Black, he needs to stay with Harry since the other side won't go near Harry for the moment. The bus started moving, and with a huge bang, Harry fell onto the bed. The night bus threw him backward. He pressed Ivan down on the bed. Ivan struggled to get out. He saw that Harry wasn't interested in eating the chocolate, so he lightly leapt up and put the chocolate in his mouth. Stan and Harry had an astonished gaze. They were amazed how a cat could skillfully tear a chocolate wrapper off and eat it. As for the cat food, what regular person would eat it? Ivan was exhausted. He chased and got chased by Sirius Black. He consumed too much energy. He quickly swallowed a whole piece of chocolate. Your cat is cool. My sister has a cat, but it only knows how to scratch up furniture, said Stan as he looked at Ivan with interest. Yeah, seeing the black cat eat chocolate made Harry think it looked more and more like Ivan. Harry laid flat on the bed. He raised the black cat high above his chest and carefully observed it. Ivan waved his paw feebly. The cat was so eccentric, thought Harry. A violent collision. Harry subconsciously loosened his hand. Ivan ran to the pillow and sat down. He looked out the bus window. The night bus always hit the sidewalk, but always avoids lampposts, mailboxes, and trash cans. When cars come at it, it goes back to its original position. Harry left Ivan alone for now. It's been a bizarre night. A strange bus, a big dog, and a black cat. He doesn't know what to do next. Then as he rubbed his stomach, he wondered whether the Dursleys had managed to get Marjorie off the ceiling. Ivan tried to make himself more comfortable. He squinted and saw Stan give Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet. On the front page was a giant photo of Sirius Black. He looks scary, doesn't he? Stan carefully observed the expression on Harry's face. It's been all over the news recently. Sirius Black was considered the most notorious prisoner in Azkaban. He killed people, whispered Harry, with a killing curse. Yes, in front of witnesses in broad daylight. He caused a great deal of trouble. Stan came up and lowered his voice and said, Black is a supporter of you-know-who. He has a very close relationship with you-know-who. Ivan saw Harry act a little nervous. All the supporters of who have been hunted down, and these people know, since who has vanished, they're finished. He once killed a wizard and 12 muggles in one go. Scary, isn't it? Do you know what he did next? Said Stan in an exaggerated whisper. What? Asked Harry nervously. Laugh, Stan said. He just stood there and laughed, and when the Aurors arrived, he quietly followed him while laughing all the way. Is he crazy? If he wasn't before he had gone to Azkaban, he should be mad now, said Stan. Stan whispered, no one can escape Azkaban, but he somehow did, and the Dementors cannot find him. Harry nodded uneasily, and Stan was also pale. He seemed frightened by his own words. Ivan was a little amused. If the two of them knew they had just passed Sirius Black, they would have fainted. No one uttered a word. The night bus kept on going. It ran past telephone booths and trees while Harry laid on his bed. He was restless and miserable. Ivan stretched out his paw and rubbed Harry's head. Harry seemed to want to hug him, so he hurried aside. The sky outside the window was brighter than before, and Ivan soon saw a ragged little bar coming up. The night bus skidded and stopped. Ivan jumped on Harry's shoulder, and they exited the bus. Stan put Harry's suitcase and Hedwig's cage on the sidewalk. The night bus soon drove off. Well, let's go into the leaky sea. Harry suddenly stopped. He looked at a man in amazement. You're here, Harry, said a figure coming out of the doorway of the leaky cauldron. It was the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Harry was nervous. He dragged his suitcase while being brought into the bar by Fudge. A bald, toothless man stood at the bar next to a lantern. This is Tom. He is the leaky cauldron's landlord. You find a minster? Tom stopped and saluted. What would you like to drink, beer or brandy? A cup of tea. Fudge looked haggard. He pointed at a chair beside the fireplace and said, Sit down, Harry. Harry sat down. Ivan could feel Harry's body tremble slightly. He seemed very nervous. Fudge took off his green striped robe and threw it aside. He then pulled up his dark green trousers and sat down opposite of Harry. We met 3 months ago, Harry. I am Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, said Fudge quickly. He glanced at the black cat that was lying on Harry's shoulder. Harry nodded stiffly. He couldn't believe he had been caught by the Minister of Magic himself. 3 months ago, the other side had given him, Ivan, Hermione, and Ron an award, but now he will expel him. Before he said anything else, the landlord Tom appeared again with a tray of tea and pastries. He put the tray on the table between Fudge and Harry. He then left the two alone. Well, Harry, said Fudge as he poured the tea, I'm sure you know you left us worried about you when you ran away from your aunt and uncle's home. But fortunately, you didn't have any mishaps. Fudge put butter on his pastries and pushed the plate toward Harry. Eat. Harry, you look pale. You will be glad we resolved the situation a few hours ago. A few ministry employees were sent to Privet Drive. Marjorie was fixed and her memories wiped. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Ivan jumped on the table and grabbed a pastry. He saw Fudge smile at Harry, like an uncle looking at his beloved nephew. Harry didn't believe his ears. He opened his mouth to speak, but he didn't know what to say, so he shut it once more. Ah, are you worried about your aunt and uncle's reaction? Well, I won't deny they're extremely angry, Harry, but as long as you stay at Hogwarts for Christmas and Easter, they will take you back next summer. I always stay at Hogwarts during the holidays. I don't want to go back to Privet Drive, said Harry. Take your time and calm down a little. I am sure you will change your mind. They are family after all, and I'm sure you love each other deeply, said Fudge with a tone full of fear. Harry didn't want to change Fudge's view. He was still waiting to hear if he will be expelled or not. Now the only question left is, where are you going to stay for the remainder of your holiday? I thought I might go to my classmate's Ivan's house. He invited me to go there several times, said Harry, unsure. Are you talking about Ivan Masson? He is a really good child. He helped us by writing the article about the Chamber of Secrets. He helped improve people's faith in the Ministry of Magic, said Fudge as he buttered another pastry. But I'm afraid he won't be any help since the man. I suggest you rent a room here in the Leaky Cauldron and stay in it until the end of the summer. Wait a minute, Minister, said Harry hurriedly. What about my punishment? Punishment? Fudge winked, as if we would do such a thing. I broke the law that decrees that minors may not use magic outside school. Oh, dear child, we don't punish people for such a small trifle. It was an accident. We don't send people to Azkaban for inflating their ants. These words confused Harry somewhat. It was completely different compared to his past dealings with the Ministry of Magic. Last year, a house elf gave my cousin Dudley a tale, and I received a warning that said if I do any more magic, Hogwarts will expel me. It was an excellent question. Ivan was happy to see Fudge a little embarrassed. Things often change, Harry. With the present circumstance, we must consider your... Well, you don't want to be expelled, do you? Of course not, answered Harry hastily. When he heard Harry's word, Fudge laughed. He shouted and told the landlord to give Harry a room and repeatedly ordered Harry to stay in Diagon Alley for the next 2 weeks and not to go wandering about in Muggle London. He then put his robe on and was ready to leave. Minister, have you heard of Sirius Black? When he heard Harry's words, Fudge's fingers twitched. Oh, you heard about it? Well, it's only a matter of time before we catch him. The Dementors of Azkaban have never failed before, and they are furious this time, said Fudge with a slightly trembling voice. Goodbye, Harry, said Fudge as he shook his hands. Harry asked if he could sign his permission form. Fudge was slightly uncomfortable. He rejected Harry, with a more unnatural expression on his face. Ivan saw him quietly wiping away some cold sweat from his forehead as he turned and left. When Ivan and Harry finished their pastries, they followed Tom up a beautifully built wooden staircase and came to a door with a brass number plate indicating it was room 11. Tom opened the door. There was a big, comfortable bed in the room, a few shiny oak furniture, a crackling fire in the fireplace, and Hedwig standing on a wardrobe. Hedwig, exclaimed Harry. There you are. Did you send that letter to Ivan? What did he say? When he had left the Dursleys, he hastily wrote a letter to Ivan. It was still with Hedwig, though. Harry was suddenly a little worried. Hedwig couldn't find Ivan. Did some kind of accident occur? As he stood there a little puzzled, Hedwig flew to the black cat that had been following him. Ivan jumped onto the bed and saw Hedwig looking at him. Those amber eyes were full of vigilance. Ivan gestured to say hello, and the owl dropped the parchment in front of him. It's strange that a cat is reading a letter. Harry sat down on the bed while looking at Ivan absent-mindedly. He couldn't believe he had only been away from Privet Drive for only a few hours. He had so much to do. He hadn't been expelled, and for 2 weeks he is free from the Dursleys. But why didn't Ivan write to him? Or did he go abroad like Hermione and Ron? So, is that why Hedwig couldn't deliver the letter to him? And the sudden appearance of the black cat with an appearance similar to Ivan's. Harry turned over and stretched out his hand to hold the cat, but Ivan dodged and looked at Harry with discontent. Harry never knew a cat could have such a human expression. It was really strange. Then he suddenly thought he didn't have anything to call it. If he intended to raise it, then should he give the cat a name? Harry thought of a lot of names while looking out the window at the sunrise. The next day, when Harry woke up, he felt something on him. He opened his eyes and saw it was Ivan. It startled him. He immediately jumped up. Ivan, wake up. Harry shook the sleeping Ivan. When did you get here? Did you see the letter I wrote you, and how did you get into my room? Good morning, Harry. Ivan rubbed his eyes. He was now back to his original form. His mana has been fully restored. His mana was slightly larger now, too. Seeing Harry staring at him, he hurried to tell him what had happened. He was now an animagus, how he was attacked by a black dog in the street. But he left out that the black dog was Sirius Black. You say that the black cat was your animagus form? No wonder I felt it was a little weird, said Harry. A normal cat won't eat chocolate or pastries, right? Yeah, nodded Ivan as he turned into a black cat and back again. I should have known. You're just like Professor McGonagall. What was the spell called again? Said Harry as he looked at Ivan with envy. Animagus, and I hope you will help me. Keep it a secret, said Ivan. No problem, but how did you do it? Professor McGonagall said. It was a very complex and dangerous spell. I got a little help from Tom and Salazar Slytherin, said Ivan as he sat up. And if you want to learn it, I can teach you. But the main problem is the accumulation of mana. So if there are no accidents, you'll probably be able to learn this spell in a few years. Next, Ivan and Harry talked a little more about animagi. Then the two people went downstairs to eat breakfast. He then called for the house elf Dobby. After a whole night of looking for Ivan, Dobby looked horrified. His fingers were covered with bandages from punishing himself. He wept for a while in front of the two people, which made Ivan feel terrible. Ivan consoled Dobby for a while, and let him go back to pack Ivan's bags. He went out and made a phone call to his mother, telling her that he would live in Diagon Alley for the next 2 weeks until school began so she didn't have to worry. Mrs. Mason argued with him, but she finally reluctantly agreed to his request. In this way, Ivan and Harry lived in the leaky cauldron for the 2 remaining weeks of summer vacation. Ivan had more to do now, since Harry was so excited. In the next few days, he visited almost every magic shop in Diagon Alley. He persuaded the business to advertise in the newspaper. Thanks to the Hogwarts magic gradually increasing sales, many businesses were willing to do so. This gave Ivan more advertisers. Ivan increased his savings a little now. He bought a lot of things for himself, such as potions materials that far exceed what a young wizard should have. Last year, when he was preparing the Polyjuice potion, the book that recorded the formula had many practical potions that improve your combat ability, which is very helpful. If you wanted to buy the finished product, it would cost a ton of galleons. It is more cost-effective to make your own. In addition, he bought a fascinating real-time constellation model. With it, he didn't have to go to astronomy class anymore. Ivan was fed up of freezing every Wednesday night in the astronomy tower. It didn't help that he was afraid of heights. He then went with Harry to buy some things on his school supply list. They went to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, first to buy a new robe. The 2 people had just come out of the shop, and they saw a crowd surrounding another shop. They went up to see what all the commotion was about. Ivan noticed it was quality Quidditch supplies. It had a beautifully crafted broomstick in the shop's window. The Firebolt. It was the current best broom on the market. The broom is made from ebony wood, has birch or hazel twigs, and has golden numbers engraved on it. Ivan only glanced at it for a moment without showing a bit of interest, but Harry almost got so close that his face was almost touching the glass. Note, I always imagined Harry saying, "My precious me loves precious." Anyone else, or is it just me? "Come on, Harry, you already have a broom, so you don't need to buy a new one," said Ivan. He knew Sirius would give Harry one for a Christmas present this year since his current one will break. But this is the Firebolt. It is the fastest broomstick in the world. But it is also the most expensive. Harry nodded in agreement. He looked at the label that says the price, and it says it is not negotiable. He couldn't imagine how much it was. There's one thing to be sure of. He might not be able to afford it. It took a lot of effort to pull Harry away. If he would have left him, he would have stayed there all day, staring at the broom. After leaving quality Quidditch supplies, they went to Flourish and Blots to buy new textbooks. He needs a new defense against the dark arts book, while Harry needs a book for the care of magical creatures and divination. As soon as they entered Flourish and Blots, the bookstore was a mess. The original bookshelves were replaced by a few large iron cages, which probably contain around 200 Monster Book of Monsters. These books were locked up together. They were fighting and biting each other. Broken pages were flying everywhere. "Are you Hogwarts students? Are you here to buy a new book?" The manager greeted them impatiently when he saw Ivan. He squeezed out a smile. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Mason. What book do you need?" In a single year, Ivan bought over 200 magical books from Flourish and Blots, which made him the most popular customer. "Well, what are these books about?" said Ivan as he pointed at the iron cages. "Forget about them. These monster books are horrible. I have never seen such a horrible book in my life. They are worse than the invisible book of invisibility. I have been bitten 5 times this morning." When his voice fell, 2 monster books ganged up on another. The resulting force tore it apart. "No! Stop it! Stop it!" the manager yelled. He stretched a stick through the iron bars and shouted, "I will never order these books again. Never! It is a nightmare. I want to know which idiot chose this book for a textbook. If I could, I would kill him." When he heard his words, Harry acted like he didn't know anything. Hagrid had given him a copy of the book the other day, which gave him a sense of unease. He knew Hagrid must have assigned the book as a textbook. No other professor would do it except for Hagrid. Ivan, seeing how the manager was struggling, decided to tell him how to tame the book. He said, "It is actually pretty simple to deal with these books. Just stroke the spine and they'll calm down." "What?" exclaimed the manager. Ivan motioned the other to take out a book from the cage. The book tried to bite, but Ivan gently stroked the spine. The book shook and calmed down. "God, Mr. Mason, that is unbelievable," exclaimed the manager. "You saved me a ton of trouble." The manager then told several employees to take out the Monster Book of Monsters, stroke their spins like Ivan had shown him, and tie them together with a rope. The manager gave Ivan and Harry the best discount possible. Ivan was blunt. He took a few books, including a few for the third year. The second-year curriculum is exactly the same as the first year, and most of the material has already been completed by Ivan. Going to class would be a complete waste of time, so he decided to attend third-year classes, which Professor McGonagall agreed to at the end of last year. Harry bought Intermediate Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch, The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3 by Miranda Goshawk, and Unfogging the Future by Cassandra Vablitsky. But he didn't read his new books. His gaze fell on another book, Death Omens. What to do when you know the worst is coming. "Oh, if I were you, I would not read a book like that," said the manager of the bookstore when he saw Harry's gaze fall on the book. "When you read this book, you start to see signs of death everywhere. The book will scare you to death." Despite the manager's warning, Harry still stared at the cover of the book. There was a dog on the cover. It was almost as big as a bear with two big eyes. The dog looked strangely familiar. Harry pulled Ivan and motioned him to look at the cover. Ivan glanced at the cover. The black dog did look like Sirius Black. He looked like the harbinger of death. It was no wonder Harry felt a little uneasy. "Ivan, didn't you say that night you? I think it was just a stray dog." Ivan thought about when he was chased by Sirius and ran through several streets. Ivan added, "Yes, a very annoying stray dog." Days passed by. The last day of summer vacation was soon here. Early in the morning, Ivan and Harry had just come downstairs when they saw the Weasleys coming out of the fireplace. It looked like they had just returned from Egypt. They were dressed in a mixture of normal wizard robes and traditional Egyptian costumes, which looked peculiar. Mrs. Weasley then came up and hugged the two of them. Mr. Weasley then booked several rooms at the bar. They were going to spend the night at the Leaky Cauldron. A few minutes later, Old Tom brought over their breakfast. After having breakfast, Percy came over and greeted Ivan and Harry and showed him his head boy badge. Percy acted like he was the king of the world. Fred and George didn't let Percy talk too long. They laughed at him and imitated his gestures. Mrs. Weasley snapped at them since she was proud of Percy. The topic was changed to Egypt. The Weasley family told them all about their travels. Next, Ron showed Ivan and Harry his new wand. It was 14 long, made of willow, and had a core of unicorn hair. As for Ginny, she's still blushing at the sight of Harry, but she was much more calm around him now. After everyone finished eating, Hermione and her parents entered the bar. Hermione was wearing a sky blue gown with a pale yellow dome hat on her head. She had a healthy complexion. She seemed happy. She had a radiant smile. She greeted everyone with delight. They chatted for a while, but the Grangers had to leave early because they had a few matters to deal with. They left Hermione within the care of the Weasleys and let her stay at the Leaky Cauldron tonight. By the time they went their separate ways, Harry started telling Ron how he had inflated his aunt, and Hermione pulled out a large stack of papers that she had written while she was in France. "I heard everything from my dad. He said she was on the ceiling for 2 hours. Ron broke out laughing. He thought it would be hysterical to inflate his aunt. "It's not funny, Ron. To be honest, I'm surprised he wasn't expelled," said Hermione with a sharp tone. "I thought I was going to be sent to Azkaban." "Ron, does Mr. Weasley know why Fudge didn't give me a punishment at all?" "It is probably because you are you." Ron shrugged and laughed. "Famous Harry Potter or something like that. If I blew up my aunt, the Ministry wouldn't let me go with a simple warning. But they would have to dig up my grave first because my mom would kill me. I think you two should learn from Ivan. He would never." "I know I was wrong, Hermione. I just lost control." Seeing Hermione was a little angry, Harry hastily shifted the conversation. "Where should we go next?" "I think we should go to the magical menagerie." Hermione glanced at her purse and said, "My birthday is in September, so my parents gave me some money so I could buy a birthday present, and I want an owl. I think I should get Scabbers a checkup. I think Egypt wasn't a suitable place for it," said Ron as he dug the rat out of his pocket. Ivan's sight moved from the parchment in his hand to the rat, which looked thinner than before. His fur has lost most of its luster. "Ron, your rat just lacks exercise," said Ivan with a wry smile. "Peter Pettigrew must be stressed out by Sirius Black's escape." "Exercise," said Ron while looking at Ivan suspiciously. "Yes, I suggest Hermione buy a cat, so she can help you." "Don't listen to him, Hermione," said Ron as he subconsciously put the rat back in his pocket. There is the magical menagerie, said Harry. After 2 weeks of wandering Diagon Alley, Harry was now very familiar with it. You can buy almost anything there, even an owl or a cat. You mustn't buy a cat, said Ron with a tinge of fear. The 4 people crossed the street and came to the store called Magical Menagerie. There wasn't much room in the shop. Cages lined every inch of the wall. The little creatures in the cages were all smelly and noisy. Hello, this is my pet, said Ron to the witch standing behind the counter. Can you tell me what's wrong with him? Ever since I brought him back from Egypt, he has seemed a bit sick. Put it on the counter, said the witch. She took out a pair of glasses from her pocket and observed Scabbers. The witch said, how old is he? I don't know, said Ron, but he should be very old since he used to be my brother's. What powers does he have? Asked the witch as she carefully observed him. Ron didn't know what to say. The reality was the rat had never shown the slightest trace of any interesting powers. The witch observed his torn ear, his missing toe, which Mad here tut loudly. He has been through a lot, said the witch. He was like that when my brother gave him to me, said Ron, defending himself. Harry nodded in agreement, since he knew Ron's rat was always like this. It usually just slept, ate, and slept some more without showing any abnormalities. You can't expect a normal rat or a garden rat like this one to live more than 3 years. The witch then pointed to the black rats in the cages beside him and said, if you want a more durable one, you might like one of those. Ivan slightly snickered. He wondered if he told her that the rat who she said would only live for 3 years at max had lived in Ron's house for over 10, would she have been frightened? Well, if you don't want to replace it, try this rat tonic, said the witch. She reached under the counter and pulled out a small red bottle. Okay, how much is, said Ron, but before he finished, he saw something huge and orange jump from the top cage and land on his head. It was an odd-looking cat, very big, bandy-legged, ginger-colored, and had a squashed head. The cat then propelled itself toward Scabbers. No, Crookshanks, no, cried the witch. The rat slipped through her hands like a piece of slippery soap, landed on the floor, and scampered for the door. Scabbers, shouted Ron while rushing outside the shop. Harry soon followed. After Scabbers disappeared, Crookshanks turned docile. It turned its head and looked at Ivan. It wasn't as fierce as before. Perhaps it was because his animagus is a cat. Crookshanks took a liking to Ivan. It even took the initiative to lick his hand. It surprised the witch behind the counter. She had never seen Crookshanks take an interest in a witch or wizard before without them taking the initiative. What a lovely creature. Its fur is beautiful, isn't it, Ivan? Said Hermione as she squatted and petted Crookshanks. The cat was wary, but it soon accepted her. Its fur is a very vibrant orange. It is like a big wool ball, said Ivan while looking at the cat, while thinking its face wasn't very pleasing to the eye. I've decided, said Hermione as she held Crookshanks in her arms and stood up. What have you decided? Ivan looked at the other in amazement. He had a bad feeling. Didn't you want me to buy a cat? So I decided to buy Crookshanks, said Hermione while pointing to Crookshanks. Buy this cat? But if you do, Ron will kill me, said Ivan with a wry smile. When Ivan and Hermione came out with Crookshanks, Ron and Harry had just made it back. Oh my God. Hermione, how could you buy that monster? Said Ron in surprise. So what? Ivan and I thought he was cute, answered Hermione with a smile. Seeing Harry and Ron look at him, Ivan quickly shook his head. Their eyes then moved back to Hermione. Hermione, you can't buy him. I mean, what about Scabbers? Said Ron while pointing to his pocket. He needs rest and relaxation. How can he rest and relax with that monster around? That reminds me, I was going to help you buy the rat tonic, but Ivan said he could make the potion. With that, Scabbers would be better in a second. Rest assured, leave everything to me, said Ivan as he patted his chest while thinking of a few interesting potions he was going to experiment with on Peter Pettigrew. But if it weren't for your horrible idea, Hermione would have never bought a cat, said Ron while looking at Ivan angrily. I'm not to blame. I didn't insist on buying Crookshanks. The witch told Hermione it had been there for years. Beside you who would, said Ron sarcastically. Well, Ron, Ivan hastily interrupted what he was about to say. Crookshanks will sleep in Hermione's room, so there is not a chance it will be around Scabbers. The debate concluded, they bought a few more things and returned to the leaky cauldron. The rest of the Weasley family had also returned. Everyone enjoyed the dinner that night. Tom had put 3 tables together for the 7 Weasleys. Ivan, Harry, and Hermione ate together. When everyone was trying to eat a luxurious chocolate pudding, Mr. Weasley told everyone that the Ministry would provide a couple of cars to take them to King's Cross tomorrow. They were curious why the Ministry would send cars to pick them up, especially Percy. He asked a lot of questions, but Mr. Weasley gave him vague answers. Ivan noticed that Mr. Weasley's ears were red. It seems the disappearance of Sirius Black is making the Ministry very nervous. They fear he might attack Harry. He wonders how many Aurors will escort them tomorrow. After they finished dinner, it was already past 10 o'clock. Everyone was exhausted. They went upstairs to their rooms to make sure they had all their supplies and to get ready for bed. Ivan went towards the bar to ask old Tom for a cup of hot chocolate, but as he passed one of the rooms, he heard 2 angry voices coming from a small room. He immediately knew it was Mrs. and Mr. Weasley. They were arguing over whether to tell Harry about Sirius Black. Mr. Weasley insisted that Harry should know everything. He shouldn't be treated like a child. Mrs. Weasley didn't want to increase Harry's mental burden. Ivan chuckled a little. He was the one with the greatest mental burden. Mrs. Weasley is right. Sometimes knowing too much may be a horrible fate. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley kept going back and forth. Molly, you must know that Sirius Black is said to be insane, but he was smart enough to escape Azkaban. That is something that cannot be done by ordinary people, said Mr. Weasley with a deep tone. The Ministry hasn't made any progress in finding him. The only thing we know for sure is what he is after. Arthur, Hogwarts is the safest place for Harry. If Black can escape from Azkaban, he can find a way into Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley paused. The children are always sneaking off to play, and last semester they even went into the Chamber of Secrets. They fought a basilisk, and you know who. Think about it. If on that night the night bus didn't pick Harry up before the Ministry of Magic found him, he would have died already. No one can be certain Black is after Harry. Molly, how many times must I tell you? This wasn't reported in the paper because Fudge didn't allow it. The Dementors told him that Black had been talking in his sleep for some time. He kept saying, "He is at Hogwarts. He is at Hogwarts," said Mr. Weasley uneasily. Black is out his mind. Molly, he wants Harry dead. Ivan didn't feel like listening to their quarrel any longer. He tried to quietly sneak away. He didn't intend to disturb the Weasley because it would be too much of a pain. He then heard footsteps come from the staircase behind him. Someone was coming down. He hurried and changed into his animagus form. Once he finished his transformation, he saw it was Hermione who was coming back for a book she left on the table. Hermione heard the Weasley quarrel, but she ignored it when she saw Ivan as a black cat. Ivan tried to pretend to be a cat and slipped past Hermione. Before he could react, Hermione came and held him in her arms. Ivan's face blushed red. His body became stiff. He could feel the warmth of her body and something soft. His thoughts went back to last year in the Chamber of Secrets where Hermione hugged him for an extended amount of time. He was so nervous, it felt like Hermione was hugging herself. It was clear that Hermione had not recognized that the black cat in her arms was Ivan. She had just felt a sense of familiarity with the cat and unconsciously held him in her arms. To keep from eavesdropping on the Weasleys' quarrel, she decided to return to her room. She decided to look for her book tomorrow. Ivan didn't dare move. He was dragged by Hermione into her room. In the room, Crookshanks was lying on the bed. When it saw Ivan, it jumped up and angrily growled at it. It acted like it would pounce at any second. Ivan quickly meowed a few times. He didn't want to get into a fight with Crookshanks. Crookshanks tilted its head and stared at Ivan for a while. Because of Ivan's cries, it seems Crookshanks recognized who Ivan was. Crookshanks calmed down and showed a little bit of intimacy. Get along with this little guy, Crookshanks. Hermione looked at the both of them happily. I don't know whose pet this is, it's too late now. Maybe I'll ask old Tom tomorrow. Hermione rubbed Ivan's head. She then jumped down from the bed. Crookshanks, you need a bath before you go to bed, and the little guy can get one with you, said Hermione while smiling. In the next second, Ivan opened his eyes and saw Hermione undressing. God, should I look or not? Thought Ivan. Wait, she just said that she's going to give us a bath. Does that mean? A few moments later, Ivan shook his head. He didn't dare think about it. He hurried out of the room when Hermione entered the bathroom. Crookshanks looked at Ivan strangely. It wondered why Ivan was in such a hurry to leave. He looked like a runaway. What a strange cat. Didn't we agree to take a bath together? Ivan ran back into his room at full speed. He made sure to remember to be careful with his animagus form from now on. He must not let Hermione find out it was him, or the only thing waiting for him would be death. There was a noise coming from the room next door. Percy was looking for his headboy badge. He suspected that Ron had hidden it. When Ivan went upstairs earlier, he saw that Fred and George took Percy's badge and changed it from headboy to big head boy. He rolled over and gazed at the dimly lit ceiling. His thoughts soon drifted further and further away. The next morning, Ivan awoke and went downstairs to eat breakfast. Everyone else was already up. Mr. Weasley was there reading the Daily Prophet while frowning, and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were talking. Ivan walked up to his seat and heard Hermione talking to Old Tom about the cat. He turned his head and acted like he knew nothing. On his left was Ron angrily talking about Percy with Harry. The sooner we get on the train, the better. At least at Hogwarts. I don't have to be around Percy all the time, said Ron. He was accusing me of dropping tea on a picture of his girlfriend, Penelope. Harry tried to persuade Ron to calm down while Fred and George, who sat opposite of them, were delighted. They giggled and congratulated Ron for successfully making Percy angry. The laughter of the two made Percy even more furious. He looked at them angrily. He then quickly ate his breakfast and took his belongings out of the bar. Then there was chaos. Everyone was rushing to the Ministry's car. Ivan saw Mr. Weasley call Harry to the corner, and after a minute Harry came out with an ashen face. Hermione was still looking for the black cat from last night. Ivan hurried to help her with her luggage. Crookshanks was in a little wicker basket noisily meowing. After hearing Crookshanks cry, Ron unconsciously held Scabbers tightly. The journey to King's Cross was safe. They arrived at the station 20 minutes early. The Ministry driver helped them find a trolley to push their luggage. Everyone went through the wall of platform 9 3/4. This is Ivan's first time here. He was curious to see what it looked like. The platform was full of children. On the rack was an old-fashioned scarlet steam locomotive bowling smoke. They went to the train. Mr. Weasley helped them load their luggage. They said goodbye to the Weasley couple, and Mrs. Weasley kissed every child goodbye. Mr. Weasley was still whispering to Harry. Harry's face looked confused and uneasy when the train started. Harry whispered to Ron and Hermione, "I need to talk to you in private." "Go away, Ginny," said Ron, while waving her away. "Fine," said Ginny proudly while walking away. Ivan froze for a moment and followed. "Ivan, you don't have to. You guys talk first. I have a few things to do. I'll be back soon." Ivan didn't pause for a second. He knows what Harry was going to say, but he had his own plans. If he was going to be easy to solve this year's series of events, Peter Pettigrew is much easier to deal with than Tom. He followed Ginny to a compartment near the end. Colin and Neville were sitting in it. The two of them went in and greeted them. Colin excitedly told them about his summer vacation in the countryside. The Hogwarts Express steadily went forward. The scenery outside the window became more and more rustic, but also became darker. Knowing that Ivan was sitting here, people constantly came by and greeted him. Most of them were readers of the Hogwarts Magic newspaper. It didn't take long before Luna came over and stuffed a quibbler into Ivan's hand. She told him it was the latest article about Snorlax. Although Ivan has repeatedly told Luna he isn't interested in Snorlax or anything like that, Luna still gives him each issue of the quibbler. The sky outside was getting darker. It was starting to rain. The windows were fogging. The door was soon opened, and came 3 unwelcome guests. Malfoy came in followed by his 2 minions, Goyle and Crabbe. As if they had just visited Harry's compartment, Malfoy said in a long, slow tone, "Mudblood, why aren't you sitting with Potter?" "None of your business," said Ivan softly. Neville, Colin, and Ginny nervously raised their heads. "Potter has abandoned you. He must have become fed up with you and your stupid newspaper." After Malfoy finished, Crabbe and Goyle laughed. "Go away. You are not welcome here," shouted Ginny. "Did you hear, Ginny?" Ivan pulled out his wand and narrowed his eyes and said, "Or do you want me to experiment with a few new spells? Pay attention to your tone, Mudblood, or you—" He was interrupted when Harry, Ron, and Hermione came. "Fuck off, Malfoy!" shouted Ron when he came in. "We do not have time to listen to your nonsense." Malfoy hesitated. He was now outnumbered. He involuntarily stepped back. Just then the train abruptly stopped. All the lights went out. They were thrown into utter darkness. Damn it, what happened? Ivan heard Malfoy scream. There was constant movement of people outside. Lumos, whispered Ivan. A light appeared on the tip of his wand. The compartment temperature dropped more and more. It dropped until it felt like the Arctic. There was a strange noise outside. Something was approaching. Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe hurried back into the compartment. The door slowly opened. Ivan felt Hermione, who was standing beside himself, hold his arm tightly. Her body slightly trembled. He patted Hermione on the shoulder, which gave the girl a little reassurance. The door was completely opened. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the lighting charm of Ivan, was a creature cloaked in black and as tall as the ceiling. His face was completely hidden under the hood. A hand stretched out from the cloak. The hand was gray, thin, and filled with scabs. It was like something dead had rotted in water. The creature under the cloak seemed to fell the gazes of the several people. The thing under the hood took a long, slow breath. It was as if it was trying to suck something out of the air. Several children in the compartment screamed. Their voices seemed very depressing. Ivan tightened his grip on his wand. Dementors! They felt a chill. It was like all the happiness was sucked away. Harry's face was pale. His expression was terrified. It was like he experienced the most horrific tragedy that has ever befell man. Everyone froze. Harry fainted to the ground. Ron hurried to his side. Malfoy looked terrified. He didn't have a chance to laugh at Harry. "Go away. We don't have what you seek," said Ivan while trembling. Hearing his words made the Dementors pause. A rotten smell filled the air as the Dementors turned to leave. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. In the next second, a clicking sound filled the compartment. Colin had pulled out his camera and taken a picture. The act seemed to have annoyed the Dementors. It jerked forward. "Expecto Patronum," shouted Ivan. He had studied the spell during his summer vacation for this unavoidable incident. Ivan tried to think of the happiest thing he could think of. A thin wisp of silver shot out from his wand and hovered like mist before him. His spell soon attracted another Dementor. Ivan could feel his spell failing. He can't hold on much longer. Behind him were 9 people that looked like they were about to faint. The barrier was becoming smaller and smaller. Ivan stepped back. He was panting violently. His wand hand was shaking. As the 2 Dementors came closer, he could feel all the happiness fade. Ivan felt that his courage and hope were also fading, leaving only despair. Ivan tightly gripped his wand. Ivan had reached his limit. The silver barrier was full of cracks. It was constantly breaking and reforming. The light was becoming dimmer. Just when he thought it was all over, a hand suddenly helped him hold onto his wand. It was Hermione. Her hand was cold to the touch. In the dark, Hermione courageously stood beside Ivan. The 2 people supported the light in the dark. Hermione might be cold, but she sparked a fire within Ivan. His despair was burned away. Only courage remained. The light from his wand grew stronger and stronger. The shield became wider. His Patronus was beginning to take form. The animal looked familiar. The animal seemed familiar. Ivan's eyes widened. In the next second, he saw a silver wolf knock the Dementors down. It then disappeared without a trace. The lights were soon restored, and then a strange middle-aged man came in wearing an extremely shabby robe with patches in several places. He looked very sickly and tired. His light brown hair was mingled with white. "He is Professor Lupin. He was sleeping in the compartment we were in," whispered Hermione. "What were those creatures, and what was the spell that you used? Why did I seem to see?" "It was the Patronus charm." Before Ivan could answer, he heard Lupin. Lupin took out a large chunk of chocolate from his bosom and divided it into small pieces. Ivan ate a little. He felt a warm sensation fill his body. He saw the other people scramble to wake Harry. Harry slowly opened his eyes. "Harry, are you okay?" asked Ron nervously. "I'm okay." Harry looked at the door and saw the Dementors had gone. He breathed a sigh of relief. Where did those creatures go? And who was screaming just now? Those creatures were warded off by Ivan, and no one was screaming. "But I heard screams and saw a green light," said Harry as he shook his head stubbornly. "Harry, I think you should rest." Lupin looked worried. He handed a particularly large piece of chocolate to Harry. Here you go. Eat it. It's good for you. Professor, what were those things? Harry didn't eat his chocolate. He just looked at Lupin. They're Dementors from Azkaban. Lupin crumpled the empty chocolate wrapper and put it in his pocket. The fact is, this little guy has done an excellent job before I got here. You need to eat the chocolate now. I need to go talk to the driver. Ivan saw Lupin exit the compartment and disappeared down the hallway. By the time he turned his head back, everyone was staring at him. Even Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe. Don't look at me like that. Professor Lupin already told you they are Dementors. They're the guards of Azkaban. Dementors, Azkaban, said Harry. Harry raised his head awkwardly. Did anyone faint besides me? No. Ron looked at Harry anxiously. Although everyone was afraid, no one fainted, which made Harry's face a little pale. He didn't understand why he felt so weak. Harry began to feel a little embarrassed. Ivan, what did you do to ward off the Dementors? How come I saw? Whispered Hermione. Well, it was the— Wait a minute, Ivan. Ron hurried and stopped Ivan. He turned his head and looked at Malfoy and the others. I don't think it is appropriate for Slytherin students to hear about such a good spell. That is ridiculous. Weasley, do you think I would listen to a mudblood's nonsense? Malfoy gaze slowly crossed a few faces before it finally fell on Harry. When it did, it glowed with malice. Be careful, Potter, and stop acting like a dazed child. You weren't any better when the Dementors came in. You started trembling, said Ron. But at least I didn't faint, muttered Malfoy. They left the compartment with their chocolate. Well, go on, Ivan. After Malfoy's departure, the atmosphere was much lighter. There isn't really a reason to keep this magic a secret. I just used the Patronus charm. It is very unpopular, but it is also very advanced magic. It can be used to reset the Dementors. This was the first time I used it, so it wasn't very powerful, and I couldn't fully form the Guardian. If you want to learn it, I can teach it to you. In fact, I'm going to put the instruction on how to use it in the newspaper, so no one has to be afraid of the Dementors. Ivan had just finished when he suddenly thought of what kind of Guardian was forming. It seemed to— He shook his head. It must have been an illusion. How can it be something like that? The cold rain poured down. Everyone walked into the castle. Everyone felt a sense of relief. The scent of food floated out from the Great Hall. It made all the young wizards feel happy. Ivan sniffed and rubbed his belly. It was a pity that he couldn't see the sorting ceremony or eat last year. As he was about to enter the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly sounded out. Mason, Potter, and Granger, I want to see you three. They turned their heads in surprise. They saw Professor McGonagall come over with a stern look. Ivan tried to think if he had done anything. You don't have to be so sad. I just want to talk to you in my office. She turned her head. Weasley, Creevy, you may go to the party first. Ron and Colin stared at Professor McGonagall as she led Ivan, Harry, and Hermione away. They walked to her office. It was a small room with a welcoming fire in the fireplace. The three of them were astonished to see that Madame Pomfrey was there waiting for them. Professor Lupin sent an owl, saying you passed out on the train, Potter. Professor McGonagall looked worried. As for you, Mason, Lupin said that you used the Patronus charm, which is incredible considering your age, but the strain on your body must be immense. No, Professor. Before they could finish their words, they were interrupted by Madame Pomfrey. You too, said Madame Pomfrey in an enlightened voice. I thought, you're not going to do anything dangerous like you did with the basilisk. Dementors at Hogwarts, said Professor McGonagall. They exchanged an inconspicuous wink, and Madame Pomfrey exhaled a deep breath of cold air with an unfavorable giggle. Setting Dementors around the school, muttered Madame Pomfrey while examining Ivan and Harry. He won't be the last one to collapse. You are all clammy. They surely are terrible creatures, the effect they have on people who are already delicate. I'm not delicate, said Harry angrily. Of course you're not, said Madame Pomfrey absent-mindedly. You look good. What do you need, bed rest, or— I think we're fine. I think I have a lot of happy things to remember. The spell wasn't as hard as I thought it would be, said Ivan hastily. Since taking the potion, his mana has clearly increased by a good margin. The use of the Patronus charm is too much for a regular young wizard's body. Ivan was curious as to why he had started to form the Guardian, even though he couldn't remember anything happy in his mind. I don't need anything, nodded Harry. Professor Lupin gave me some chocolate, and I feel much better now. So we have a professor who knows his remedies, whispered Madame Pomfrey. After Ivan and Harry repeatedly insisted they were all right, they went out with Madame Pomfrey. Professor McGonagall had something to say to Hermione. What does Professor McGonagall have to talk to Hermione about? Asked Harry curiously. It should be about some of her class's time conflicting, so perhaps Professor McGonagall is persuading her to give up a few classes. Said Ivan, even though he knew Professor McGonagall is giving Hermione a time turner. He used one at the end of last year, but the time turner he used was made by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. It was powerful enough to bring him back 1,000 years. Unfortunately, when he came back, Ravenclaw didn't just say, "Merry Christmas, take your stuff." Ivan thought there might be something else in the secret room. He got the time turner, but the basilisk was going to many different places. He couldn't be sure of its exact location, and he didn't have a clue where to find the secret treasures. As Ivan was in thought frowning, Hermione came out looking very happy. Behind her was Professor McGonagall. She walked down the stairs to the Great Hall with him. In the Great Hall was a sea of black hats. Each table was filled with students. Thousands of candle lights shone on their faces. The candles were suspended in mid-air above the table. Professor Flitwick was walking out of the Great Hall with an old hat and a three-legged stool. "Oh my God," said Ivan as he slapped his forehead. "I missed it 2 years in a row, Hal." "Yes, you are very unlucky," said Colin while looking at Ivan sympathetically. By the time Ivan sat down, he noticed there were a few new faces at Gryffindor's table, which should be the new first years. He doesn't know them, but they seem to know him. They turned around and looked at Ivan and Harry. He told them a summary of what had happened on the train. The people were all very interested in the matter, whether it was Harry who had fainted or Ivan's use of magic to defeat the Dementors. Perhaps after the story of me and the basilisk at Hogwarts will be me and the Dementors at Hogwarts. As long as it's in Lockhart style, it will be very popular. After a while, a warm sound of applause filled the Great Hall. He saw Hagrid's flushed face. He stood in the teacher's seat with his smile hidden by his messy black beard. Dumbledore had just finished introducing the 2 new professors. Lupin was as expected a professor of defense against the dark arts, and Hagrid was the professor of the care of magical creatures. Hagrid didn't have to say much since most of the students were already familiar with him. As for Professor Lupin, the students who had experienced the Dementor's attack on the train applauded, even though he was dressed very shabbily. Everyone was delighted to finally have a proper professor for defense against the dark arts. Even Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe applauded, but they soon stopped. Ivan saw Snape staring at Professor Lupin. The expression on Snape's face seemed a little irritated. The look on his face would make any person shudder. Next, Dumbledore announced that the Ministry of Magic has stationed Dementors on the school grounds, and everybody should stay clear of the Dementors since they would take any action of not cooperation as provocation and attack. When Dumbledore finished, the atmosphere turned heavy. Soon the opening dinner was over. Everyone was immersed in the news of the Dementors. Dementors are some of the evilest creatures known. They live in the darkest, dirtiest places and suck all the joy from the air. If you get too close to Dementors, all your happy memories will vanish. You will only be left with the worst memories of your life. These horrible creatures have guarded Azkaban for years. They guard the most wicked, dark wizards of the wizarding world. But now they are at Hogwarts. What shall happen now? Everyone seemed to realize something, but no one wanted to think about it. Everyone silently returned to their common rooms. It was eerily quiet, but Ivan did hear the occasional small talk. Dementors, Azkaban, Sirius Black, and Harry Potter's name were repeatedly mentioned. Quite a few people are keeping their distance from Harry, especially those born from wizarding families. They must have heard something from their parents. The reason Sirius Black was arrested 13 years ago was the furthest thing from a secret, but no one wanted to talk about it. The atmosphere was gloomy. Everybody lacked knowledge about the Dementors. Ivan decided to strike the iron while it was hot. If the young wizards were so interested in Dementors, he might as well write a few introductory articles about them. He spoke to Colin and went directly to the library to find the information. In the library, Madame Pants looked at Ivan suspiciously. She apparently had an impression of him. Last year, Ivan had looked at almost everything in the library in a single year. He looked at the simplest spell to the most taboo one. The vast majority of information were things not meant for his age. Madame Pants shook her head. She thought while she was in her second year, she could only cast simple spells like making her wand glow, but this child. She remembered the headmaster's reaction when she told Dumbledore about it. Dumbledore calmly told her to not bother with him, and he even allowed the child to look at the books in the restricted section. Madame Pants thought Dumbledore might have lost his mind. She wouldn't be surprised if he became a dark wizard in the future. Look at the book he's reading, it's all about the Dementors. When she saw the name of those vile creatures, she shivered. They were too scary. It is something a normal second year shouldn't look at. Ivan was clueless that the image in Madame Pants's eyes was one of a dark wizard. When he came back to the common room with over 10 books, everyone had already gone to their bedrooms, except Hermione. "You're back." Hermione looked up at Ivan while pointing to a steaming glass and said, "I heard from Colin that you went to the library to look for information on the Dementors, so I decided to wait for you for a while, and I prepared some hot chocolate for you." "Thank you," said Ivan gratefully while taking a cup to drink. "This is nice, after searching in the library for a while and coming back." Before he swallowed it, he immediately spit it out. He wore a pained expression. There was no sugar in the hot chocolate whatsoever. The taste was extremely bitter. It seems Hermione expected this reaction. She smiled and said, "When I need a bit of energy, this helps me wake up." She had the same stuff in her cup. It was already half drunk. Ivan forced himself to take a sip and swallow it, but he couldn't. He saw Hermione organizing her schedule, so he curiously asked, "Hermione, what are you doing?" "I'm redoing my schedule. I have a lot of classes this semester. I'm afraid." By the light of the fire, Ivan saw Hermione's full schedule. If he didn't know she had a time turner, he would have thought she had made a few mistakes. "You have almost everything marked. Don't push yourself, Hermione," said Ivan. "Even if you have the help of a time turner, you still shouldn't take so many lessons at the same time. With that workload, your body won't be able to handle it." "Oh, I guess you should know. After all, you used one last year." Hermione took a pocket watch out from her dress. "Don't worry, Ivan. I've had a thorough conversation with Professor McGonagall. Don't think I don't know what you're going to do. You will ignore your physical condition," said Ivan hurriedly. "Hermione, you're not like a ghost. You can't forego sleep. In my view, there are some courses that you don't need at all. For example, divination, arithmancy, and Muggle studies will be completely useless to you. But it would be fascinating to study it from the viewpoint of the wizarding world," said Hermione, while looking at Ivan with a sincere face. "Listen to me. You need to give up a few." "No, I want to let's try," insisted Hermione. We are Muggle-born wizards. I want to prove that I'm not any worse than anyone else." "You don't have to prove anything. You're already the best." "That's not enough. Percy obtained top grades in 12 Owls, and compared to you, Hermione's voice was getting lower. The atmosphere became silent. The two people didn't speak. Crookshanks was grooming himself in front of the fireplace. "Well, if you insist," sighed Ivan, "but you have to promise me you will take good care of yourself, okay?" Hermione nodded with a red face. She felt a bad vibe. Ivan was a little bit like. She hurriedly said to Ivan, "Well, have you found any books about the Dementors?" "Every book on Dementors is right here in this pile. I need to write a topic on Dementors, so are you ready to help?" "Of course," nodded Hermione. The silvery moonlight slowly crept in and illuminated the common room while the fire was silently burning. The Gryffindors' common room was serene while the Dementors were roaming the grounds of the school. Ivan and Hermione studied everything about the Dementors, their habits, their ways of attacking, their histories, and the ways to defeat them. The Patronus charm is used by thinking of the happiness thing one can think of. With her finger on the contents of the book, Hermione softly said, "When the spell is at its most powerful, it can summon the guardian, and each person's guardian is unique. A guardian generally takes the shape of the animal with whom they share the deepest affinity." Hermione read, "A guardian generally takes the shape of the animal with whom they share the deepest affinity." She kept looking at those words and said, "Ivan, I remember the guardian you summoned on the train." "Don't think about it, Hermione." Ivan's eyes couldn't help but fall on the fireplace where Crookshanks has been sleeping. He stared at it for a while. He slowly explained, It must have just been a coincidence. Just that. Okay, said Hermione. The compartment was dim, and Ivan's Patronus was flashing, so Hermione was unsure if she had seen it correctly. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Happiness always fades. The Dementors have brought panic. Despair spread throughout the castle, followed by a horrible thing. The first thing was divination class. Ivan witnessed the entire thing. Because there wasn't any class in the morning for the second years, he followed Harry to divination class for the third years. To be honest, Ivan has always been interested in divination and Professor Trelawney. In the past, when he read the books, Trelawney's prophecy was very accurate. Harry's fate was determined from the very beginning. But Professor Trelawney's actual performance was disappointing to Ivan. If most people are afraid of the unknown, Professor Trelawney is afraid of the future. The first divination lesson was spent intimidating people. She made a horrible prediction about everyone in the room. The first to be killed is Neville. Professor Trelawney brought up his grandmother for no reason. This made Neville and the whole class paranoid. Next was Parvati Patil. She cautioned her to beware of the red-haired man. She then told the class that a vicious flu would force classes to be disrupted in February. After she said her words, the class was tense and silent. Ivan wasn't surprised when Hermione stormed out. Professor Trelawney's divinations were more like a curse than a prophecy. If it wasn't for being polite, he would go now. If Professor Trelawney didn't enter a certain state, she was nothing more than a deranged liar. As she has said, if you do not have the sight, little progress will be made in divination. Maybe Professor Trelawney has actually seen something, but Ivan would bet it would most likely be nonsense. Ivan paired with Hermione in the subsequent deviation. They mixed up their tea, followed Professor Trelawney's instructions, and then dried the tea leaves and exchanged cups. You know what, Ivan, said Hermione while staring at the tea leaves. It makes me feel stupid predicting fate with tea leaves. Yeah, I know, nodded Ivan. He then saw Professor Trelawney come closer, so he hurriedly said, but we better follow the book and see what they mean. Well, Hermione frowned. It looks like a bug, but I'm not sure. Maybe it looks like... Let me see, boy. They passed the cup to the professor. Her face immediately revealed a panicked expression. It is a spider. It means your plan will be frustrating. Professor Trelawney whispered to Ivan, and you'd better watch out for this creature. I see doom in your teacup. Yes. Hermione stood behind Professor Trelawney and said in an unfavorable tone, from my point of view, it is like a sun in the book. It means happiness. So it seems Ivan will have good luck. Ivan looked nervously at the two of them talking about the cups. They acted as if it would really determine their destiny. Whether it is bad luck or good fortune, he dares not say. But he couldn't see why he had to fear a spider. The only spider that he had to fear in Hogwarts is probably the giant ones in the forest, and he doesn't have a reason to go there this year. Is his plan going to be frustrating? Ivan frowned. Next was Ron and Harry, who were sitting by themselves. They burst into laughter, which attracted Professor Trelawney's attention. She came over and quickly snatched the teacup from Ron's hand. Everyone was quiet and focused on Professor Trelawney, who stared at the tea leaves. It is a falcon, my dear. You have a deadly enemy, whispered Trelawney. But everybody knows that, muttered Hermione. Everyone knows Harry, and you know, this is not a lucky teacup. She turned the cup again. Your future will be dangerous. Everyone gaped at Trelawney, who turned the teacup again. She suddenly gasped and screamed. She then sat in an empty chair. Her hands were over her heart, and her eyes were closed. My dear child, my poor dear child. No, I shouldn't say it. Don't ask me anything. What the matter, Professor? Everyone stood up and slowly gathered around Harry and Ron's table to seal the tea leaves clearly. Well, it looks like a donkey, said Hermione hesitantly. That is a grim, said Professor Trelawney while opening her eyes. Poor boy, you have a grim. Her words seemed to bewilder the children in the class. Excuse me, Professor, what do I have? Asked Harry. Grim, what is a grim? Seeing that Harry didn't understand caused Trelawney to exclaim, the giant spectral dog that haunts churchyards. My dear boy, it is an omen, the worst omen of death. Harry's face was unnatural. He recalled the big dog on the cover of and the dog that he had seen on the street. He turned his head and looked at Ivan, who had also seen the dog. You think it was a grim, it was just a stray dog. I've seen it, and if bad luck is contagious. Hearing Ivan's words made everyone involuntarily step backward. They were afraid of them both. Ivan tried not to laugh. It was really fascinating to be suddenly so frightening. No wonder Professor Trelawney loves it. Hermione gave Ivan a nasty stare. She went toward Professor Trelawney's chair and said, "Professor, I don't think it's an omen." Professor Trelawney surveyed Hermione and said, "Forgive me for saying so, but I perceive very little aura around you. Very little receptivity to the resonances of the future." Professor Trelawney looked at Hermione and Ivan with displeasure. She was dissatisfied with the panic they had created. Trelawney said in a vague voice, "I think we will leave the lesson here for today. Please pack away your thing." Silently, the class took their teacups back to Professor Trelawney, packed away their books, and closed their bags. Even Ron didn't dare meet Harry's eyes. Everyone was thinking about what the professor had said. Hermione seemed to want to continue the debate. Ivan hurried out of the classroom. Only Harry and Ron were left in the corridor. Ivan's bad luck is contagious and makes everyone nervous. They all lowered their heads and ran down the stairs at full speed. It was as if they had the plague. Ivan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were left standing alone. They watched as people fled from them. No one knew what to say. A second later, Ivan looked back and saw Hermione was now gone. Harry and Ron then rushed to Transfiguration class, and Ivan went to Charms class. Within a few minutes, what happened in divination had been spread throughout Hogwarts, and Ivan immediately paid for his bad jokes. In the second year of Charms, no one except Colin and Ginny was willing to approach him. Professor Flitwick explained the levitation spell on the podium, and the students ate the desks were absent-minded. From time to time, some people cast sneaky eyes on Ivan. They all heard about Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Of course, the grim in Harry's teacup was death, and if bad luck is contagious, then the next must be Ivan, who also had an unexplained omen. But then again, all the young wizards took a sniff of air and tried to shrink their bodies back. Ivan had never known before that wizards were so superstitious. They clearly have strong powers, but they are afraid of a black stray dog. Ginny explained the ominous meaning to Ivan and Colin. She said his uncle had once seen one before, and he died after 24 hours. Seeing her face, it seems as if she is worried that Harry might fall at any moment. When they arrived at the auditorium for lunch, Ivan saw Harry and Ron equally grieved. Hermione was filled with disdain. "Ron, please, you are scaring Colin and Ginny." Hermione pushed a saucer to him and turned to explain, "McGonagall just told us in class about omens of death are Professor Trelawney's favorite way of welcoming new students. She predicts a student's death every year, but the accuracy rate is 0. "You don't understand, Hermione," Ron muttered, scooping a handful of snacks on his plate, and slowly said, "Harry and Ivan have seen one. It's really, really bad." "I don't see anything bad. If those people see omens, then they're scared to death. Then the omen is not a harbinger, but the cause of death," said Hermione with a sense of superiority. "Think of Trelawney's other prediction. She told Ivan to be careful with spiders." Ron wrinkled his nose in uneasy, because what he feared most was spiders. She was right. We really should be careful of spiders. I mean, Harry's omen in the teacup is clear. Ron said fiercely. "Accept the truth, Hermione. Professor Trelawney said that your aura is not right, and you just don't like what you cannot do." As soon as his voice fell, Hermione dropped on the table her arithmetic book, and the action was so heavy that the minced meat and carrots went everywhere. "If divinations is good, it means that I must pretend to see scorpions, spiders, or death in tea dregs. I haven't learned this lesson yet. Compared to my arithmetic class, this class is completely rubbish." Under the gaze of the others, she grabbed her bag and left the auditorium. "What is she talking about?" Ron smiled uneasily. "Her arithmetic class hasn't started yet. Hermione was just worrying about me and Harry. You didn't want us to see a dog and then die," Ivan said, stuffing the pie into his mouth. "Of course not, but it's really, really bad," Ron grimly replied. His prediction seems to have been verified, or that this is the second sign. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, just outside of the History of Magic classroom, Ivan saw Hagrid hurrying past him with Malfoy. Malfoy had a deep, long gash in his arm, and the blood flowed out, dripping onto the floor, and many Slytherin students followed. The second years who had just come out of the classrooms were all stunned. They opened their mouths in surprise and did not know what happened. It was Harry who had the omen of death. Why would Malfoy be injured? Things passed quickly afterwards. Malfoy was attacked by Hagrid's hippogriff. If you want to ask why there was a hippogriff in the class, that is because it was Hagrid's first class of care for magical creatures, and in order to leave a deep impression on everyone, he brought 12 hippogriffs to class. Not surprisingly, this lesson ended in complete failure. Although he saw Madame Pomfrey cure Malfoy in only a minute, he still looked pale and said that his arm hurt and his mouth screamed something about telling his father to get Hagrid fired. If not for too many people being around, Ivan would have given him a silencing curse. After about 5 minutes, Snape rushed in and he glanced at Ivan. Ivan then left the school hospital. A moment later, Hagrid walked out from the inside with a look of defeat. "I'm afraid this is a new record, Ivan," he said frustratingly. "I think they haven't seen it before. They just spent a day teaching. I crewed everything up. Professor Snape said I shouldn't have made my first class about hippogriffs, and he said he would report this to Dumbledore and the school board. I don't blame you. I heard all about it. It's all Malfoy. No, it's because I'm too aggressive. I should have spent some time to do flobberworms or something else and taken out the hippogriffs. I thought I could make the first lesson fun." Hagrid pulled out his hand to wipe his eyes. "Anyways, I'm here for you, Hagrid." Ivan sighed. He didn't know how to comfort a person. "If there's any trouble, come to me for help." "Thank you. I feel better," Hagrid said. Then he walked out of the castle, wiping his tears away, and Ivan looked at him with worry. He went to the main hall to eat dinner and returned to the common room. He never saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They didn't know what to do. He sat absent-mindedly in front of the fire and discussed with Colin about charms today. After it got dark, the three of them hurried back. They just want to see Hagrid. After the farewell with Ivan, Hagrid went back to his cabin and drank a lot. When they arrived, he was drunk and lying on the ground, his cheeks still full of tears. This is not the worst yet. Hagrid received a letter from the school board. It said that Lucius Malfoy officially filed a complaint with the board and the ministry with this matter. It seems that he is convinced to get Hagrid fired. It was not until Wednesday morning that Malfoy reappeared at the Slytherin table. When he entered the main hall, the Slytherin's table started to cheer. His right arm was wrapped in a bandage and hung from his neck with a sling, like a hero who survived a terrible battle. When they saw him like this, Harry and Ron looked disdainful, but Malfoy himself was proud, and he provoked them with a grimace. Harry turned his head to the side and tried hard to restrain himself, and acted as if he had not seen Malfoy's provocation. He found that everyone beside him looking down at the Daily Prophet. "What are you looking at?" Harry asked strangely. "It's about Sirius Black's latest news." Hermione whispered and put a newspaper in front of him. Harry saw that it read, "Black was seen by a muggle somewhere not far from Hogwarts. When the Ministry of Magic arrived, he had left and is currently in the process of tracking him down. Presumably, Sirius Black is trying to enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Harry swallowed. What did Sirius Black want in Hogwarts? Did he really want to kill him, as Mr. Weasley said? At the thought of being hunted by such a madman, Harry suddenly lost his appetite and made him feel sick. He wanted to rely on the Dementors outside the castle to protect him. "It's terrible. He's has been seen somewhere not far from here," Ron said worriedly. "This Black, how did he escape the Dementors? Perhaps a Patronus charm? It's impossible. He doesn't have a wand. There are 200 Dementors outside," Hermione said quickly. "Do you know what this means?" Seeing Harry, Ron, and Hermione whispering in silence, Ivan did not participate in their discussion. The question he now needs to consider is how to control Peter Pettigrew and get in touch with Sirius Black. These two things are easy to say, but they are full of difficulties. The simplest method is undoubtedly to go to Dumbledore and tell him that Ron's rat is the enigmagus Peter Pettigrew, and that Dumbledore's wily plans will be able to get through the incident as long as he gets the news. The problem is that this is the same as last year's handling of Tom Riddle's diary book. Ivan doesn't know how to explain to the other that Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew. Obviously knowing everything, yet not being able to do anything is a very bad feeling. Ivan sighed, as it seems that he will have to rely on himself. Sirius Black wasn't an urgent matter. He needed to control Peter. He then remembered a useful potion in Power of Medicine. As Ivan contemplated his thoughts, Malfoy suddenly came over to the table and stood behind Harry with a malicious glare in his eyes. "Have you seen your pal Hagrid lately?" No one bothered with him. Harry and Ron held their fists and tried hard to restrain themselves. "It's a pity. I'm afraid he can't be a teacher anymore." Malfoy pretended to be sad and said, "My dad was very upset about my injuries." "Before I flatten you, go away, Malfoy," Ron growled. "If I were you, I would not be so impulsive. It will not be any good for you and you good pal, Hagrid. You will know immediately." Malfoy's eyes fell on the newspaper Harry had in his hands. "How about it, Potter? Do you want to single-handedly try to catch Black? What does this have to do with you?" "Of course, if I was you." Malfoy's thin lips bent into a humble smile. "I wouldn't be such a good school boy. I would go and find him everywhere." "What are you talking about, Malfoy?" said Ron harshly. "Don't you know Potter?" Malfoy's pale eyes froze, and he made a low laugh. "If I was you, I would choose revenge. I would find him myself." "What the hell are you trying to say?" Harry said angrily. "I'm really disappointed. You may not want to risk your life. Probably hoping the Dementors will deal with him. Isn't that right? Malfoy, if you have anything to say, speak now, or just get sent flying." Ron pulled his wand out. 5 point from Gryffindor. Snape stepped forward without a word and said, with a sly grin, "Weasley, put your wand away. I don't want to see you throwing up slugs everywhere." Ron's face flushed, and Malfoy smirked and followed Snape away. Abhorrent, Snape's deductions. "Obviously, it was Malfoy who came to provoke us and said something he didn't understand," said Ron irritably. "You shouldn't give him a chance. Snape just stared at us." "He just waited for you to show a flaw," Hermione whispered. "He wants to deduct points, and he can just find an excuse." Ron picked up his school bag. "There are 2 full potions this morning. I hope it's not too difficult." "No, Flag." In fact, the third-year potions class was a disaster. Harry and Ron had to cut materials for Malfoy all class. Snape threatened to poison Neville's pet toad unless he could fix his antidote. No called it. Finally, with Hermione's help, Neville's antidote was successful, but Snape still took away 5 points on the grounds that the cockroach was not dead. Note, didn't know they could die. All the students thought that this was them enduring Snape to the extreme, but this is obviously not the limit for Snape. Soon, everyone would know what despair really was. This may be the third omen. The incident took place in the defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon. Professor Lupin brought them a bogut. This kind of dark creature was able to transform. It looks into a person's heart and becomes the thing you fear most. Ivan didn't know what other people were afraid of, but Neville's fear in the world was Snape. With Lupin's encouragement, Neville used a spell to turn Snape into a funny image. He wore a long, lace dress, a witch's hat with a stuffed old eagle, which was moth-eaten, and he held a huge, scarlet handbag in its hands. This story spread widely all over the school very quickly. The Gryffindor students laughed for a whole night, and the revenge that followed Snape. Everyone soon couldn't help but laugh. Now, when hearing Professor Lupin's name, Snape's eye flashed with threatening brilliance. He bullied Neville more than ever before. In the second year's potion class, Snape walked around at each Gryffindor student in a gloomy way and deducted points whenever. Less than an hour later, he had deducted more than 50 points and successfully caused 3 girls to cry. Note, no wonder he is still single. In this class, no one succeeded in completing their potions except for Ivan. Snape just glanced at Ivan and ignored him. He satirically satirized the others and laid out a lot of homework, which was almost impossible to complete. As for the poor bogut, Ivan heard that Snape used a spell to blow it up and kill it completely. Note, R.I.P. bogut. Ivan felt sorry for this. He also wanted to see what his innermost fear was. Under the impetus of several things in succession, Hogwarts was caught in a strange and depressing atmosphere at the beginning of the new semester. Ivan had a feeling that several people around him were being slowly crushed. The first was Neville, what was completely scared by Snape. In the third potions class for third years, he was given detention by Snape for a full 2 months on the grounds that he did not peel the figs and just threw them in the cauldron. But in fact, everyone knows what is going on, and that Snape is out for revenge. From then on, as soon as Neville saw Snape, he would involuntarily turn pale and cold. Followed next was Hagrid, who seemed to be losing confidence. In the Care for Magical Creatures class, students were learning how to care for flobberworms in one lesson. The existence of such a creature is almost completely meaningless. In addition to eating, they always stay still and do nothing. Once again, Harry, he is now increasingly afraid of divinations. Professor Trelawney always looked at him with tearful eyes. Unpredictable prophecies spread throughout the school. No matter who he was, whenever they spoke to Harry, their voices became softer, as if he was on his deathbed. In addition, he has to worry about going to Hogsmeade. Professor McGonagall refused to sign his application. This means he is likely to be the only third year not to visit Hogsmeade. Even more worried than him was Colin and Ginny. They completely believed Professor Trelawney's prediction. In their eyes, Ivan and Harry may die at any time. Therefore, the two collected a lot of things that could allegedly ward off evil spirits and curses. Most of them were the popular items used during the basilisk attacks. As for Hermione, she also became more and more nervous. This is mainly because she has chosen many classes, causing her body and mind to be overloaded for a long time and her limit being reached. Ivan say her bag packed with more than 10 books every day. He wondered whether Hermione would faint if this was to continue. Finally, Ron, he was always suspicious. After several attempts by Crookshanks to attack Scabbers, he was ready for the cat. He showed everyone that Scabbers was getting skinnier and skinnier. In Ivan's eyes, the reason why Scabbers looked like this had nothing to do with Crookshanks. Peter Pettigrew surely knew that the real reason for Black's escape was to find revenge. After all, he had betrayed the Potters. He was scared, and as Black got closer to Hogwarts, panic rose in his brain. He wanted to run away, but he didn't know where to go. Hogwarts was currently the safest place. After all, there were so many terrifying Dementors keeping watch. It stands to reason that Black has no reason to try to break in, but since he had broken out of Azkaban, entering Hogwarts was only a matter of time. The mental suffering made Peter worried. In fact, it is not just them. Ivan was also busy at this time. In addition to preparing newspaper articles, he focused his energy on the preparation of potions, which he prepared for the Peter Pettigrew. He put a tracking agent in the strength elixir. As long as Peter took the drug within a certain range, he would be able to sense his potion with a certain spell. In this way, you would have to worry about him becoming a mouse and running away. Ivan's plan is to mix this tracker into the rat tonic, and Ron will make Scabbers drink it. The only problem now is that it is too time-consuming to make the potion. Even though he has made adequate preparations, he wouldn't be able to complete the potion until the eve of Halloween at the earliest. Harry had sent off Ron and Hermione to Hogsmeade on the eve of Halloween. Ivan rejected Colin's suggestion to play wizard chess. He ran to the 8th floor of the castle alone. After making sure that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly walked back and forth 3 times before entering the room. The room he requested was similar to Snape's office. The central table was full of glassware of various shapes, 2 metal cauldrons, and a heating device. The cabinets on both sides were filled with potion materials. These things were all bought by Ivan in Diagon Alley. Since last year, he has been here to make the medicines he needs, review the contents in advance, and so on. After a long time, Ivan's technique has become very skillful. He placed the prepared materials in the order according to this strength potion. After about 5 hours, he finally finished the preparations for the potion. He blended it with his own tonic. The potion showed a dark red color, exactly the same as the rat tonic used during the holidays. Ivan, satisfied with the drug, bottled it and went down to the Great Hall to the Halloween party that had already begun. The Great Hall was filled with jack-o'-lanterns, a group of fluttering bats, and many flame-filled orange streamers. They floated under the ceiling like brilliant water snakes. The food at the banquet was very delicious. Everyone looked happy. Since the start of the school year, the atmosphere of tension was swept away, and Harry seemed to have forgotten the damn prophecy. Hermione is finally not thinking about studying. After Ivan gave Ron the rat tonic, The other person's mood gradually improved. No longer worrying about Scabbers. Everything was going well. Even Hagrid, who had not been there recently, sat happily in the hall. The dinner ended with the entertainment provided by the ghosts. The ghosts suddenly appeared throughout walls and tables and made a parade. Gryffindor's ghost, nearly headless Nick, successfully reproduced his murder. Everyone felt that they had enjoyed a pleasant evening, but less than 10 minutes later, everything reversed. Some of the joy accumulated during a party disappeared and panic re-entered the castle. When the whole thing happened, Ivan, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Colin, and Ginny were walking slowly back to Gryffindor's tower along the usual route. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady, they found that the corridor was full of people. "What's the matter, WHE? Doesn't anyone go in?" Colin asked curiously. "Maybe they forgot their passwords?" Ron said with a smile. "How is this possible? It is impossible for so many people to forget the password." Ivan saw Peeves jumping on the crowd's heads. He is very happy. Suddenly, this is a bad feeling. Peeves only like destruction, and the scenes of sadness will only reveal this expression. It will not be. Wading through the crowd, Professor Dumbledore, who got the news, hastily arrived. He rushed to the portrait of the fat lady. The students crowded together to give him room. Ivan leaned a bit closer to see what was. "Oh my God!" Hermione suddenly shouted, clutching Ivan's arm. "Note, and now don't get too close." Before them, the portrait of the fat lady was maliciously vandalized. Portrait, small pieces of canvas, were everywhere and large canvas was torn from the frames. Professor McGonagall, go to Filch immediately and tell him to look for the fat lady in each of the paintings in the castle. Dumbledore said quickly. "You'll be luck." Peeves grinned. "What do you mean, Peeves?" asked Dumbledore calmly. "Sorry, Headmaster." Peeves' smile faded a bit. He dared not laugh at Dumbledore. Instead, he turned to a slick tone. "She didn't want to be seen. She was messed up. I saw her running through the landscape on the 5th floor, sir. Hiding in the middle of the trees, she cried and said something terrible. Poor thing." Peeves added one sentence, but it meant nothing to others. "Who did she say?" asked Dumbledore quietly. "Oh, say, Professor." Peeves was like holding a bomb in his arms. She didn't let him in. He is very annoyed. You understand. He is bad-tempered. Sirius Black. Hearing Peeves, everyone sucked in a breath. Sirius Black actually broke into the castle and tried to enter Gryffindor common room. This is terrible. Fortunately, it is now the eve of Halloween and everyone was not in the tower. Professor Dumbledore asked all students to return to the Great Hall immediately. To ensure safety, the faculty would conduct a thorough search of the castle. Ivan hurried downstairs with the others, and everyone whispered about what just happened. "You said that Black is still in the castle?" Hermione asked anxiously, whispering. "Look at Dumbledore's meaning. He obviously thinks that way." Ron whispered, "I want to say that he picked tonight. It's really our luck." "Yeah." Collins uneasy nodded. He looked around nervously, as if Sirius Black was hiding in a corner, ready to rush out. "I guess he has been confused because he's been fleeing. He didn't think that today is Halloween. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in." Ron's words won everyone's approval. In addition, everyone asked each other the same question. How did he come in? Perhaps he knows how to disapparate. It's impossible. As long as you have read the book, A History of Hogwarts, you would know that it is not only protected by walls. Hermione quickly says, the castle has been enchanted to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. It's impossible to get in through operating. Moreover, I'd like to see what kind of enchantment can fool the Dementors. These guys guard every entrance that they fly in, they will see. Filch knows all the secret passages, and they have sealed these passages. Tien, no, if I had $1, every time I have heard Hermione explain about this concept and about how Ron and Harry never read History of Hogwarts, I would probably be a millionaire. Just saying. Who knows? This is Sirius Black after all. Second only to he who must not be named. Ron wrinkled his nose, nervously, his eyes fixed on the girls' bathroom at the end of the 3rd floor corridor. He remembered the nightmare experience from last year. Note, has anyone else noticed that everything seems to happen on the 3rd floor? Harry looked pale after Ron and couldn't see any blood on his face. Black had entered the castle to kill him. This feeling was bad enough. Let's be happy. No matter what trick Black played, he would have been discovered by Dumbledore. What do you think, Ivan? Maybe, Ivan said. He stared out the narrow window on the left side of the hallway, and his sight fell on the lawn outside the castle. There was a huge black dog covered with rough hair, Sirius Black. Not far from Black's side is a ginger-colored Crookshanks, both of which were sneaking across the lawn. What seemed to feel like it, Black suddenly looked back and looked in that direction. The next second, following Ivan's gaze, Harry also saw the two creatures on the lawn. He ran to the window and widened his eyes. Guys, look outside. Do you see the big black dog? Harry, you aren't seeing the Grim again? Ron said uneasily, and he mumbled vaguely. It's the damn cat. You mean Crookshanks? Hermione followed, worried, and said, What is Crookshanks doing outside the castle? And Black may be in the school. Please, Hermione, Black will not kill a cat. The purpose of entering into the castle is to... Ron stopped suddenly and stared at Harry nervously. Harry didn't seem to understand what he meant. He said eagerly, That dog, it was just around Crookshanks. Didn't any of you see it? Outside is so dark, you may be wrong. Maybe it's just a big tree or a stone or something. Ron swallowed, and he saw everyone else staring at him. Impossible, Ivan, did you see it? Ivan didn't answer. He secretly calculated the distance from the outside lawn. As long as you are fast enough, it's not too late to get in touch with the other person. You go first, I'll go to the toilet. Ivan said hurriedly, with a surprised gaze from the others. He turned another corridor and ran towards the castle gates. When it was decided that no one was around, he said, Animagus. When his voice fell, Ivan's body quickly turned into a black cat. He crossed the deep marble hall with a fast speed, silently slipped out the castle. The cold winds of the night greeted Ivan and blew at him. Tonight's Hogwarts castle is particularly gloomy. Under the dim moonlight, strand statues on the ground revealed something strange. A few bats glided past from low altitudes, and from time to time, owl hoots rang into the ears. In the distance around the walls, the shadow of the Dementor is looming, where the land has been ridiculed and all plants are gradually withering. Black could not go in the direction of the walls. Ivan hurriedly turned to look at the side of the Forbidden Forest. By the moonlight, he saw the big dog and Crookshanks disappearing in the shadow of the Forbidden Forest. Ivan rushed to catch up. Just as he entered the shadows, a figure rushed out behind a tree. It was a surprise attack. Ivan felt the warm air around him and looked up to see Sirius, the big dog Sirius, growling with a row of fierce 1-inch teeth. With a bang, Black threw himself on him with a powerful impact. Ivan fell, and his body rolled back across the lawn until he hit a tree and stopped. He dazed and felt that his ribs seemed to be broken. He wanted to stand up, but Black did not give him a chance. He stared at Ivan fiercely, growled, and rushed again. Looking at the huge figure getting closer and closer, Ivan hurriedly undid the Animagus transformation, and at the same time as wont pulled out his wand from his waist. The tip of the wand sent out a red light and hit Sirius Black. Black flew out into the grass, sending out a painful moan. Enough, don't try to attack me again, or you won't be his with a stun charm next time. Ivan wiped his mouth of the traces of blood, his left hand holding the tree trunk as he struggled to stand up. He was gasping, and Black was breathing heavily. For a whole 3 seconds, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was dreadful. Ivan saw Black's eyes flash through with mad light from time to time in the dark, staring at his wand. He stretched his muscles tight and bared his fangs like an animal. Listen, I'm not malicious. I know who you are and I know what you are here for. Ivan pointed at Black with his wand. I just want to talk to you about Harry, my friend. Ron. His words weren't finished yet, and a rush of footsteps were approaching from far and near. Ivan hurried to turn his head and saw a glare of dazzling light. He blinked and took advantage of it for a moment before he could clearly see Professor Lupin. It turned out to be you, Ivan. I heard the noise while checking the owl house. What happened here? Why are you outside the castle? Lupin looked at Ivan in surprise. The one of concern said, Sirius Black had just entered the castle, and it is dangerous. Dumbledore asked all the students to go to the Great Hall. Ivan didn't know how to answer. Do you tell the other person that his is out to meet Black for a pleasant meeting? Although Lupin was a good friend during their time as students, but in the absence of truth with the current situation, would he believe that Black was framed? Ivan shook his head. In the absence of real evidence, Lupin's character, even if he did believe that Black was innocent, Ivan was afraid that the first thing he would do would be to tie him up and hand him to Dumbledore. But they are going to have to catch Peter Pettigrew. If all goes well, it's fine. If Peter escapes, Ivan was afraid that it wouldn't wait until the next day and Black would be given to the Dementor to receive the kiss. This is too bad. So Ivan hesitated and decided to hide the truth. Lupin looked at Ivan in disbelief. He did not know why the boy appeared outside the castle at this time. This obviously did not meet the common sense. Just like himself, everyone has his own secrets. In fact, for 2 consecutive months of contact, Lupin's impression of Ivan was very good. In his class, Ivan always answered all the questions the first time. From his several homework assignments he had arranged, he could also see Ivan had a deep understanding and unique insights about defense against the dark arts. Lupin had not seen such a good young man in many years, not to mention the good relationship between Ivan and Harry, just like James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black. When he thought of Black, Lupin was distressed for a while. He could not believe the Sirius would betray James and vowing allegiance to Voldemort. They were obviously best friends. He shook his head. Maybe he always saw the wrong person. Black was so good at the time, but he eventually chose to betray. The more clever a person is, the more profitable the pros and cons are, and the friendship in their eyes is just a commodity that can be exchanged at any time. Will the boy behave like Black and sell his friend for his own benefit? Lupin looked at Ivan carefully and hoped to see something from it. The next second, his eyes widened, and he seemed to see a familiar figure in the grass opposite Ivan. The tip of his wand issued a light and flew into the grass with nothing in it. Was it an illusion? Lupin felt relieved, and with that relief, he was now conflicted with his heart. On one hand, he wanted to see Black to be clear about the whole thing. On the other hand, he was afraid of meeting him, fearing that Black would tell him personally how he sold James and Lily to Voldemort. Lupin did not remember how many times he was awakened by such a nightmare. It had been 12 years since the time had passed. He had been condemning himself, and he blamed himself for why he had not discovered Black's true colors earlier, so that he had the opportunity to sell James and finally killed Peter Pettigrew. Lupin thought this guilt would always be with his life, but Black escaped from Azkaban. Everyone was saying that the reason for his escape was to kill Harry. Lupin would not allow this to happen. This is why he accepted Dumbledore's invitation to return to Hogwarts to teach. He wanted to protect Harry. Maybe he could also grab Black himself and let him explain what happened that year. Lupin took a deep breath. Now is not the time to think about these things. Ivan, you should go back to the Great Hall and be with the others. Lupin took 2 steps forward, and then he stopped suddenly. He saw in a patch of grass opposite of Ivan. There was indeed something there. He was not mistaken. It must have been the animagus of Sirius Black. He had seen it countless times. In this life, he would never forget it. The boy is in contact with Black. Is it just a coincidence? Or, when Ivan saw Lupin's expression, he knew what he was thinking. He doesn't know what to do or how to explain the situation. However, he will not have to worry about this matter immediately. Just as he hesitated, something climbed out of the grass. Lupin clearly heard a sound, and a strong light flew past. It was Crookshanks. It was startled by the sudden light and jumped into Ivan's arms. Professor, I came out looking for this cat. It is my friend Hermione's pet. I just saw it run out of the castle. I was afraid it would meet with an accident, so I came to get it. Ivan did not know whether Lupin would believe that he was looking for an excuse. Lupin looked at Crookshanks for a moment, then showed a sign of relief. The two returned to the castle. They just turned around the corner of the hall and saw Dumbledore and Snape standing outside of the auditorium, talking to each other. The entire castle was checked, and no traces of him could be found, Snape whispered. Very well, Severus, I don't really think that Black would stay, Dumbledore said calmly. But there is one thing that I must tell you, Snape said with a wink. We had a teacher missing during the time of the castle inspection. It was the one I told you about before. What do you want to say, Severus? I mean, how did Black get into the castle? What do you think about this, headmaster? Snape said, Minnie, Severus, everyone is a possibility. Do you remember our conversation just before the semester began? Snape's voice was low, and he apparently did not want anyone to hear the conversation. I remember, Severus. Dumbledore's voice contained similar warnings. It seems almost impossible that Black can't enter this school without internal help, especially if that person has not been seen yet. You understand what I mean. I did express concern, and you believe in life. I don't believe anyone in the castle will help Black enter. Dumbledore said. His tone clearly showed that this matter has been talked about, so Snape did not continue. The person that Snape suspected was apparently Lupin. Ivan turned and saw Lupin was calm, as if he had not heard a word of what the two said. Severus, I must go to the Dementors, said Dumbledore. I said that we would notify them when we have finished the search. Do they plan to help? Snape said. Oh, yes, said Dumbledore coldly. But I am afraid that as long as I am headmaster, I will never allow them to cross the threshold of the school. Ivan saw Dumbledore coming towards the hallway when he looked over, and after a slight glimpse of himself and Lupin, Snape followed. You're eavesdropping on our conversation? Snape's eyes continued to wander between the two men, and he finally locked eyes with Lupin with a look of hatred. Professor, we didn't. Be careful when fabricating lies, Mason. Snape's gaze shifted to Ivan. I have to remind you first. According to the command of the headmaster, you should be asleep in the Great Hall instead of going out of the castle with someone you don't understand and doing something sneaky. Ivan was speechless, and Snape and Dumbledore were better than each other. For this stupid cat, Gryffindor has lost some point, Snape said disgustingly. Now hurry and get to the Great Hall to sleep. It is where you should be. Ivan hurried towards the auditorium, and just as he was about to enter, he looked back and saw Dumbledore, Snape, and Lupin still standing there, not knowing what to say. In the Great Hall, the 4 house tables were stacked against the walls and hundreds of purple sleeping bags were laid on the ground. There was no sound, and everyone seemed to be asleep. Ivan, under Percy's gesture, got in a sleeping bag near the door. The magical ceiling was like the sky outside, filled with stars. With a faint starlight, Ivan saw a slender, white origami crane flying over quietly from the corner of the wall. It hovered in the air and accurately fell in front of him. The paper crane made a slight noise and turned into a silvery white note with Hermione's delicate hand writing on it. What did you do? Why did it take you so long? The handwriting was slightly scribbled and the girl's worry could be seen. Ivan thought for a moment, took out his wand from the sleeping bag, and gently tapped it on the sheet of paper. The black lettering on top of it disappeared like smoke, reuniting into new words. I want to get Crookshanks. I found it in the grass next to the Forbidden Forest. Then he used his wand to re-tap the sheet of paper. The paper refolded itself and fluttered itself back to Hermione. Fortunately, you found it, but you shouldn't run out of the castle. It's too dangerous. Black may be hidden in the school. You may meet him at any time. Don't worry. I just heard Dumbledore talk to Snape. They did not find him in the castle. Dumbledore thought he had left. But how did he do it? He could not have Operod out of the castle and quietly leave. The castle has applied a variety of spells to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. He is certainly not invisible or able to fly in. Perhaps some kind of transfiguration, like in our last year when taking the polyjuice, or looking at the paper that Hermione returned, Ivan felt she should talk about this topic anymore. Otherwise, with the smartness of Hermione, he was afraid it would not take a long time to guess that Black is an animagus. Since he is not prepared yet, it is too early for Black to be revealed yet. I forgot to mention this. It's almost midnight. Why are you not asleep? Hermione's face turned slightly pink when she saw Ivan's question. Fortunately, the Great Hall was very dark, and there was no need to worry about getting discovered. She can't tell Ivan that she was waiting for him to come back. It's too embarrassing. She hesitated for a moment and tapped her wand to the note. I was worried since Harry kept saying that he saw the dog again. It was an unknown death omen, but it was obviously absurd. And you hadn't arrived back, so in case something happened. The little problem is not a problem. You have not forgotten that Harry and I had entered the Chamber of Secrets last year. We defeated the basilisk and the young Voldemort. I was just so worried. I was afraid that you would go to Black alone, and Ivan promised me not to do anything dangerous anymore, okay? Seeing Hermione's handwriting, Ivan had a weird feeling, even though the other person said it very vaguely. He could feel the other person's heart that is hidden behind a strong appearance. Hermione was at this time like any other ordinary, weak girl who couldn't help but care. He didn't know how to answer, and an okay wasn't the right word. Regardless of the current situation or the returning of Voldemort, what is placed in front of Ivan is a road Tot is full of danger and hardship. He cannot do nothing, and the result may be even worse. Ivan sighed and looked up to if any was paying attention to himself. He decided to do something. In the dark, Hermione was nervously waiting for Ivan's reply. Harry and Ron were giving off a slight snoring sound. Looking at the stars and the ceiling, her mind unconsciously recalled last year. When the basilisk was in the Gryffindor common room, suddenly rushed over to them, Ivan ignored himself and hugged her into his arms and turned his back to the basilisk. That scene. Note, sounds like she's falling hard. This picture reappeared in Hermione's head. She thinks this is something she would never forget in her life. Suddenly, she felt something was approaching herself. Hermione looked up and was surprised to see that Ivan's sleeping bag was rolling over to her quietly. Ivan rolled over to Hermione, and he reached out and tried to take a shot of her sleeping bag, which might have caused Hermione to feel at ease. Unexpectedly, his hand met another soft, cold little hand in the darkness. In the next second, Ivan found that his hand was being held tightly. The opposite little hand trembled slightly, but never seemed to let go. At the same moment, in the secret tunnel under the Weeping Willow to the Shrieking Shack, Lupin moved forward cautiously, with his wand giving off a weak light. He looked thoughtful around the familiar and strange scene. He never thought that he still had the opportunity to return here and re-walk the secret tunnel that he had once walked countless times. Everything was just like yesterday. He seemed to have returned to his time at Hogwarts more than 2 decades ago, the best days of his life. Prior to Hogwarts, Lupin never had friends. When he was 4 years old, his father offended Fenrir Greyback, a werewolf. In retaliation, the werewolf attacked him. Since then, he has become a werewolf. Because of this identity, everyone hides from him. Regardless of where they go, werewolves are discriminated against. Lupin still remembers asking his father why they did so, but his father did not say anything and just held him silently crying. At that moment, Lupin secretly vowed that he would never cry again no matter what he encountered. Before 11 years old, his life was very dark and without any color. Lupin thought that he could not go to Hogwarts like other children. Other parents would not want their children to be close to a werewolf, but Dumbledore gave him hope. Dumbledore ordered a willow to be planted on the school grounds and used it to conceal the passage to the Hogsmeade Shrieking Shack. When there was a full moon, he would go there. This was to protect the safety of the other classmates. Because he became very brutal, Hogsmeade's villagers heard the noises and screams and thought it was a fierce ghost. Dumbledore encouraged the idea and had people spread the rumor so that people would stay away from it. Lupin still remembers those days when he was afraid that his classmates would know his identity. He concealed this secret from everyone. Every night of the full moon, he had to tell people he was going to visit his sick mother or some other reason. Then he came here alone and became a brutal monster in the Shrieking Shack, slamming, sabotaging, and howling in the hut. Although he tried to cover it up, several classmates quickly guessed the truth of the matter. At that time, Lupin felt that he was definitely finished and he would be driven out of Hogwarts and return to a life without color. But James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black accepted him and became his first friends in life. They even went to study Animagus for this purpose. After the 5th year, they would come to stay with him every night of the full moon. They traveled through Hogwarts. Under the influence of his friends, Lupin felt hatred that he became a werewolf. If possible, how much he wished he could freeze time in that moment. Lupin pushed the gate of the secret passage aside, splashing a lot of dust. He quickly climbed out of the secret road into a messy, dusty house. The wallpaper had been detached from the wall. There were stains everywhere on the floor. A piece of furniture has been damaged. It seemed that it had been broken. The windows were nailed with boards. This was the Shrieking Shack. Lupin and his friends had been here numerous times. Since Black invaded the castle, it was very likely that he would hide here. Lupin sniffed the familiar smell in the air. He put his wand across his chest, cautiously crossing the dark aisle, and climbed the stairs that were about to collapse. Like the first floor, everything on the second floor was covered with a thick layer of dust. But this did not apply to the floor. Something had recently passed from here. It was a palm mark left by a canine. Lupin looked down, and he was too familiar with the footprint. It was a sign left by Sirius Black and Nimigus. Black must have been here recently, and he was still very likely to remain hidden in the house. Lupin tightly grabbed his wand and carefully looked at the closed doorway at the end of the corridor. Black might be hiding behind this door, ready to rush out. Although Sirius did not wand, Lupin still felt that he should keep up his guard. He approached slowly, trying not to make any sound, and focused all the power he had into the tip of his wand that started glowing faintly. "Come on, Sirius. I know you are in there." Lupin shouted outside the door. His voice echoed in the empty room. Nothing happened. Nothing could be heard but silence. Lupin blinked, and the next second his wand quickly emitted a stout red light and knocked out the door. In the room, there was only a luxurious four-poster bed, and the curtains around the bed were all dusty. No one was in there. Only he was standing at the door and gasping. Lupin dazedly dropped his wand. Black was not here. Maybe he had been there. But after he knew he had been seen this evening, he would hide in another place. Desperate coward, Lupin whispered. Black's behavior did not meet Lupin's expectations. He was not a man who would run away. He was the bravest among them when he was a student, but when he kneeled down and kissed the robe of Voldemort, courage of the past may have disappeared. Now Black was no longer a brave Gryffindor, more like a sinister, crafty Slytherin. Lupin stood for a minute at the entrance of the room, and there was an unclear desolateness on his face. He sighed deeply and turned to leave. But he stopped immediately, and he saw something left on the bed. It was a photo. Lupin went over and picked up the photo. There were 4 boys on the picture. From left to right, they were himself, James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. The 4 people in the photo were laughing so happily. Lupin suddenly felt a little sad. He still remembers that this picture had been taken on the lawn in front of the castle gate when they graduated. Everyone was given a memorial. His own photograph was sent out by Hagrid for Harry in the previous year when he collected photos. James's piece was lost in the ruins on the night he was attacked. Peter's piece should have been blown to fragments by Black along with his body. The only one who still had this picture was Black himself. It was possible that he had accidentally left it behind in the Shrieking Shack. Unexpectedly, Black kept this photograph. Lupin thought he had already lost all sense of friendship. Looking at this yellowed photo, Lupin's thoughts returned to the time at which they had just graduated, the darkest age of magic. At that time, the Black Wizards led by Voldemort were raging in the magical world. They openly resorted to violence, spreading terror everywhere, killing mudbloods and muggles in the name of pleasure, and even launching a war of wizards to change the face magical world. In that protracted war, Lupin witnessed the deaths of many people, including his former elders, classmates, and many innocent bystanders. The year they graduated was 3 years before the end of the war. They could not wait to join the Order of the Phoenix and stand on the front line against Voldemort, even though Voldemort and his Death Eaters had far more power than the Order of the Phoenix. However, relying on close cooperation, they have repeatedly stopped the plots of Voldemort and escaped from his hands. Lupin thought this will carry on until Voldemort is defeated. But in the last year of the war, everything changed. Dumbledore got a tip that, for some reason, Voldemort was chasing Harry, James, and Lily's son. James originally intended to fight, but for Harry's sake, he finally listened to Dumbledore's proposal and hid himself, protecting himself with Fidelius' charm. In addition to Dumbledore, he and Peter Pettigrew were the only 2 who knew where James was. James chose Sirius Black. He used to think that Black was his closest and strongest. Lupin also naively believed that this was the best choice. But he was wrong. They were all wrong. Less than a week after Black became James and Lily's secret keeper, he sold them out to Voldemort. Voldemort broke into their house that night. He killed them, but he didn't know why he had failed at killing Harry. After knowing this news, Lupin still remembered his reaction at the time. He was madly searching for Black. He needed to ask his to understand the truth. There must be something that went wrong. Why did James and Lily die, and why did the Fidelius charm fail? Until that time, he did not believe that Black would sell them to Voldemort. 2 days later, Lupin found Black. But he was one step too late, and Peter Pettigrew had found him before him. When Lupin saw Black on that street, he was surrounded by horrors. He shattered Peter and the muggles of the entire street into pieces a minute ago. Everything was clear. Black sold James and Lily out to Voldemort. In the subsequent questioning, he admitted that he killed Peter Pettigrew. Lupin helplessly stood on the corner of the street. He saw Black laughing wildly there, and he silently wept in the corner. This was the only time he had shed tears since he had been a child, when he took the vow to never cry again. The moonlight spread through the windows into the common room of the Gryffindor's towers. In a place where the moonlight could not reach, a small figure was shivering under the chair. Peter Pettigrew was rubbing his hands, almost out of breath. The thing he had always feared in the last 12 years has finally happened. His former friend, Sirius Black, escaped from Azkaban. He broke into Hogwarts, and there was just a wall separating them. Peter knew that because he had sold Potter and his wife out to Voldemort, Black came to seek revenge and wanted to kill him. He instinctively wanted to run away, but he did not know where to hide. He knew Black too well. Now that he knows that he was still alive, he will never stop. Even if there were hundreds of Dementors here, even if Hogwarts was entirely turned upside down, Black will not give up. He wouldn't stop before catching him. This was Sirius Black, a true Gryffindor, a monster who never knew fear or cowardice. Maybe it would be the same as 12 years ago, and he would fake death. This thought had just surfaced in Peter's mind, but he rejected it rapidly. This was not the Muggle Street 12 years ago. This time, he was not facing Black alone. Here is Hogwarts. In the castle, there were Dumbledore, Snape, Lupin, McGonagall, Harry, James and Lily's son, and the young man named Evan Mason. Each one of them was better, smarter, stronger, and braver than him. Even if he can fool Sirius Black, fooling all these people would be impossible. Where can I go if I escape again? If the surviving Death Eaters found out that he was alive, they would not let him go. After all, the Dark Lord's defeat came right after Peter gave him the tip. Until now, Peter did not understand how the man who was so powerful that no one dared to even mention his name could be defeated by a baby. He felt that he had clearly chosen the strong side. How did it all get to this point? Everything seemed to return to the starting point, back to the time when he first entered school 20 years ago. Peter, the little dwarf, still remembers the sorting ceremony that he entered at the school. He was thin and weak, as tremblingly moved to the sorting hat. He wore it, and the big hat covered his eyes. He couldn't see the audience at all. He was too scared. He was like this when he was a child. He did nothing at all. He was weak, not smart enough, and had no talent in magic. He was afraid he would be driven out by the hat. He was afraid to see his mother's disappointed eyes again. Difficult, very difficult. The sorting hat began to speak in his ear. You are not a brave child. You are not smart enough. You are not determined, and you are not willing to work hard. Although you are pure blood, it will be very difficult to live in Slytherin, and you don't have the qualities required by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Even mediocre, you are not willing to stay in the practical and ordinary Hufflepuff. Let me think it over. Where should you go? Yeah, where should I go? He lost his father when he was young. Although his family was poor, his mother did her best to buy all the magical tools for him. She had great expectations from him. She was telling him his father's story before going to bed every night. Peter still remembered the story of his mother. In her story, his father was a heroic Gryffindor. Even if he was not the strongest, he was fearless, even in the face of he who must not be named. Peter could hear it from his mother's tone. She was proud of his father. Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. I want to go to Gryffindor. I want to have courage. I'm a brave man. Peter shouted loudly at the sorting hat in his heart. I want to change my cowardice. I want to be a warrior like my father. I want to be admired. I cannot disappoint my mother. Gryffindor? The Sorting Hat felt it was weird. You say you want to go to Gryffindor. Well, this may not be the best choice, but I hope it could be in the future. On your path, find the courage that is buried deep in your heart. Gryffindor. Peter Pettigrew, above the chair, smiled happily. It was the most glorious moment of his life. He seemed to hear again the moment the Sorting Hat shouted his choice to everyone with a loud voice. He'll finally be able to look at his mother's satisfied eyes. But his grin soon settled down, and the Sorting Hat was right. He didn't fit Gryffindor. What he got in this school was only being mocked of. Everyone mocked him that he was not brave enough. Hogwarts' studies made him feel pressure. He found that there was nothing he was good at. The professors looked into his eyes, and there was no other feeling besides disappointment. He was farther and farther from his mother's expectation. He did not find courage in this school, and he found himself becoming more and more ordinary and inferior. He could not go on like this anymore. He needed someone to help him. Peter quickly discovered the goal. James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin were the best three in his class. The three of them were always shining in their small group. Maybe they needed one more member. Yes, I can play this role perfectly. Fortunately for him, they accepted him. Peter Pettigrew felt hope and happiness because of this. He thought that even if he could not be as good as them, he would at least have a presence and make his mother proud of him. For this presence and pride, Peter was willing to endure everything. To outsiders, he was a member of this small group. He was a friend of James, Sirius, and Lupin. But only Peter Pettigrew knew that he was just a follower and nothing more. James regarded him as an object to show off his Quidditch talent at any time, and he was just there to make Sirius seem braver and stronger. Even in comparison to Lupin, the werewolf, he always looked down on himself. True, he never saw the three of them as friends. They were just companions at best, but more often, he was just a follower. With these feelings of cowardice and humbleness, the latter faded eventually, as he was mostly afraid that this was also everyone's idea of him. But Peter was contented with it for a while. He did not want to stand in the center stage and receive attention from everyone. As long as he was in his humble position in the corner, it was enough for him. He might not find his courage in this ancient school, but he relied on other ways to find the presence and honor he needed. Although not much, at least he will not let his mother feel disappointed. He hoped to have just enough of them to go through his years of Hogwarts. The 7-year Hogwarts career finally allowed Peter to understand that what he needed was not courage, but brute power. If his father ever had that kind of power, he wouldn't have died like that, and he and his mother's life would not be so bitter. Brute power, this was what he had been pursuing. After graduating, his 3 companions wanted to join the Order of the Phoenix to fight against Voldemort. Peter originally wanted to refuse because he knew the strength of both sides, but he did not dare. He had become accustomed to obey the orders of the other 3. He did not dare to say no to his companions. It also required strong courage. He had never had such a thing. Besides, he was also afraid to disappoint his mother. He knew that she wanted him to join the Order of the Phoenix. His mother's expectations had always made Peter under pressure, but it was not until that moment that he discovered that the pressure had become a heavy burden not allowing him breathe. Peter Pettigrew remembered the time when James, Sirius, and Lupin were pleased that they defeated Voldemort's conspiracies again and again. It made him more and more afraid. He could feel the anger of the Dark Lord, and he could feel his hatred for those 4 people. It was like a never-ending nightmare. No longer can this go on. Peter couldn't see any benefit in fighting against Voldemort himself. Even if he risked his life to do these things, only James, Sirius, and Lupin would get the spotlight. Not to mention Dumbledore was gradually aging, his power was declining, and Voldemort was in his prime. His power and strength were stronger than ever. It was time to choose his camp. For a weak person, the most important thing was not to do anything dramatic, but to make a wise choice. He could not stupidly die for Dumbledore, like his father, in obscurity. This stupid courage had no meaning other than leaving a heavy burden and grief for his wife and children. He wanted to choose his own destiny. He wanted to gain brute strength. The Dark Lord has promised him. As long as the magic world was unified, he would gain power and status that he never imagined before. Although the method was different, as long as he had these, his mother would certainly feel proud of him. As for the jealousy and guilt of betraying his companions, Peter never felt that. In his eyes, he was just a follower, and he would always be. He knew that if he was to be just a follower, he had to pick his master well. Peter Pettigrew had a strange smile on his lips. If his companions were all killed by the Dark Lord, who could know that he had betrayed them? His plan seemed foolproof. He began to sell the information about the Order of the Phoenix to gain the trust of the Dark Lord. Although Dumbledore doubted him, James, Sirius, and Lupin testified for him, even though he was humblest member in their small group. Peter Pettigrew knew too much about his three friends. They didn't believe him completely, but the pride and blind arrogance blinded their eyes. Even if they didn't trust him, they would still support him in the face of Dumbledore's inquiry. As long as he was still a member of this small group, the three of them will unconditionally support him. Stupid Gryffindor. They providing me with the perfect cover. After knowing that Dumbledore began to doubt him, Peter Pettigrew would no longer leak information because he was not sure whether or not they were trapped by Dumbledore. He knew that he had to endure and wait for an opportunity that would allow the Dark Lord to fully trust him. He still remembered that rainy night 12 years ago when Sirius, James, and Lily found themselves in a pinch, and they asked him to be the secret keeper of James and Lily. That was based on Sirius's recommendation. Voldemort would be sure to come after Black, but he shouldn't pay attention to such a weak, talentless one like Peter. That was also what they have always thought of him, a humble, weak, stupid companion who had never dared to refute them. They considered him the most appropriate secret keeper. They did not tell anyone about this matter. Even Lupin and Dumbledore didn't know it. It was just a secret between the four of them. That night, Peter felt he both happy and sad. He had always waited patiently for his chance, and now he's become Potter's secret keeper. When he determined that Harry that the Voldemort had been looking for was in the house, he could not wait to find the Dark Lord. He bowed down and sold James and Lily out to the Dark Lord. As expected, he obtained the trust he had always dreamed of. The Dark Lord was also told the way into that place, the ancient relic he had found together with James, Black, and Lupin in the Forbidden Forest. There was a strong dark power hidden in that relic. The Dark Lord must have been there during his school days. It was said that there might be a strong source of strength for the Voldemort himself. Certainly not all, but Peter was not greedy enough to want to be powerful black wizard like the Dark Lord. As always, as long as he had his hidden spot in the backstage, he was satisfied. Before in Hogwarts, he relied on James, Sirius, and Lupin to get that position. Now, the Dark Lord, a far more powerful wizard, will help him find his place. Peter Pettigrew thought so, but who could think that the Dark Lord would actually fail and lose against a newborn baby? For some time, he used to think that he was very close to success and that he was able to see power and status before beckoning to him. However, this dream instantly shattered, and he had no alternative but to flee. Peter Pettigrew had no choice. Apart from Sirius's unending wrath, he had to avoid the chase of other Death Eaters. The method he chose was to fake his own death. When the curse of Sirius hit him, he used a spell to make the whole street explode, leaving only one finger and letting everyone think he was dead. Sirius Black took his spot as the chief culprit of the whole incident. Like he imagined, the proud Sirius did not explain to others. He felt that he had killed James and Lily by recommending Peter as a secret keeper. He wanted to go to Azkaban. He managed to escape, and his mother lost her son, but received a first-grade Sir Merlin medal, although he should have received much more than this. Peter Pettigrew had seen with his own eyes that his mother had buried this medal and his own finger at his father's tomb. On his tombstone was engraved, "A brave and fearless soldier, a deserved Gryffindor, who gave his life against the dark forces of evil, making his parents proud." Yeah, from his mother's point of view, he finally became someone like his father, and for such a foolish reason, she should be satisfied with her life. Peter Pettigrew closed his eyes in pain. From now on, he has to hide in the Weasleys' house as a rat. He knew he had to keep in touch with the magic world so that he could know the Dark Lord's movements whenever he returns. In the previous year, he saw the Dark Lord again in Hogwarts. The once powerful black wizard had become a weak shadow. To tell the truth, Peter had been very disappointed. He couldn't understand what was going on. If Voldemort was no longer strong enough to be scary, what was the significance of his own betrayal? He did not immediately reveal himself. He decided to observe at Voldemort and see if he was as strong as before. Pettigrew was thankful that he had done so. In the next 2 years, he witnessed Voldemort's failing twice. After seeing Voldemort fail again and again, Peter Pettigrew was in fear. He did not understand why the Dark Lord had failed. He obviously was incredibly powerful, but against a child, he kept on failing. It seemed that the tide had really changed. Perhaps he should change camps again. Peter Pettigrew awakened from his memory. Something was moving outside. He quietly stretched his head and gave it a look. The time had already arrived at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Outside was the house elf, called Dobby, who was packing things. Peter Pettigrew narrowed his eyes as he felt like they were in similar positions. They were all so humble, so weak. The elf used to be the Malfoy's slave, but he was now the servant of the boy Evan Mason. Perhaps he could, like Dobby, turn to Harry Potter and take refuge with his savior who defeated Voldemort several times. This was not impossible. The events of that year were only known to Sirius Black. As long as Sirius is dealt with, he would be able to reappear in front of the crowds as a hero. The situation had completely changed. Since Voldemort had lost his power, his party members and the Death Eaters who had not been caught in Azkaban should not pose any trouble to him. It was time to return to the magic world. The only trouble now was that of Sirius Black. As long as he was eliminated, nobody should know what happened. Peter Pettigrew had a new strange smile on his lips. He thought about it. He could tell the others that he had endured the burden of humiliation for many years. He had guarded the only legacy of his former friend and protected Harry from the evil forces. He could re-emerge as a sad hero. He was the greatest hero who defeated Voldemort. He could even apply to become the only guardian of Harry. Even if Dumbledore and Lupin were skeptical, they had no valid reason to object. This was really wonderful. Maybe the Ministry of Magic would consider re-awarding him with a Medal of Merlin. And then, he would be able to get back the power source hidden for him deep in the forest. Those honors, powers, he should get it all back. Peter Pettigrew knew he needed a plan to get rid of Sirius Black completely. First of all, in order to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan, he needed to disappear from the crowd. He wanted to avoid the pursuit of Sirius Black and the cat named Crookshanks, and he could not explain why, but Peter could feel that the boy named Evan Mason seemed to doubt him. He had to be careful. After all, he was able to beat Voldemort despite his young age. As he knew, Evan did not rely on luck or Dumbledore's help as Harry did. The boy was totally on his own, and he defeated Voldemort by his own strength and wisdom. This was terrible. Peter was afraid that Evan already knew something. He should hide first. Then he needed a wand. Of course, those two things were not too difficult. The hard part was that he wanted to know Sirius' position. If Sirius was found, someone in the castle would be willing to help him deal with him. Pettigrew suddenly remembered that he had once made the Marauders map with James, Sirius, and Lupin. This map could help him. He remembered that the Marauders map was confiscated by Filch in their 7th grade. If there was no mishap, it should still be there. A few days after Halloween, the whole school was talking about Sirius Black. Discussions were focused on how he managed to infiltrate into the castle. Evan heard people saying that Black is invisible and other things of that sort. Hufflepuff's Hannah even wrote an article about it as a contribution to the Hogwarts Magical News. She swore to witness Black's incarnation as a flowering bush. This article was submitted while Evan was not there, but it had been rejected by Hermione. Thanks to a series of articles introducing the Dementors, since the beginning of the school year, sales of the Hogwarts Magic News have been good, and the Patronus Charm issue hit the highest record with a full print of more than 2,000 copies. In addition to the school's wizards, many adult wizards learned about this defensive charm through the Hogwarts Magic News. Evan had just discovered that so many people never knew about this spell before. He was worried about the overall level of power in the magic world. In addition to the increasing esoteric rumors, there were many changes in the castle. For example, the portrait of Fat Lady, which had been damaged, had been taken from the wall and replaced by a portrait of a fully armed Sir Cadogan and his obese gray pony. No one was happy about this matter. Sir Cadogan spent half his time challenging people and asking them to fight him. The rest of the time was spent on pondering complex and ridiculous passwords. He actually changed his password twice a day. As another example, Harry was now under surveillance. The professors walked with him in the corridor for various reasons and various excuses. Percy followed him everywhere, as if he was his guard dog. Black invaded the castle. The most affected should be Peter Pettigrew. Ron told Evan that the rat's tonic he gave him had no effect. Now, besides drinking water, Scabbers did not eat anything. It stayed in the corner of his bed all day and did not move, as if it were dead. A more accurate description should be that he was waiting for his death. Evan already tested it. The tracing potion was effective. He could feel the rat's presence whenever he was less than 100 meters away from him. The next step was to look for opportunities to contact Sirius Black. This would be the end of the year's event. But the first two failed contacts made Black wary of Evan. He became more cautious, and Evan did not know where he was hiding. According to the original story, Black should hide in the Shrieking Shack, but Evan checked after Halloween, and he was not there. On Halloween Eve, Lupin also saw Black. He knew the Shrieking Shack. With Black's caution, he could not stay there. Just like Lupin did not trust Black, Black did not trust Lupin either. 12 years of life in Azkaban left little of his sanity. He didn't trust Dumbledore. He had only revenge on his mind. Black was now very likely to be hidden in the Forbidden Forest. Evan was not interested in finding a dog all over the woods. He decided to design a plan to bring him out. At the lunch table, Evan saw Crookshanks running out of the auditorium with a big loaf of bread. It suddenly flashed in his mind. Maybe he could use it. Hermione's cat was clever and incomprehensible, and sometimes Evan suspected that it was also an animagus. It must have become a friend with Sirius Black. The bread he had just taken was for Black. Just as Evan stared at Crookshanks, who had slipped past him, he saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione entering the auditorium with a look of frustration. You know what Snape told me to do? He actually asked me to wipe the pots in the school infirmary. And I wasn't even allowed to use magic. Ron gasped, his fists clenched tightly. Why can't Black hide in Snape's office, so he could take care of him for us? How, Ron? Don't the third-year students have a defense against the dark arts class this morning? Colin asked. How could you be punished by Snape? Good question, Colin. Ron yelled heavily. I actually was punished by Snape in the defense against the dark arts class in the morning. Then I went to the potions class in the afternoon, and I had to endure him once again. But why? Because Snape said Professor Lupin was ill and couldn't attend classes. This session of dark arts defensive was his. Harry sat down angrily. Snape must have something to do with this. You guys remember when I said that he had given Professor Lupin a recipe of potion a few days ago? What did he put in that potion? Harry's words were approved by Ron. Evan knew that Snape's potion was a scorpion venom agent. The potion needed to be taken 1 week before the full moon night. Today should be the day of Lupin's transformation. No one did see him. Don't talk nonsense. Harry, why would Snape do this? Hermione took out her defense against the dark arts textbook. He has always wanted to teach this course. Ron shouted. Look at what he did in class. He spent half the time criticizing Professor Lupin's teaching methods, and the rest half of class time asking us a strange question. What did he ask? It was about werewolves, Colin. Ron turned and said, Snape has been asking us the way we recognize the werewolf. Hermione knew the answer, but he didn't let her talk. I asked him. If he didn't want to hear the answer, why did he keep asking? And that's why I've been punished. But there must be a reason for this. Why does he want us to know how to identify werewolves? Said Hermione thoughtfully. Anything is possible. Maybe he was bitten by a crazy werewolf, so he came out of his mind. Ron said, yelling, I mean, check this out. Snape left us with homework that discusses the identification and killing of werewolves. At least 2 parchment papers. He is absolutely crazy. The difference between the werewolf and the real wolf The symptoms of the werewolf in the human form. Hermione looked through her dark arts defensive textbook. God, Hermione, you're not really going to finish the assignment on how to identify an evil werewolf and kill him. The middle finger and the ring finger are the same length. Week, full moon, change of time. Fear of Hermione ignored him. Her hands quickly crossed through the book. Then it seemed like she found something. She raised her head sharply, and her beautiful chestnut eyes were full of shock. A werewolf is not necessarily evil, Ron. Seeing Hermione's look, Evan knew she had discovered the truth, and he sighed. Wizards usually think that he has no reason and feelings, and that he only knows destruction and killing, being full of bloodthirsty desires. In fact, this image is incorrect. You must know that even a pure-hearted person, a person who does not forget to pray at night, will inevitably be transformed into a wolf on a full moon night when exposed to the moonlight. Evan calmly looked at Hermione, but he is kind in nature. Just because he is a werewolf, that doesn't mean we can't trust him. Isn't it, Evan? Hermione asked this question, being troubled. But with his regard, she became less worried. Yes, I trust him. Evan nodded. Harry, Ron, and Colin looked at Evan and Hermione. They were confused, and they couldn't understand what the two were saying. Although Evan said he trusted him, Hermione's face was still as gloomy as the dark night sky. She could not believe that Professor Lupin actually would be a werewolf. The news was simply too shocking. I tell you what, are we missing something here? Ron looked suspiciously at Evan and Hermione. Harry and Colin nodded along with him, wanting answers. Evan and Hermione looked at each other. Hermione was not sure if she should tell them that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. Since both Dumbledore and Evan believed in him, she should also keep it secret. What's more, Professor Lupin was particularly friendly, and nothing like the image of a vicious werewolf. Hermione quietly kicked Evan under the table and nodded so that he answers Ron's question. Evan didn't have an idea on how to put it for his friends. Fortunately, he saw Oliver Wood coming over with an angry face, and the Gryffindor Quidditch team gathered. Bad news. We won't play against Slytherin tomorrow, he said angrily. Professor McGonagall just told me that our opponent tomorrow will be Hufflepuff. Why? The other players asked in one voice. Slytherin's excuse is that their injured player's arm is not healed yet. Wood frowned, furiously panting. But the purpose of this is obvious. They just don't want to play in such weather and think it would destroy their chances to win. Hogwarts had been stormy in recent days. As Wood finished his words, everyone heard the rumbling of thunder outside the castle. Slytherin's seeker? Angelina said in surprise. It is Draco Malfoy. His arm was injured in the care of magical creatures class in the first week of school when he was attacked by Hagrid's Buckbeak. Ron whispered, but that was exactly what he deserved. If I were Buckbeak, I would have given him a harder time. Malfoy's arm has nothing anymore, said Harry furiously. It's completely healed. I understand, but we can't prove it, Wood said bitterly. They used this as an excuse when talking to Professor Snape. I knew it was him. Harry and Ron shouted in disgust. The problem now is that we have been practicing for Slytherin and we are playing against the Hufflepuff team tomorrow. Their style is quite different. Even more troublesome is that this year they have a new captain and seeker, Cedric Diggory. As soon as his voice fell, Angelina, Alicia, and Katie suddenly giggled. What are you laughing at? Wood said, curiously disapproving this carefree behavior. You mean that tall, handsome-looking boy, right? Angelina said. The strong, non-talkative one. Katie added, he's really charming. They began to giggle again, and Wood and Fred looked very unhappy. He doesn't talk often because he's too stupid to say 2 words in a row, said Fred impatiently. Oliver, I don't understand why you should worry. The Hufflepuff team is an easy opponent. When we last played against them, Harry took the golden snitch in only 5 minutes. Don't you remember? We were in a completely different situation, Wood shouted, his eyes slightly protruding. Diggory organized a strong team. He is an excellent seeker. Your thinking worries me. We must not underestimate the enemy. We must tackle the main issues. Slytherin wants to observe us on every step of the way, looking for our mistakes. We must win this year. Wood's voice was loud, loud enough to make most people in the auditorium turn his way curiously. "Oliver, take it easy and don't get angry." Fred panicked a little. "We will take Hufflepuff seriously. We are serious. All team training. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the players should gather at the Quidditch Stadium. We must come up with a set of coping strategies." No one spoke. Everyone nodded palely. In their eyes, Evan saw the storm of thoughts within their minds. He silently prayed for these guys. Evan could understand Wood's mood. This year was his last year at Hogwarts. He had to get the Quidditch Cup. Since Harry joined the team, the Gryffindor team had clearly been the strongest in the school, but in the past 2 years, they had always encountered all kinds of accidents and eventually missed the Quidditch Cup. To be more precise, it was Harry who was really unreliable. Apart from being an outstanding seeker, he had to get a career as a part-time hero. If Gryffindor would not get the Quidditch Cup this year, because of him, there would be no need for Voldemort because Wood would kill Harry himself. Yeah, he had it in his eyes. The sudden training continued until 7 o'clock in the evening. Evan had just persuaded Hermione not to tell anybody that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. Then he saw the members of the team crawl into the common room looking exhausted. After a bit of talking, they went to the dormitory and fell asleep. The next day, about 5 o'clock in the morning, Evan woke up. He was awakened by the roaring winds outside the castle. He could hear the rumbling thunder in the air, the turmoil of the wind hitting the castle walls, and the sound of the trees in the forbidden forest. He walked out of the bedroom with his sleepy eyes and saw that Harry had been dressed and took his light Nimbus 2000 quietly in front of the fireplace in the common room. There was no light in the fireplace, and the entire public lounge was really dark. "Oh, Harry, when did you get up?" "Good morning, Evan," Harry said with a worried voice. "About 3 o'clock. I was awakened by Peeves. He kept blowing air on my neck. And then you have been sitting here all this time?" "Yeah. Crookshanks wanted to sneak into our dormitory. I sat on the stairs so that he wouldn't get there. The guys needed to rest." "But you need to take a break, too," said Evan in surprise. "In 3 hours, you'll have to spend the whole day outside flying in such ghostly weather." "I'm not sleepy." "Evan, I have an ominous hunch." Harry waved his hand weakly. "The big black dog, the unknown. When I trained last night, I saw it in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. It was watching us in the woods. It should be just a stray dog." Evan couldn't understand what Sirius would be doing in such a messy weather. Any normal, sane person would try to find shelter from the rain. However, judging from the current situation, Sirius Black was not normal. "But this is the 3rd time. I can't be seeing the same stray dog all the time." Harry sighed. "You know that Black is chasing me. If that means death, I'm afraid. You don't have to worry about a stray dog. I have seen it many times." Harry's words reminded Evan of what happened in the original story during the game. He looked out at the sky and added, "Harry, you need to save your strength for now. If there is anything you should worry about, I'm worried about the Dementors." "Dementors?" Harry looked up and his face paled instantly. "Yes, those guys are stationed not too far from the Quidditch field, and the happy atmosphere on the field should make a great feast for them. If they come, then—" Evan paused, then said, "You need to prepare your wand and be ready to cast the Patronus charm. I'm not making any good progress with that spell." Harry shook his head. "I don't seem to have any happy memories to recall." For the next few hours, Evan practiced the Patronus spell several times with Harry. No matter how hard he tried, Harry's wand could only emit a blur of white fog. Evan sighed. Although this might not be able to drive away the Dementors, it was better than nothing. It should be enough to resist for a while, giving him enough time to land safely. Besides, with Dumbledore watching the game, Evan didn't really think that over 100 Dementors could do anything. After breakfast, Evan walked out of the castle under the heavy rain. The cold rain made him shiver. He saw Hermione, Colin, and Ginny beside him trembling. Even so, they did not lose their enthusiasm. As a pseudo-fan with a severe fear of heights and not much enthusiasm about Quidditch, Evan did not understand why the sport was so popular. The weather outside the castle was raging with winds and heavy rain, but in order to watch this game, the teachers and students of the school rushed outside, as usual. They ran across the lawn to the Quidditch pitch, sat down in the wet stands, and lowered their heads to resist the strong winds. He felt bad. Half an hour earlier, Evan intended to spend the day in the comfortable, warm library. He had already made up his mind that no matter what Colin would say, he would never take a step outside of the castle under such weather conditions. It was out of the question. But Colin did not even come to call him. He actually went to Hermione and Ginny directly. Evan was pulled out by both of them, saying that he should go out to support the team because this game was very important to Gryffindor. Looking at their faces, Evan felt that if he would not agree to come out and Gryffindor lost, then he would be held responsible by the two of them. With no way out, he sighed and followed them out of the castle. Unlike him, Colin, Hermione, and Ginny were all smiling. Needless to say, Colin's smile was honest. Over the past 2 years, he knew Evan well enough to know how to pressure him. Ginny smiled because she found Evan's appearance funny. After all, his usual image, that of one who's too mature, calm, and omniscient, is nothing like the 12-year-old boy that he looks like now. As for Hermione's smile, it was relatively more complex. Sure, she shared the same reasons as Colin and Ginny, but that wasn't the main factor that created her smile. Pulling even out of the castle, she felt like laughing. She didn't know the source of that laughter, but deep down in her heart, she felt happy. Could it be that kind of laughter? The four of them had different expressions as they went to the stands. Ron had already kept places for them. Even didn't know if this was just in his mind, but he felt that Ron was staring strangely at his eyes. It's hard to say, but it actually reminded him of the way Snape stares at him. Evan shook his head. It must have been a wrong impression. In fact, Evan's conjecture was right. Looking at Hermione and Ginny, who were laughing and walking with Evan behind them, Ron didn't know why he had a weird feeling, constituted mostly out of envy and jealousy. These two emotions he has been very familiar with in the past few years. He had this feeling for his brother and for his best friend Harry. But he is now looking at Evan. Apart from jealousy, there was a strange sense of distaste in his heart that he had never felt before. Ron suddenly remembered the dream he had been repeatedly having in the few past nights, and the girl who appeared frequently in them. She looked a bit like Hermione. He shook his head ruthlessly. Hermione appeared in his dreams. Could it be just a coincidence? Besides, why did he dream of doing that kind of thing with Hermione? Hermione was just his friend, but when he saw her with Evan sitting together, Ron felt very uncomfortable inside. Intuition told him that there must be something he did not know between the two of them. These things make up the main source of this unfamiliar hatred in his heart. Under the influence of this sentiment, Ron's attention shifted from the Quidditch match to people beside him. He found that the more he looked at Evan, the worse he felt. He was obviously 1 year younger than him. What makes him any better? Ron forced himself to not think about it. After all, Evan managed to save him last year. The thoughts in his mind were definitely bad. He took a deep breath, and suddenly it came back to his mind. What happened last year, the Black Diary, and what was written in it for him by Tom Riddle. Although it was the incarnation of Voldemort as a student, although he was evil deep down inside, Ron had to admit that he found some truth in his words. Against Malfoy's bad treatment, he stepped up to protect her, causing him to spend a week vomiting disgusting slugs. In face of Snape's unreasonable manners, he stood up for her and was punished by being obliged to spend full night cleaning urinals. Faced with, he clearly did all of this for her. But now the one by her side is Evan. It's really like Tom Riddle said. No, there must something wrong with him to have such dangerous ideas. Ron forced his eyes away from Evan and Hermione, looking in the center of the court. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff Quidditch teams began to appear. Under the cheers of the audience, Evan saw the Gryffindor Quidditch players walking out of the locker room. The wind blew badly, and when they walked into the stadium, they all staggered. He could not even see clearly Harry's thin silhouette. It was the same for Hufflepuff, and Evan could only vaguely see 7 people dressed in canary yellow robes standing on the court. The guy who was shaking hands with Wood was supposed to be Cedric Diggory. Although he had never met him, Evan was very impressed by the name. In addition to remembering that he was in the next year's Triwizard Tournament, which ended up by getting him killed by Voldemort, Diggory made many contributions to the Hogwarts magical news this year. From his submissions, it could be seen that Diggory was an excellent wizard and had very in-depth research on metamorphosis. But Evan didn't know how good he would be in Quidditch, especially in such a bad weather. If he and Harry couldn't see the snitch, it would be very bad for everyone to sit all day in the cold rain. A few seconds later, with the whistle of Mrs. Hooch, the game began. A blur of red and yellow figures leaped up and down the pitch. Evan couldn't know how the game was progressing and couldn't even hear the commentary in the wind. Although he had a raincoat on, he became soaked in water. He felt like he was freezing. Through the intensive rain, he saw Harry moving at top of the pitch, and his condition was much worse than his. Evan saw Hermione sitting beside him, cold and shivering, but she seemed to be in high spirits, as if someone had given her a potion of happiness. It was strange to him that Hermione liked Quidditch so much. How had it not shown before? He remembered that when Gryffindor played against Hufflepuff last year, Hermione chose to not come see the game in order to speed up the making of the Polyjuice potion. If there was any difference between this year and the previous one, it was that Cedric Diggory became Hufflepuff's captain. He also remembered that Angelina said yesterday that the guy was very handsome. Evan suddenly became inexplicably nervous, and he unconsciously looked up and searched for Diggory's presence. Then he saw that Ron was still looking at him, and his expression was becoming more and more bizarre. What's going on today? What is it with these two? Evan saw Ron panicking and turning as if he wanted to avoid eye contact. That's not good. Is he hiding something from me? He looked at Ron thoughtfully. Does it have anything to do with Peter Pettigrew? But from Ron's expression, that doesn't seem to be the case. It looks like... A moment later, thunder roared in the air, and Evan turned his head as a fork-shaped lightning bolt crossed the sky. He saw Harry flying over his head. In the air, Harry was so cold and numb that he had to press himself down on his broom, directing it through the turbulent airstream and looking for the snitch everywhere. As he avoided a bludger coming from his right, he saw Diggory sneak down under him. Diggory was flying in the opposite direction. Did he spot the snitch? They could no longer go on like this, and the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Harry turned quickly and wanted to go back to the middle of the pitch. But just then, a flash of lightning lit up the stands. Harry saw something that completely distracted him. The silhouette of a huge black dog, which was clearly reflected in the sky above the empty seats of the Slytherin stand. Harry's numb hands slid on the broomstick, and his Nimbus 2000 fell several feet. He moved his wet hair away from his eyes and squinted to look up. The dog had disappeared. Harry! Wood's distressed cry came from Gryffindor's goal. Harry, behind you! Harry panicked, and Diggory went down to the field. A small golden snitch flashed between them in the rain. Harry panicked on the broomstick and rushed towards it. Everyone stopped straight away and looked at the two seekers who were approaching the snitch. Diggory was closer to the snitch, but Harry was faster. On the stands, Hermione's cold little hand suddenly gripped Evan's left arm, and she screamed in horror. Look, look! Turning to where she was looking, Evan's heart shook fiercely as he saw the sky behind Harry and Diggory turning pitch black. Like ink spreading out in the water, more than 100 Dementors were attracted by the cheerful atmosphere on the Quidditch pitch, and they came quickly with the terrible cold currents. The Dementors seemed to be invited to a feast. They were dressed in dark gray, tattered cloaks floating in the air. A pair of hands rotting with pus slowly shook both sides of their hoods, and the air got filled with the smell of rotten meat. Along the strings of ice being formed around the Dementors, Evan saw something flying out of the stands to be taken away by the Dementors above. It was their happiness. The whole world instantly became black and white, and there was nothing left but silence on the steps stand around the runway. Although the wind was still as strong as before, he couldn't hear it howling anymore, as if someone had turned off the sound. Evan saw Hermione shouting at him, but he couldn't hear anything. He yanked his wand out and aimed at the Dementors in the center of the field. Expecto Patronum, he shouted, but he couldn't hear his own voice. His wand emitted a silver light, swaying like a flame in the wind and rain, bringing a moment of color to this black and white world of savagery. But no, this filament dissipated instantly and turned into a faint green smoke. Damn, there are too many Dementors. Evan uttered the spell again, and kept thinking about happy memories. The surprise of receiving Hogwarts' letter, the joy of learning his first spell, the happy times he had with his friends, and the light of the tip of his wand grew stronger and stronger. A complete animal was gradually being formed. But this wasn't enough, and the dark fear brought by the Dementors came from all sides. Evan tightened his wand and remembered the scene when he first released the complete Patronus on the train. At the time, he also couldn't hold on. Hermione gave him hope, and he tried to recall that feeling. Evan suddenly felt a quivering, weak body clinging to him. He turned to see Hermione staring at him nervously. Yeah, that was the feeling. The next second, a dazzling silver-white animal emerged from Evan's wand. The power of the Patronus charm comes from the positive energy of one's heart. Apart from the happy moments that one can remember, it comes also from hope, the desire to live, and from the desire to protect. When you want deep down in your heart to protect someone, you become able to send out a complete corporeal guardian. The Patronus released is stronger as long as the determination to defend is stronger. It was not a happy memory. It's Evan's determination to protect Hermione that inspired the spell. His Patronus was a cat, but one that's much stronger and more ferocious than an ordinary one. It was dotted with silver bands, and it was like a tiger. Is that a cat or a tiger? All the young wizards in the stands exclaimed loudly. They have never seen such a strange, rare creature. But Evan knew that his Patronus and Animagus had the same image and were all black cats. Because at that moment, his desire to guard Hermione was deep inside. It made this guardian really powerful. The Patronus represents that which is hidden, unknown, but necessary within a personality. It is the awakened secret self that lies dormant until needed. Evan's Patronus majestically took his determination to protect Hermione, fiercely rushing over to the Dementors in the center of the field and chasing them away. In the air, Harry quickly approached the snitch. He was only a little bit behind, but was faster than Diggory. But then it seemed like time froze. Harry felt like he had entered a black hole from which he could never fly out. He helplessly tried moving forward. The surrounding temperatures were getting lower and lower. His breathing began slowing down as if his lungs were freezing, and the frozen rain drilled into his body, cutting him up from the inside out. He heard the voice that he heard that time on the train. Someone was screaming in his head. It was the voice of a woman. Not Harry, please, not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl. Stand aside now. Not Harry, please no. Take me. Kill me instead. Harry's brain got numb. He didn't know what was going on or what he was doing. He didn't know why he was flying. He getting closer and closer to the snitch, but his attention was focused on the woman in his mind. He must help her. She's going to die. No, she's going to be murdered. Not Harry, please. Have mercy. Have mercy. Answering her, there was only a sharp, cold laughter. In face of her pleading voice, it sounded extremely cruel. Harry felt lost. He couldn't help the woman. He felt like he's about to slide down from his broom. Just as he thought he was going to fall like this, a silver-white animal suddenly flew over from below. It was Evan's Patronus that was, just like his Animagus, a black cat. As Harry regained some vague awareness, he found himself surrounded by Dementors. Their faces hidden under their headscarves were all facing him. Behind their headscarves, the darkness looked like it had nothing within it. No, Harry saw something in it. It was... His eyes went wide open, and he was full of horror. He wanted to pull out his wand, but he found himself falling off his broomstick. His Nimbus 2000 flew towards Forbidden Forest along its original trajectory. The cold rain fell rapidly and slammed Harry's pale face. He could not reach out to his broom with his right hand. His efforts were in vain. More and more Dementors were approaching the place. The light of Evan's Patronus was getting weaker and weaker. The woman's plea and the harsh laughter were re-emerging in Harry's mind. They are still talking, and the man seemed to have said something terrible. Harry tried to recall what the man just said, but he couldn't remember anything. He was trying to withstand this, but his eyelids get heavier and heavier. Then, all he saw was darkness. Endless darkness completely filled the Quidditch pitch, and the young wizards silently watched the Dementors floating over them, with terrible things flooding their minds. They felt depressed, powerless, and terrified, as if the end of the world had come. Expecto Patronum. Just when everyone was in despair, a slightly young but firm voice rang from the Gryffindor stand. Like a ray of dawn in the darkness, a silver-white animal popped up, becoming the only source of color and light to that black and white dark world. The little wizards turned their heads together. They saw a thin boy with his wand standing up to over 100 hideous Dementors. The light from the tip of his wand formed a strong wall in front of the Dementors, just like the light of dawn ends the darkness. This picture is to be printed in their memories for many years to come. It's Evan Mason. That's his Patronus. Nobody knew who shouted that, but everyone suddenly remembered that they saw an article on the Dementors in the Hogwarts Magic New and how Patronus Charm was the only thing that can resist them. The little wizards hurriedly pulled out their wands and casted the spell at the sky. Like little stars in the night sky, silver-white lights shined on the stands. Soon, Evan knew how many people secretly practiced the Patronus Charm. About 600 silver-white lights appeared in the grandstand. The thick fog of light made by all of their wands blew away the fear and coldness of the moment. Many of them began to condense a corporeal Patronus. Percy's Patronus took the lead in rushing out of the fog. It was like a weasel. Behind it were more than a dozen patron uses of all kinds. Evan also saw an otter on the tip of Hermione's wand. It circled around twice, then flew to the Dementors. Following those complete ones, the white light fog floated upwards, and countless auras began to emerge. Like a sharp arrow, the light fog hit the Dementors under its caster's will. The Dementors never seemed to have encountered such a situation. Faced with so many patron uses and a large amount of smoke made out of happy emotions, they panicked and retreated. These creatures that have always brought fear and despair to others felt for the first time the taste of fear themselves, and they instinctively wanted to run away. A moment later, a beautiful voice came from the top of the castle. That was the Phoenix's voice. Evan once heard it in the secret room in the previous semester. He turned back and saw a giant silver-white phoenix flying out of the headmaster's office. It was the Patronus of Dumbledore, a very rare and powerful magical creature. It moved closer to the Quidditch pitch with a huge white aura more dazzling than all the other patron uses. Under its illumination, the Dementors, who were slow to escape, turned into a cloud of smoke under the sight of everyone present and completely vanished. Common patron uses can only chase away the Dementors, but Dumbledore's Phoenix can actually kill them. The Dementors who broke into the castle made the greatest white wizard of modern times really angry. Next to the path of the Phoenix flight, Evan saw Harry falling from high altitude and hurried to the center of the Quidditch pitch. Ron and Hermione were stunned for a moment and hurried to follow. Luckily, the ground is so soft. I thought he would die, but he didn't even break his glasses. Harry heard their whispers, but he couldn't understand what they were talking about. He didn't know where he was, nor did he know how he came there, or what he was doing before he got there. All he knew was that he was feeling pain all over his body, as if he had taken a beating. Fortunately, Evan and his Patronus woke us up from fear and despair. 100 Dementors, this is the most terrible thing I have ever seen in my life. Yeah, the most terrible and scariest thing. Harry remembered the dark shadows of the scarfs and the terror underneath it. And also he remembered the chilling screams that constantly slammed his mind, and the man who seemed to say something in the end. The next time Harry opened his eyes, he was lying in the hospital's bed. Gryffindor's Quidditch team members were splashed with mud from head to toe, and they were surrounding his bed. Evan, Ron, and Hermione were also there, looking like they just climbed up from the swimming pool. Harry, how do you feel?" Ron's face looked pale. "What happened?" Harry's consciousness came back quickly. He suddenly sat up and saw several people around him startled. "You fell down from above 50 feet, said Ron. "We thought you were dead." Alicia followed. She was standing there trembling. When she heard her, Hermione uttered a shrill, low-pitched voice, and her eyes went red. "But the game," Harry said. "What happened? Can we play again?" No one spoke, and Harry started realizing the horrible truth. "We haven't lost?" "Diggory caught the snitch," said Fred. Just after you fell, he didn't understand what was going on. When he looked down and saw you fall to the ground, he planned to interrupt the game to replay it later. But they won with fair play, and even Wood admitted this. George followed. Where's Wood? Harry looked around and suddenly realized that Wood wasn't there. He's still in the rain, Fred said. We think he's going to drown himself. Harry buried his face between his knees and grabbed his hair with both hands. Well, Harry, you used to always catch the snitch, Fred said. You're going to miss so of them, said George. The tournament is not over yet. We lost 100 points, didn't we? So if Hufflepuff loses against Ravenclaw and we defeat Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Hufflepuff must lose at least 200 points, said George. But if they beat Ravenclaw, no way, Ravenclaw is great. But if Slytherin loses against Hufflepuff, it all depends on their scores. Whoever wins gets 100 points. Harry laid in his bed and listened to the discussion between Fred and George. He didn't say a word. They lost because of him. He lost for the first time in Quidditch. About 10 minutes later, Madame Poppy Pomfrey came to tell the team members to let Harry rest. We'll see you later. Fred told Harry. Don't blame yourself, Harry. You're still our best seeker. The team went out, leaving a trail of mud behind them. Madame Pomfrey closed the door behind them and looked unhappy. Evan, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other and stayed. He needs to rest. You three don't stay too long. Madame Pomfrey looked at Evan, Ron, and Hermione with dissatisfaction, and she drew their attention to the water stains and mud falling down from their clothes. Besides, I need one of you to come to get his nutritional supplements. This will help him regain his strength. I'll come. Evan saw that Ron had something to say to Harry and that he shouldn't make a girl do Madame Pomfrey's task. He rose and followed her out of the ward. Did I actually see many Dementors? Harry whispered, but in his mind, he was thinking about the dog's appearance once again. It was more than 100 Dementors, Harry, said Hermione in a trembling voice. I was scared and I didn't know what to do. All I could think about was terrible things. But thanks to Evan and his Patronus, we were able to wake up. She suddenly thought of Evan's Patronus, which was exactly the same as the strange black cat she met at the Leaky Cauldron that night before the school started. Would there be any connection between the two? Hermione remembered that Evan had told her himself. He learned Animagus in the summer vacation, but he always refused to tell her what his deformation form was. She was a little skeptical when she first met Evan's Patronus on the train. It was too similar to the black cat she had seen before, and Evan was obstinate at the time. Is that strange black cat his Animagus form? Hermione's face instantly turned red as she remembered holding the cat in her arms. God, if it is really true, that means she got undressed in front of Evan. Okay, Hermione. Ron looked furious as he watched Hermione. He shouted. Evan's Patronus was useless. It was Dumbledore who saved Harry and drove the Dementors away. What? Hermione yelled. Everyone saw it. Evan's Patronus rushed to those monsters, and they escaped and couldn't take it for more than seconds. Ron didn't look at Hermione and said to her, his Patronus was of no use at all. Harry finally fainted and we lost the game. But it was Evan's Patronus that brought courage and hope to everyone. All the others could release their patron uses. I also released my complete Patronus for the first time. It was like an otter. Don't you still understand? Ron gasped. There were so many Dementors out there. If there weren't Evan's Patronus, maybe Diggory would have fainted too. If that happened, Gryffindor wouldn't have lost. What are you talking about, Ron? Hermione said in surprise. If Evan did not gain time for Dumbledore, Harry would have fallen earlier from a higher distance. When he saw Hermione's look, Ron became more and more irritated. There was an inexplicable anger within his heart that he wanted to let go. He was at the Quidditch pitch as well and wand glow for a little while. Then the light immediately disappeared. It was far from being comparable to the complete Patronus of Evan or even to that of Hermione. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He shouted. He was more of a hindrance than a help, and nothing of all this would have happened if it was not for him. Percy was just slower than him. Okay, you two can't let me have some quiet for a bit. Harry whispered. Ron's voice went low and the room was embarrassingly silent. Harry did not understand what happened between Ron and Hermione. It was weird that they did not care about his physical condition. Instead, They were discussing whether Evan's Patronus played a role in saving him or not. In particular, the fact that they were talking in Evan's back made Harry feel bad. Forget those damn Dementors. Did anyone get my Nimbus 2000? When they heard him, Ron and Hermione quickly glanced at each other. Oh, what? Harry suddenly had a bad feeling. Oh, when you fell down, it was blown away, Hermione said hesitantly. Then it crashed and hit the Whomping Willow. Harry felt anguish in his heart. He saw the Whomping Willow the last semester. It even shattered Mr. Weasley's car. And then, Harry whispered, afraid to hear the answer. Harry, you know that Whomping Willow, said Ron. It doesn't like anything bumping into it. Professor Flitwick has just brought it back before you awoke, said Hermione in a low voice. She slowly reached for her school bag at her feet and turned it upside down. A dozen pieces of wood and debris from the broom's tail landed on the bed. That was the wreckage of Harry's defeated loyal broomstick. When Evan returned to the ward with nutrients, he saw that none of them was speaking. The atmosphere was terrible. Harry sat in bed and stared at his broomstick fragments in a daze. Ron and Hermione also sat silently on the chairs as though they had just quarreled. Don't be sad, Harry, said Evan, putting the potion on the table aside, comforting him and saying, you can use my Nimbus 2001. I'll give it to you. You know that thing is of no use to me. After receiving the broomstick, Evan threw it under the bed. It hadn't been moved except for a few times when it was borrowed by Ron. Thank you, Evan. Harry looked at the fragments of his Nimbus 2000 and didn't know what to say. This broomstick was beyond repair. He should throw it. But Harry did not want to do that. He felt like he had lost one of his best friends. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Evan, Ron, and Hermione left Harry. They just came out of the school hospital, and Evan saw that Ron walked alone in the common room, without waiting for him and Hermione. What's the matter with him? Evan said. Maybe the Dementors had an impact on him. Hermione didn't know what to say, nor did she know if she should tell him about what Ron said. Then, when she thought of the black cat, Hermione's face suddenly turned red. She did not know whether to confirm it with Evan. In case there was a misunderstanding, there should not necessarily be a link between the Patronus and the Animagus. And if so, wouldn't it be too embarrassing to ask? Hermione thought for a moment that this matter should be a secret for a while, at least until she would find out the truth. Wait, if the black cat is really Evan, what should she do? Evan and Hermione walked back in silence. They had just turned the corner of the stairs on the second floor, and they saw a nearly headless Nick suddenly coming in through the wall. His long hair was curled with a very stylish, plumed hat, wearing a knee-length tunic with a wheel-shaped wrinkled collar. Just like he was made out of thin cigarette smoke, Evan could look at the dark sky and heavy rain outside through his body. Because Nick had often provided articles to the Hogwarts Magic News over the past year, Evan and Hermione became very familiar with him. You are good, Nick said in a melancholy voice. I just heard what happened at the Quidditch pitch. It's terrible. There's nothing wrong with Harry, is it? He is fine. He has no choice but to accept reality, Hermione whispered. You know, this is his first Quidditch loss. Yes, Gryffindor is clearly the most powerful, but we always lose the game for a variety of reasons. Nick took a deep breath. This time it was because of Dementors. I had already been. Nick's words were not finished yet, and Evan saw a cat with yellow lamp-like eyes that suddenly came out from behind him and screeched. It was Mrs. Norris, the dust-colored cat that was raised by the caretaker Filch, and that served as his deputy in the never-ending battle between him and the students. You'd better get out of here, Nick quickly said. Filch is not in a good mood. He caught a cold. When he was on the Quidditch pitch, someone turned his office upside down. Things were thrown everywhere. He is looking for the assailant in the castle. You're right. Evan pulled Hermione hurriedly up the stairs and was about to go to bed. He didn't want to be stopped by Filch and interrogated again. But it was strange. Who would go to Filch's office to make trouble? Fred and George may do this, but they've just been in the Quidditch game and obviously didn't have time. Peeves is also possible, but it shouldn't be him, and it's not his style to run away without bragging about his deeds. In addition to them, who else would it be? Nick said that Filch's office has been turned upside down. Maybe someone wanted to find something in it. Filch had confiscated a lot of things from the students. Evan pulled Hermione and hurried back into Gryffindor's common room. Although it was late, the common room was very lively. None of students went to sleep. They were all discussing the Dementor's attack. Gryffindor lost the game, which have really saddened them. But excluding the Quidditch players and some die-hard fans, most of them have put this matter behind already. Anyway, as long as they didn't lose against Slytherin, losing against Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff was not particularly difficult to take. Now, they're more interested in talking about the way to cast a Patronus charm. Several students who were able to cast a corporeal Patronus got surrounded by their peers. Percy, for example, was proudly showing off his Patronus to more than a dozen junior students. Evan and Hermione just entered, and they were warmly welcomed. The atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. They were both in the center, surrounded by their friends. Everybody was asking for advice about the Patronus charm. Many girls wanted especially to see Evan's Patronus again. Everyone was excited, except for Ron. He seemed to become even less happy when he saw Evan and Hermione being welcomed. He stared at them for a while before turning back to the dormitory with a sly face. Just a moment later, everyone heard a muffled scream coming from the boys' dormitory. The atmosphere became so heavy that no one spoke in the common room. They all stared at the door with fear. The hurried footsteps rang louder and louder, and then Ron jumped out under everyone's eyes carrying a bedsheet with him. Look at this! Look at it!" he growled, striding to Hermione and shaking the sheet in front of her. "Ron, look at what?" Hermione said confusedly. "It's Scabbers, look." Ron rudely stretched out his sheet to Hermione's eyes. Hermione avoided Ron's sheet and was completely at a loss. Evan looked at the sheet that Ron was holding, and there was something red on it. It looked terrible, like blood. Ron shouted, panicked, under the silence of everyone. "It's dead. Do you know what else was on the floor?" "No, I don't know." Hermione's voice was trembling. Ron threw something at Hermione, and everyone leaned forward. They saw long ginger hair scattered on the floor. "Ron, a few cat hairs don't mean anything. You should go to all the boys' beds and look for stains." "It might be," Hermione said palely. "Enough," Ron shouted, shocking everyone. "I've had enough of you, Hermione. You've always been like this and never took Crookshank's intentions to eat Scabbers seriously. You never bothered to carefully watch Crookshanks. Now Scabbers is dead, and you are still pretending that your cat is innocent. This cat's hair may have been there since the beginning of the school term. You have been prejudiced against Crookshanks since he jumped on your head in that magical menagerie," Hermione said stubbornly. "Prejudice?" Ron waved his arm madly. "That monster, it jumped over my head. It ate Scabbers. Am I expected to praise it for doing it? You know I didn't mean that." Hermione's voice dropped again, and tears fell from her eyes. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Ron had no mercy at all for Hermione. He went shouting. "You've always treated me as a fool or an idiot who didn't understand anything. I protected you in front of Malfoy. I helped you with Snape in class. It was me." The more Ron talked, the more he saw Hermione's fear and sadness. He felt pain in his heart, but along with the pain, there was an unusual sense of happiness creeping into his heart. Revenge does bring some pleasure. Immediately afterwards, he remembered the dream he's been having recently, and Hermione, who had been in the dream all the time. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that his nose was sour, and he had to force himself not to cry. "All right, Ron." Seeing that something was wrong, Fred hurried over and said in a hurry, "Weren't you always talking about how disgusting it was? Moreover, this was going to happen sooner or later with the way it's been eating for a long time now. Dying fast is probably better for it. It probably didn't feel that. Yeah, it's just sleeping all day long." "This is what you said," Ron said George. "It had once bitten gore for us," said Ron sadly. "That was its most glorious moment." Fred couldn't help laughing. It made a scar on Gore's finger as a permanent reminder of it. "Oh, okay, Ron. Reconcile with Hermione, and buy another rat. What's the use of lamenting?" But Ron lowered his head and wiped his tears with his sleeves. "Actually, I think Hermione's right. Scabbers may not be dead. It's just hiding somewhere. Peter Pettigrew could not have died like this, and it was even less likely that he would be killed by Crookshanks. He was just scared of Sirius Black and wanted to escape by faking his death again." With the help of the tracing potion, Evan could feel that the rat was hiding in the right corner of the common room and following the scene with his eyes. He was going to pull him out. He just took 2 steps, and Ron stopped him. What he just said seemed to have angered Ron again. "Do you think Scabbers is not dead?" Ron looked angry at Evan, gasping, as if ready to rush over. "I knew you would stand on the Hermione's side. It's your fault. If you didn't suggest that Hermione should buy Crookshanks, Scabbers wouldn't have died." "What?" Evan was surprised. All day long, he felt that Ron had something wrong with him. "Yeah, it was all your fault. It was you who killed it." Ron clenched his fists, and his tearful eyes were red. "It was just the same at the Quidditch pitch. If it wasn't for your ridiculous Patronus, Gryffindor wouldn't have lost." Evan was frozen in his place. He did not know how Ron came to that conclusion. Ron must have gone mad. This is so ridiculous that Gryffindor lost the game because of his Patronus. Ron, it was Evan's Patronus who saved everyone. Colin, who had been standing aside, whispered, "Of course you think so. You're just a ridiculous commuter for this guy." Ron shouted to Colin and quickly turned to look at Evan. As if he was hypnotized, his mouth was murmuring. "Tom Riddle said so. You killed Scabbers. Gryffindor lost the game because of you. You took Hermione. She should have been mine." There was nothing but silence in the common room, and the young students were afraid and shrank back. Everyone looked at Ron silently. No one could accept what he was saying. Evan took another step forward. He wanted to bring out the rat. Maybe seeing it would calm Ron down. As soon as he moved, he saw Ron rush towards him. The scene was confusing and nobody knew what was going on. They saw Ron scurry into Evan's body with his eyes all red. Both of them fell to the ground, beating each other. Stop it, Ron." Hermione shrieked loudly, trying to separate them. Evan hadn't reacted yet, and he took a bad punch to the stomach. He used his knees to hold Ron back, while his right hand subconsciously reached for his wand. A bright red light flashed, and Ron flew away. His body smashed the table, and he fell to the ground, struggling twice to stand up and continue to rush toward Evan. Fred and George pulled him quickly. "Ron, what do you have with Evan?" Fred said with surprise. "Yes. Do you really realize what you were doing?" George said. Ron gasped and looked at Evan with his eyes all red. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Ron. The whole common room was stunned by what happened. Evan's clothes got all messed up. His right hand was holding his wand tight, pointing against Ron. His left hand was gently patting Hermione's shoulder. She was standing by his side, sobbing uncontrollably. "What the hell are you doing, guys?" Percy walked through the crowd and stared at Ron. He looked like Mrs. Weasley. "Ron, I know you're sad to lose the rat, but it's not Evan who killed it. It's him. Ron shouted. It was him who asked Hermione to buy the cat. If it wasn't for that damn cat, Scabbers wouldn't have died. It was not Crookshanks who killed Scabbers, Hermione argued weakly, and her eyes were full of tears. "Ron, you're crazy. For a rat, you—" Ginny, who came over to comfort Hermione, whispered. She turned to Ron and stared at him angrily. "Rat? Scabbers is my friend." Ron interrupted Ginny, and he roared angrily. "My best friend is dead. Both of them and that damn cat killed it. You've been supporting them all the time. Has anyone ever thought about my feelings?" Aside from Ron's roars, there was no sound, only dead silence in the common room. "In fact, your rat is not dead at all, and nobody touched it." Evan let Ginny take care of Hermione and rushed to the corner of the lounge to pull a struggling rat out of the gap, and then he threw it to Ron. Watching the trembling Scabbers in his hands, Ron suddenly quieted down. He looked stunned. He wanted to say something, but he could not find anything to say. He could not explain it to others. The rat was just a fuse. When he exploded out of anger and rushed at Evan, the only thing he had on his mind was Evan's image as he had Hermione's arm in his hand when entering the common room. "Well, Ron, things have been cleared up, and your rat is actually not dead." Percy said with a tight voice, apologized to Evan and Hermione at once. Ron was annoyed by Percy's words. He gasped and stared coldly at Evan and Hermione. Reason told him that he should apologize, but there was a voice in his heart that kept whispering that if someone needed to apologize, it would be them. It was clearly their fault. He suddenly remembered what Tom Riddle had told him last year. His fist got tighter and all his body shivered. If he could choose, he would rather rush over and fight Evan again. Say sorry, Ron. Ginny whispered anxiously to remind him. Ron woke up suddenly, and he saw everyone looking at him. He took a deep breath and vaguely said, "Yes, I'm sorry." After that, he turned and ran back to his dormitory. In the dark bedroom, Ron was alone. He laid on his four-poster bed and pressed his head against the pillow. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. He must have lost his mind a moment ago. He unexpectedly yelled at Hermione and fought Evan. Ron couldn't tell why he wanted to do that. Maybe it was too hard to suddenly lose Scabbers. Perhaps Tom Riddle's words from last year played a role. Or maybe it was the feeling he had during the day that was a mix of envy, jealousy, and unsavory hatred. In a word, the more he looked at Evan, the worse he felt. Thinking of what everyone had just done to support Evan, Ron felt really lonely. If it was just everybody else, he could have let it go easily, but with them were Percy, Fred, George, and Ginny. These are all his family. None of them stood on his side. And Hermione. Ron became more distressed just by thinking about her. Ron tried not to think about her. He thought of Harry, his best friend. If Harry was here this evening, would he support him? Ron hesitated. At first he believed that Harry would support him. He did it against Malfoy, but that was different. Harry and Evan's relationship was also very good. He might also be like the others and support Evan. He had already lost Hermione, and when he thought he could lose Harry, Ron was indescribably upset. He always treated Harry as his best friend, but does Harry think the same way of him? Harry is not only a famous savior, but also the seeker for the Quidditch team. Harry has always been surrounded by the elite. Ron was, on the other hand, just a normal guy. What will make Harry pick him as his best friend? Perhaps, in Harry's eyes, he's just a follower. "I'm all alone," Ron murmured. "No one will support me. I'm a downright loser. Everyone looks down upon me." His body curled up in pain, and a moment later, he felt something shivering in his coat's pocket. It was Scabbers. Ron wiped his tears and got up to take the rat out. It looked terrified. Its body kept shivering, and its small eyes were filled with fear. In fact, Peter Pettigrew was really frightened. He hid according to his plan. This certainly would not fool Sirius, but could buy him some time. However, the plan did not go smoothly. He benefited from the opportunity of the Quidditch match when all the students were out and searched Filch's office, but found nothing. The Marauder's map was not there. When he graduated, the map was certainly confiscated by Filch, and the latter would have certainly kept it. It shouldn't be lost. But, after all, that was 20 years ago. That's a long time in which anything could happen. Pettigrew returned to the Gryffindor common room. He wanted to redress a plan to lure Sirius out and let the people inside the castle find him. Since Sirius thought he was close to Ron, he'd better stay around and wait for the opportunity. However, Peter Pettigrew did not expect that he would be found by Evan. That was impossible. How'd he find him? When he hid in that gap, there was obviously no one in the common room. It stands to reason that the boy should not be able to find him. Peter Pettigrew was scared, and Evan surely had some way he didn't know. If Sirius Black knew the same method, Peter's life would certainly come to. "Scabbers, you're the only left for me. You are definitely supporting me, aren't you?" Ron put the rat on the pillow. We heard Ron. Peter Pettigrew woke up of his daze. He felt that there were too many variables in the plan he had thought of before. He couldn't fight against Sirius Black and Evan alone. He needed a helper, one hidden in the dark. "Those people think of me as a footman, as a joke," Ron said bitterly. His expression was slightly grim. "Those who despise me, I will make them regret it. I want to make them pay the price. Yes, I will help you." A sharp man's voice suddenly could be heard in the room. "I will make those who look down upon us pay the price." Imperio. A strange light flashed across the bedroom, which was quickly restored to peace. Only Ron was alone in the bed with tears. His eyes were full of confusion and emptiness. A few days later, Harry was discharged from the school hospital, and his life seemed to return to its daily routine. But losing the Quidditch match and what happened in the common room still had an effect. Gryffindor Tower's students looked less energetic, and everyone was really depressed. Because of what happened with Ron, Hermione was crying all the time. It was a big blow to her. Harry often looked at his Nimbus 2000's wreckage dumbfounded. Although everyone tried many things to make him happy, it did not work. Wood looked completely unemotional, as if he had lost his life's purpose. Fred and George were no longer keen on pranks. They were working less and less on new tricks and goods. However, nobody has changed as much as Ron. Ron's behavior became increasingly bizarre. Aside Harry, he hardly spoke to anyone. His temper became really bad, and he was unfriendly to all. He was like an active volcano that had been repressed for a long time, and that was ready to erupt at any time. In Monday's potions class, because Malfoy imitated the Dementors to mock Harry, Ron immediately threw a large, gooey crocodile heart at him, right on his face. Snape therefore deducted 50 points from Gryffindor. Evan did not know if it was just a wrong impression, but he always felt like Ron was someone else. His eyes were often empty and sluggish, but every time he saw him, he was full of vigilance and hostility, as if he would rush to clash with him at any time. Evan was not against the idea of a fight if it could solve all problems. In short, the unexpected failure made the atmosphere in the entire Gryffindor Tower become heavy. The only thing worth being happy about that happened recently was Professor Lupin's return to class. In Wednesday's defense against the Dark Arts class, Evan saw Professor Lupin. It was noticeable that he had been sick. His old robe was worn loose on his body. There were dark shadows underneath his eyes. The werewolf's transformation must be a very heavy burden for his body. Everyone was concerned about Lupin's physical condition and complained about Snape's actions during his illness. According to Evan's knowledge, Snape's teaching of the defense against the dark arts classes for all grades when he substituted Professor Lupin was the same, revolving around how to identify and kill werewolves. Of course, almost none of them took it seriously. For the young wizards, in this day and age, werewolves were like mythical creatures. They thought that they would never come into contact with them in real life. Apart from Hermione, Evan was not sure who else would have discovered Lupin's true identity. Expectedly, Snape was disappointed, as his efforts did not have any effect besides doubling their annoyance. Professor Lupin has returned, making the defense against the dark arts class enjoyable again. In that class, Evan saw Hinkapunk, a new dark creature brought by Lupin. It was a one-legged creature with the appearance of wispy blue, gray-white smoke. It was very frail and looked pretty harmless, but in reality, it often lured travelers into bogs. It had a proclivity for luring travelers off of their paths at night, into treacherous bogs or wetlands under the guise of a helpful, lamp-bearing being. When the travelers followed it, they fell into the bogs and died. Hinkapunk made a living from the dead carrions. Seeing it through the tank, you would never guess that this creature could be so terrible. The pleasant atmosphere brought about by Professor Lupin's return only lasted for 2 hours. When Evan went downstairs to the common room for lunch, he saw Hagrid standing in the hall surrounded by Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Hagrid had just returned from the Ollery. He stood there, with his eyes red and swollen, and his tears falling down on the front placket of his leather vest. "Hagrid, what's wrong?" Evan walked over and was surprised to see Harry, Ron, and Hermione looking at an official letter. Evan glanced over and read, "Dear Mr. Hagrid, further to our inquiry into the attack by a hippogriff on a student in your class, we have accepted the assurances of Professor Dumbledore that you bear no responsibility for the regrettable incident. However, we must register our concern about the hippogriff in question. We have decided to uphold the official complaint of Mr. Lucius Malfoy, and this matter will therefore be taken to the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. The hearing will take place on January 25th, and we ask you to present yourself and your hippogriff at the committee's offices in London on that date. In the meanwhile, the hippogriff should be kept tethered and isolated. Yours and fellowship." There followed a list of the school governors. "They want to kill Buckbeak." Hagrid couldn't help sobbing. His face was full of tears that went on to fall on his tangled beard. "But Buckbeak isn't a bad hippogriff," Harry said with a bit of doubt. "Hagrid, I bet he'll get off." "No, you don't know those gargoyles at the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures." Hagrid wiped his tears with his sleeves. "They've got it in for interesting creatures." Hagrid's words made them look at each other, not knowing how to answer. Hippogriffs, which Hagrid called interesting animals, were in the eyes of others absolute, terrifying monsters. Even if Buckbeak didn't hurt anyone, no one would like it. In fact, by Hagrid's usual standards, it was actually cute. However, Evan knew that it had nothing to do with whether or not Buckbeak was cute. Behind all of this was Lucius Malfoy's mischief. After failing to remove the headmaster Dumbledore last year, he was dismissed from the Board of Governors. The reputation of the Malfoy family was worse than ever. In the headmaster's office, there was a discussion about the opening of the Chamber of Secrets and how a student was able to get Tom Riddle's diary. Now, rumor has it in the upper classes of the magic world that Lucius Malfoy is giving students Voldemort's childhood items. That was not a good reputation. Lucius Malfoy urgently needed something to divert everyone's attention and restore his family's prestige. Hagrid provided him with such an opportunity, and he is now strangling him with Buckbeak tightly. That attack had become a rivalry between him and Dumbledore. As long as he is able to keep Hagrid from teaching or to kill the Hippogriff, he can regain his lost pride. Needless to say, the politicians in the Ministry of Magic and the governors must have made some trade-offs between the two. They were not willing to offend Dumbledore, nor did they want to abandon the large amount of gold sent by Malfoy. They could support Dumbledore to allow Hagrid to stay at school to teach. The corresponding exchange condition was to agree that Lucius Malfoy could get Buckbeak killed. Apart from Hagrid, no one would care about the life or death of a Hippogriff. The hearing was just a formality. The committee was almost under the control of Malfoy. No matter what Hagrid said, it would not be useful. In other words, the outcome of this incident was already predetermined. Regardless of Hagrid's wishes and whether or not Buckbeak was really mischievous, it was no longer important. Buckbeak was bound to die. Although cruel, it was a fact. Perhaps this is what politics is all about. Looking at Hagrid's pitiful look, Evan sighed. He didn't know much about politics, but he knew exactly what he had to do. He could not keep watching while Buckbeak was going to be beheaded. Hagrid would certainly collapse. "Listen, Hagrid," said Evan. "You can't give up. You need to prepare your speech for the defense. Harry, Ron, and Hermione can prove that Buckbeak is innocent. I can help you advertise it in the newspaper." Evan is right. I definitely have read a case of a griffin's attack on a hippogriff. Hermione mused. In that case, the hippogriff had nothing to do with it. We can find something useful if we go back on the matter and make a good research. Yes, we will help too. Harry and Ron hurriedly followed. Although everyone said so, the work eventually fell on just Evan and Hermione. After holding on for some time, Harry and Ron seemed to have completely forgotten about that matter. However, they were not to blame. First of all, Harry has been very busy recently. In late November, Ravenclaw defeated the Hufflepuff team, which breathed life into Wood's carcass. After all, Gryffindor still had the chance to compete, even though they could not afford more losses. He then asked the players to train day and night. Evan saw Harry several times training in the cold and biting snow of December. Fortunately, since the last incident, no Dementors were seen on the campus. The lessons they had been given last time and the anger of Dumbledore seemed to have completely confined them to their posts at the school entrance. In addition to busy Quidditch training, Harry needed to learn the Patronus charm from Professor Lupin. He must be able to release the complete Patronus as soon as possible to ensure that no more accidents would occur in the next match. As for Ron, his status has become more and more abnormal recently. He hardly communicated with most people and was not close to neither Evan nor Hermione. When Harry was training, he wandered around the castle alone. In order to protect Scabbers from Crookshanks, he put it in his shirt's pocket wherever he went. On several occasions, they were beyond the scope of the tracing potion, so Evan couldn't figure out where they went. But he didn't have the mind to think about Ron and Peter Pettigrew. He and Hermione spent almost all their time in the library and could not care about anything else. Let Peter Pettigrew be for a few days. In 20 days, it will be Christmas. At that time, the castle will have the fewest number of people in it, so Evan will be able to draw out Sirius Black and solve this whole dilemma. Now what's more urgent is to think of ways to save Buckbeak. He and Hermione found a lot of information in files in the library referring to the famous case cited above. He prepared the defense arguments for Buckbeak. The titles of these dossiers were Summary of the Magical Animal Cases, Handbook of Hippogriff Psychology, The Poultry of Hippogriffs, and a Study on Griffin's Barbarism. Each of them was very thick. Evan, you should look at this. Hermione put a dusty volume in front of Evan and whispered, "This is a case of a manticore in 1926. It killed a human being, but was eventually acquitted. That was because everyone was scared and no one dared to approach it." Evan frowned and looked at the small number of words on the file. "Yeah, you're right," said Hermione disappointedly and threw the thick volume aside. Evan picked up the file and continued to read it. The following was a brief introduction to the magical creature, the manticore. The manticore is an incredibly dangerous animal with a human head, a lion's body, and a scorpion's tail. It is very rare, and it is reputed to croon softly to its victims as it devours them. According to reliable documents, the manticore's skin repels almost all known spells. Anyone stung by its tail will die immediately. This horrible creature was created by wizards and goblins. They were used to guard properties or important forbidden places and were once all the rage. However, since the ban on experimental breeding decree was enacted, the numbers of manticores have been gradually reduced. In recent decades, it has even disappeared. Evan put the dossier aside. From the text above, the danger level of the hippogriff is nothing compared to that of the manticore. If Buckbeak had half the power of the manticore, they wouldn't have to sit there and worry about it. In the following 2 weeks, in addition to assisting Hermione in perfecting the defense speech, Evan also wrote several articles defending Buckbeak. He intended to put pressure on Lucius Malfoy and the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures through public opinion, but things were not as smooth as originally envisaged. The Daily Prophet refused to publish these articles written by Evan. They considered that the matter didn't have much importance. The whole incident was at best a minor event at Hogwarts that couldn't arouse people's interest to read it. Although Evan eventually published these articles in the Hogwarts Magic News, their effect was limited. Mr. Barnabas Cuff, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, was right. Most readers did not care about the life and death of a hippogriff, and the young wizards already knew about the matter. In contrast, they were more interested in Black's connection to the Dementors. Evan was not completely without supporters. Colin, Ginny, and Luna all expressed their support for his point of view. Luna even persuaded her father to publish those articles written by Evan in the Quibbler instead of the original headline about the Crumplehorn Snorkax. However, that didn't make much difference. The current prints of the Quibbler were not selling even as much as the Hogwarts Magic News. As time passed, it was getting closer to Christmas, but Evan and Hermione were not making much progress. Although they wrote a full 10 parchments of defenses, Evan was very skeptical about the effect that it could have apart from being drowsiness-inducing and lethargic. Not to mention whether those officials who deal with the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures would adopt that defense. It was doubtful that Hagrid could write down all these things. With his ability, it might be difficult for him to read the arguments in conjunction. The whole thing was strenuous. "It's useless, Hermione." Looking at Hermione sitting across from him, Evan sighed heavily. Hermione was still struggling with the boring files. She was often the last to leave the common room at night. She was the first to go to the library the following morning. She was burdened with heavy schoolwork, Ron's intangible pressure, and the preparation for Buckbeak's defense argument. Those things were superimposed on one another, which had caused her to have dark shadows under her eyes like Lupin. "What did you say?" Hermione raised her head from the data. "Our thinking seems to be wrong. Whatever the reason, Buckbeak really hurt Draco Malfoy, didn't he?" Evan said slowly, "We can't defend Buckbeak's innocence. As long as Lucius Malfoy focuses on this fact, Hagrid's hope of winning is rather minimal." "Then what shall we do? Nothing? Like Harry and Ron?" Hermione looked annoyed. "We just watch Buckbeak being beheaded and wait for Hagrid to collapse." "No, I mean we should change our thinking." Evan's eyes fell upon a Newt Scamander's book entitled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and the author's experience gave him great inspiration. "Think about it, Hermione. It is the duty of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures to deal with and to punish them." Evan continued, "We can't prove that Buckbeak is innocent. It did attack Malfoy, even if it had justifiable reasons. But what we can prove is that hippogriffs are not dangerous." "You mean," Hermione was immersed in a thinking, According to the classification of dangerous creatures in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, hippogriffs are not that risky. They can be tamed by wizards. Such docile animals should not be within the scope of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. Evan opened the book and turned to the page of the author's introduction. Moreover, we can go around this problem from the perspective of protecting rare species. Mr. Scamander may give us some help. Mr. Scamander? Hermione took the book. She frowned as she saw the author's introduction. The author of the book, Mr. Newt Scamander, is currently the most prestigious magizoologist in the magic world. He graduated from the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in 1915 and served as an office clerk of the Ministry of Magic, a researcher at the Ministry's Dragon Research and Restraint Bureau, and in the Office for House Elf Relocation, the director and inceptor of the Werewolf Registry, and the director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Mr. Newt Scamander spent 30 years traveling around the world and recorded the forms and habits of the 75 magical creatures currently known in the magic world. This is his best-selling work worldwide, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The book has been revised to print 52 times. Under his leadership, the Ministry of Magic established the Werewolf Registry in 1947. In 1965, it amended the Ban on Experimental Breeding Act, which effectively suppressed the prevalence of new, untamable animals in British territory. Thanks to his contributions to magical animal research and magizoology, Newt Scamander was awarded the Order of Merlin, second class, in 1979. Later on that year, he founded an organization for the conservation of magical species and was engaged in the protection of magical creatures. As the former director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Mr. Scamander's influence on the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures is very large, and is definitely much larger than that of Lucius Malfoy. Evan explained, and he is the president of the Magical Creatures Protection Association. We just need to write him a letter to tell him about Buckbeak, and I believe he would help us. Evan's idea sounded great. He and Hermione sent a letter to Mr. Newt Scamander on the same evening and received a reply the following morning. "Evan, see what's written," said Hermione excitedly. Mr. Scamander said in his reply that he was very supportive of our ideas. He was willing to save Buckbeak. He said his mother was once a hippogriff's breeder, so he was often exposed to these animals when he was a child. Evan took the letter and saw that Newt Scamander wrote that he had been worried about the sharp decrease in the number of hippogriffs over the last 100 years due to excessive hunting. Therefore, he promised to modify and perfect the article written by Evan to protect the hippogriff. In addition to that, he also promised to contact the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures to get them to handle the case as carefully as possible. After that, things started to look brighter. Thanks to the ties of Mr. Newt Scamander, the Daily Prophet finally published the articles on the introduction and protection of hippogriffs that were written by Evan and Hermione. They provided detailed description of the habits of hippogriffs, their current living conditions, and the people's comprehension of this animal, etc. They also told the whole story about Buckbeak's attack on Malfoy. In the following days, many readers wrote to them and Hagrid and expressed willingness to support them. They even launched a Save Buckbeak campaign, officially making a petition to the Ministry of Magic on this incident, asking them to pardon the hippogriff. Many people participated. Public opinion continued to develop, making great pressure on the Ministry of Magic. The governors and the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures wrote 3 letters to Hagrid. They stated that they were cautious. Before the hearing was held, the incident of attacking students by Buckbeak would be reinvestigated. The way things were developing, there was a high probability that Buckbeak would be spared. With so much attention, Lucius Malfoy was looking like the bad guy, and for that he felt concerned. Hagrid gradually recovered. He appeared more and more in the castle, feeling more cheerful every day. Evan and Hermione felt more at ease. With the continuous efforts of Harry, the tension between them and Ron was also a bit relieved. At the very least, Ron went back to sitting down with them, rather than just wandering around the castle with Scabbers. 2 weeks before the semester's end, the sky cleared up suddenly, showing a dazzling opalescence. The muddy grounds were covered by a thin, beautiful layer of frost. As Christmas approached, the festive atmosphere in the castle was getting stronger. The charm's master, Professor Flitwick, decorated his classroom with glimmering light sources. Those light sources were actually real fairies constantly fluttering their wings. The students were happily discussing their vacation plans. Most of them were getting ready to go home for Christmas because of the present Sirius Black. In fact, with the exception of Evan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, all other Gryffindor students were about ready to go home. Evan was preparing to implement his plan. Ron said that he could not stand spending 2 weeks with Percy. Hermione wanted to spend more time in the library. Although all three of them had their own reasons, it really made Harry feel moved. He thought that they wanted to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas to be with him. In the last week of the semester, students from the third years and above could go to Hogsmeade again. Everyone was happy. The whole chat around the breakfast table revolved about buying Christmas gifts. "Ron, where is Harry? Why hasn't he come to breakfast yet?" asked Hermione. "He's still in his bedroom. You know, he can't go to Hogsmeade," Ron said to her. His voice was a bit dull. "He borrowed a clean sweep broom from Wood, and he's spending all his time on it. That's a shame." Evan remembered Harry's disappointment in the common room before going to bed last night. He wasn't sure. "Maybe I could take Harry to Hogsmeade through the secret passage. I have went through it many times last year, and there should be no problem." "It won't work, Evan." Hermione put jam on her bread and said firmly, "This year is not the same as last year. There's so many Dementors at the entrance. Besides, what if Sirius Black knew the secret passage? But relax, Ron and I will buy you Christmas gifts. Which kind of sweets did you like last time?" Hermione said with a smile, "My dad and mom loved tooth-flossing string mints from Honeydukes. If it's possible, you can bring me some orange." Evan had not finished his words yet when he saw Harry hurrying into the common room with his school bag. He ignored Malfoy in the doorway as he fell from his broomstick and didn't laugh at him. He walked straight toward them, looking very happy. "Guys, look at this. Fred and George have just given it to me." Harry cautiously pulled out a large, square-looking, old parchment from under the cloak with nothing written on it. "Harry, what is this?" asked Hermione oddly. Before Harry could answer, he heard Ron whispering, "Marauder's map." Evan wasn't sure, but despite his dull and monotonous voice, Ron seemed to be pleasantly surprised. Evan suddenly raised his head. Harry hadn't mentioned it yet. How could Ron know that this old parchment was the Marauder's map? This sounded really suspicious. "How did you know, Ron?" Harry looked surprised and said, "Oh, Fred and George told you, didn't they?" Ron nodded, hastily looking a bit strange. "Well, you too. Who can explain to me and Evan what this tattered parchment is?" said Hermione impatiently. "Hermione, this Marauder's map was found by Fred and George in Filch's office. It can reveal all the details of Hogwarts Castle and all its venues, including every secret passage. It can also identify the location of every person in the grounds." Harry looked up cautiously, checked out the surroundings, and then whispered, "As long as I have its help, I can wear the invisibility cloak and avoid other people to join you in Hogsmeade." "What?" Hermione stood up in surprise. "Don't get too excited, Hermione." Harry hurriedly pulled her down. "If it's really like you said, you should give this map to Professor McGonagall, Harry." Hermione said with an anxious voice. "No, I won't hand it to her," Harry said sharply. "If I do that, I'll have to explain where I got it from, and Filch will know Fred and George took it." "But what about Black?" Hermione said, biting her teeth. "With this map, the professors will know if he uses any of these secret passages to enter the castle. He can't come in from these passages." Harry said quickly. Fred and George said that Filch knew most of them, and the remaining entrances and exits are also well hidden. It's impossible for Black to know them. You're taking a risk. What if he knew them? "Black can't go to Hogsmeade, Hermione," said Harry stubbornly. "You told me when you came back last time that there were Dementors patrolling in the evening. If Black appeared, they would discover him." But Hermione bit her lip and looked worried. "Okay, Hermione, are you going to report me?" Harry asked, grinning. "Oh, of course not. But honestly, Harry, it's almost Christmas, Herm. Let me relax." Harry took out his wand from underneath the cloak and looked excited. "I'll show you the map later. If Black appears on it, we'll be the first to discover him." Hearing his words, Evan had a sudden realization. Will it just be Sirius Black? He didn't want to say it, but Peter Pettigrew was still in the pocket of Ron's coat. If Harry uses the Marauder's map at this time, he will find Peter's name among them. Evan's first intention was to stop Harry, but it immediately came to his mind. This doesn't seem like a bad idea. Why should he stop him? He had been tangled and unable to solve this year's problem. The main reason that he could not hand Peter Pettigrew to Dumbledore was that he couldn't explain, without causing doubts, how he knew Peter was an animagus. After all, this matter is not known to outsiders. If he recognized that the rat was no else but Peter Pettigrew, it would be too suspicious. That was the case for Tom Riddle's diary last year. He actually told Dumbledore unintentionally that he knew it was a Horcrux. Fortunately, he did return to Hogwarts 1,000 years before that, so he can always claim that he's been told about that by the four founders. Dumbledore is so terrible. In addition to being the greatest white wizard in the world today, he is also a thorough conspiracist. Evan didn't want to reveal his own cards, and then wait foolishly to be countered. His stubbornness didn't give him much progress, so he must be very careful this year. This is why he had not dared to get involved until he got in touch with Sirius Black. But now with the help of Marauder's maps, this problem can be solved perfectly. If the four of them found out that Peter Pettigrew was still alive, then he could easily turn him over to Dumbledore. After the whole truth is revealed, he'll go to the forest to look for Sirius Black, and things will probably go smoothly. So stupid. Why didn't I think of this idea before? Evan looked at the teacher's table, and Snape and Professor Lupin were there. He nodded happily and reached with his right hand for the wand on his waist, with his eyes locked tightly on Ron's pocket. He focused on his mind and prepared himself to cast Petrificus Totalis right when Peter's name appears on the map. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Harry gently raised his wand, ready to point to the parchment. "Wait a minute, we'd better not show it here." Ron hurriedly stopped Harry and said in a frantic voice, "There are too many people around us, so if we get caught, it doesn't matter. Just be careful and it will be fine. I want to see if this map is as magical as Harry said." Evan looked at Ron with some insight. Ron turned his head and looked at Evan's face. He could not dissect the weird look in his eyes, and he quickly looked away from them and focused again on the map. "Just like Evan said, we only need to be careful and we won't be discovered," said Harry, tapping his wand on the parchment. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." "Oh my God!" Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hands. Everyone's eyes were glued to the parchment, and Evan saw thin ink lines began to spread like a spider's web from the point that Harry's wand had touched. They joined each other. They crisscrossed. They fanned into every corner of the parchment. Then words began to blossom across the top. Great, curly green words that proclaimed, "Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs Purveyors of Aids, to magical mischief makers are proud to present the Marauder's map." Although he already knew this, Evan was stunned by the transformation on the parchment. Back in his previous life, he didn't know how Harry's father had made such a map. Now, with his current knowledge, he speculated that its creation required, on top of a great knowledge of Hogwarts terrain, an extremely advanced knowledge of magic spells, transfiguration, ancient magic literature, and other magic mechanics. And this theoretical knowledge is just a required basis for its creation. The more critical thing is that they need a source that provides a great deal of magical power. That's the only way to implement such fine magic into a simple parchment and breathe life into it, just like it was the case for the Sorting Hat. Needless to say, the makers of the Sorting Hat had enough magical power to make such a thing. Although making the Marauder's map doesn't require as much magical power, it still requires a good amount that ordinary wizards shouldn't be able to provide. However, when remembering that James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew all learned Animagus during their school days, having such a map being made by them becomes something that's much less strange. Evan, who has mastered Animagus himself, knows how much magical power it requires during the first transforming. Hence he relied on magical potions to complete it. What did James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew rely on? Especially Peter Pettigrew. That man is by no means a talented magician. But still, he completed Animagus and was able to become a rat with no problems. Evan initially thought that they had completed this spell by relying on a large amount of potions to supplement their magical power, but now it seems that wasn't the case. Simply relying on potions is not enough to make living items like the Marauder's map. They must have found other ways. Maybe he can later ask Sirius Black.